Welcome to Tyler Walker Romance. You're about to dive into one of Miss Tyler's free full audiobooks. She always knows how to make you forget your life with handsome alpha male billionaire heroes and sassy strong heroines who grab love with both hands. In order for this content to be free, we have to take out the dirty details. Otherwise, we risk disrupting this platform's rules and guidelines. Buy the unabridged version of any Tyler Walker audiobook from tylerwalker.com, and with code SAVE40, you can get 40% off any digital product at checkout. Take this moment to subscribe to the channel, and remember that liking and commenting is what makes these free full audiobooks possible. Thank you for choosing to treat yourself with Miss Tyler. Hey there, audiobook listener. Real quick, I wanted to give you a heads up. You're listening to the abridged version of this audiobook. Why? Well, because YouTube has a time limit. And sadly, the full version, it ran a little too long. Trust us, we didn't want to cut anything, but to make sure we stayed within the allowed time, we had to trim a few chapters. We did our absolute best to keep all the most important moments in the story, so you're still getting the full experience. Just a little tighter. But if you're craving the uncut version with all the chapters, including the ones we had to remove, you can always get the full version from tylerwalker.com. As a thank you for understanding, it's available at a discounted price with code SAVE40, just for audiobook listeners like you. Either way, we hope you enjoy this version of the story, and thanks so much for listening. Chapter 1. Sera. I'm not sure what the sky is supposed to feel like on the day you're technically free, but I'd bet it's not this. The heat coats my skin, stifling as I step through the final checkpoint at Lockton Correctional. My pulse beats in my ears louder than the clang of metal doors sliding shut behind me. They said I'd know true freedom once I walked past these gates. Except I'm not convinced anything about my release is real. Not the hush that settles on the yard. Not the false cheer on the guard's face as he hands me a plastic bag with my few belongings. Not the battered chain-link fence that rattles in the wind. And certainly not the black SUV parked near the curb, engine humming like it's impatient. A nurse once told me every prison exudes a singular scent, a mixture of industrial sanitizer, stale regret, and pressed uniforms. That tang lingers on my clothes, no matter how many times I wash them. Right now, it clings to every breath I take, reminding me where I was just minutes ago, and how easily I could end up back there. I square my shoulders, refusing to give in to any tremor or second guess. My posture's a leftover from years of dancing before life took a turn I never saw coming. My mother always said I could balance a book on my head from the time I learned to walk. Today, I straighten my spine for a new reason, to convince myself I won't let them see how frightened I am. Sunlight glints against the tinted SUV window. I see my reflection for a split second. Brown skin, eyes that hold more anger than hope, and waist-length locks pulled into a braided top knot. A faint scar curves along my jaw, courtesy of a scuffle in the prison workshop. Beneath my fitted t-shirt, there's another mark across my ribs from a heist gone very wrong. That one's older, but feels as fresh as the day it happened. I step forward, spotting a tall figure leaning against the vehicle. He's wearing a gray suit that looks too crisp for a place like this, his arms folded across a broad chest. It's a guard or an official of some kind. Someone who believes in hierarchical lines and chain of command. My fists ball at my sides, though I keep my expression neutral. "You're not what I pictured," he remarks, looking me over. No hostility, just matter-of-fact curiosity. I tilt my chin. "What did you picture?" "Someone who'd be more subdued." He opens the passenger door and motions me in. "My name's Agent Palomo. Mira Kazemi sends her regards." He gestures for me to climb into the back seat. Everything about him is professional, from the neat part in his short hair to the clean shave that accentuates his jaw. I note the faint lines at his temples. He's older than me by at least a decade. Probably has a desk stacked with files on criminals like me. "Nice to meet you too," I say, though it's a lie. I slip into the back of the SUV, hearing the door click shut. The interior smells of leather and stress. There's a partition between the front seat and the back, a thick glass panel that suggests I'm still not fully trusted. No surprise there. Agent Palomo slides into the driver's seat. The engine revs, and we pull away from Lockton Correctional. I glimpse a final look at the barbed wire fence in the rearview mirror. My chest tightens, but I force a measured inhale. We drive in tense silence for a few minutes. The city appears in the distance, steel and glass skyscrapers shimmering in the midday sun. I haven't seen a skyline in over 4 years. My stomach churns with something akin to excitement, but I tamp it down. This is no normal release. I've got the paperwork to prove it. Agent Palomo flicks a glance at me through the rearview mirror. "Mira apologized for not greeting you herself. She's finalizing details of your new arrangement. You'll meet her soon." "New arrangement," I echo quietly. My voice sounds more bitter than intended. "Do you have questions?" he asks. I fold my arms. "I have about 1,000,000. He waits, eyes steady on the road. I guess that's my cue to speak up. "Fine. Why me? I'm not the only ex-con with specialized knowledge. There are plenty of forgers out there who haven't done half the time I have." He answers with a clipped tone. "We need someone with your exact skills in textile acquisition and restoration. You also have personal motivations we believe will keep you on task." My jaw sets. So it's not just my skill set. It's the deeply personal reason I ended up behind bars in the first place. A stolen heirloom, an ex-partner who vanished, and a score that cost me everything. They're probably counting on me wanting revenge. "All right," I say, leaning back in the seat. "So how does this arrangement work?" He spares me another brief look. "You'll be placed under a specific contract, classified. You follow every directive from Miss Kazemi and this task force. You collaborate with the assigned liaison in the art world." "Collaborate," I repeat, a scoff coloring the word. "That means do exactly what I'm told, or I go back, correct?" He doesn't deny it. There's also a morality clause. No extracurricular entanglements or activities without clearance. We can't risk compromising your credibility or ours. Extracurricular entanglements. My laugh is short, humorless. So if I so much as date someone they don't like, I lose my freedom. "It's more about ensuring you don't sabotage the operation." He pauses, then chooses his words carefully. "We don't want a repeat of old mistakes." I look out the window, focusing on the passing buildings. Sunlight streaks across my face. My reflection stares back at me, unyielding. I hate that they assume my worst mistake was tangling with the wrong man, as if that alone defines me. But I know better than to argue with an agent's logic. Before I can speak again, the SUV slows. We've reached an office complex on the outskirts of Manhattan. Agent Palomo slips into an underground parking lot, scanning a key card at the barrier. The gate lifts, and we descend into a mostly empty space with harsh fluorescent lighting overhead. He kills the engine and turns to face me through the partition. "Your next step is a briefing. Miss Kazemi wants to go over specifics. Any personal effects you have left behind, storage, accounts, they'll be handled after we finalize your schedule." "Schedule," I mutter. Sounds like I just swapped prison for a nicer cage. A muscle ticks in his jaw, but he doesn't address my comment. Instead, he gets out, circles the SUV, and opens my door. "Follow me." The concrete walls echo our footsteps. I'm hyper-aware of my posture, my shoulders stiffening with unease. It's an old habit. Never look cowed, never appear weak. At the same time, my mind flickers to the handful of items in my plastic bag. Some clothes, a battered paperback, a tattered piece of patterned cloth from my grandmother's quilting stash. That cloth was my only real keepsake on the inside. We enter an elevator with steel panels, and I watch the floor numbers blink overhead. My heart pounds. No matter how aloof I try to be, this moment is life-changing. I'm out. I no longer have to stare at the same cinder block cell or endure routine checks for contraband. Yet the uncertainty swirling around me feels like a fresh prison. When we step out on the 5th floor, I notice a hallway lined with closed doors, each bearing a bland nameplate. Agent Palomo leads me to a corner room at the end and knocks once. A voice inside tells us to enter. We walk into a cramped office. A woman stands behind a metal desk, flipping through a file. She's tall, mid-40s maybe, with wavy black hair pinned back. Her blazer is a subtle charcoal color, and her gaze is sharp enough to cut glass. I can sense authority in how she regards Agent Palomo with a nod, then shifts her attention to me. "Sera Vance," she says, setting down the file. "I'm Mira Kazemi. I see Agent Palomo brought you here without trouble." I can't help the tiny smirk. "He didn't have to drag me, if that's what you're implying." Her lips twitch, not quite a smile. "I prefer straightforwardness, Miss Vance. Let's be clear. You have a chance most inmates don't get. If you want to keep it, you'll listen carefully." "Understood," I reply. Although part of me bristles at her tone, I lock that feeling away. Mira gestures to a chair across from her desk. I settle there, and Agent Palomo remains by the door, arms folded. The file on her desk with my name on the label looks thicker than a dictionary. She flips it open, revealing pages of typed text, my mugshot, and what looks like old case notes. We're assembling a covert task force aimed at dismantling a black market operation, dealing in stolen textiles and counterfeit prescription drugs. She explains, "Your role is to gain access to certain circles, either by forging or appraising. We'll give you the tools to pass as a legitimate buyer or consultant, but your primary assignment is infiltration." Her words churn in my mind. Right. And how exactly do I avoid getting recognized? My face was all over the news when I got arrested. Mira glances at my photo. The art underworld thrives on half-truths and hidden identities. People rarely advertise who they are, especially if they're criminals. With the right credentials and some help from our liaison in the art community, you'll manage. I lean forward. "Who is this liaison?" She sifts through a few papers before responding. "Lucien Cross. He owns multiple galleries across the globe, mostly dealing in high-end collections. He has ties to philanthropic circles and..." I cut in, something about the name snagging my attention. "Cross is a big shot. He sells fine art to billionaires and invests in old European estates. I've heard rumors he's an expert in antique pieces, but not so big on second chances for people like me. I've mostly heard rumors, but I haven't seen him in person." Agent Palomo exhales softly. "Mr. Cross is cooperating because we convinced him it's in his best interest. You two will coordinate closely." A bitter laugh hovers in my throat. "Coordinate is one way to put it. He'll see me as a criminal liability, or worse." "You sure he's not going to sabotage me the first chance he gets?" Mira's expression is unflinching. "He won't sabotage you if he wants to protect his assets. We have leverage on everyone involved. Don't worry about Mr. Cross. Focus on the mission and on making sure you don't violate our agreement." She taps a page listing bullet points. No unauthorized intimacy, no involvement in outside crimes, daily check-ins, mandatory progress reports. The words glare up at me like iron bars. I nod slowly, letting the reality sink in. "Okay, so the second I slip, I'm back in a cell?" Her voice drops an octave, almost gentle. I don't expect you to slip, Miss Vance. I expect you to take this opportunity for what it is, a second life. If you do your job, your record gets wiped clean. We'll bury the details of your conviction, and you'll walk away with no strings attached. But if you break faith with us in any way, we won't waste time on warnings. I meet her gaze. My pulse thrums. Once again, I feel that invisible chain around my ankle, the one that keeps me tethered to a system I never asked for. I understand. Good. She shuts the file, making a decisive sound. Agent Palomo will see you out. You'll have temporary housing at a secure apartment for now. Get settled tonight. Tomorrow morning, you'll meet with Lucien Cross in person. First impressions matter, Miss Vance. My mouth is dry, but I manage a tight-lipped smile. They always do. Mira extends a hand. Reluctantly, I stand and shake it. Her grip is firm. We'll speak again soon, she says. Welcome back to the outside world. Outside world? Strange that it doesn't feel like it belongs to me anymore. I thank her, then follow Agent Palomo into the corridor. The door closes behind us, sealing me away from the file that holds the sum of my mistakes. My heartbeat rattles around in my ribs. In the elevator, Palomo remains silent. I stare at the overhead lights, lost in thought. The entire plan hinges on me working with some polished billionaire who probably hates criminals. And that's if we can even stand each other enough to fake a partnership. Trust is a luxury, I remind myself. A dim memory of a younger me surfaces, one who believed trust was possible, that love wasn't just a con. That version of Sera got crushed by betrayal years ago. The elevator dings at the underground parking level, and we step into the hush of concrete walls again. Palomo walks me to a different sedan, pointing at the passenger seat. This time, there's no partition. Maybe it's a small sign they consider me marginally less dangerous. Or maybe they know I have nowhere to run. He starts the engine, guiding us through the exit ramp. I watch the sunlight spill over the hood as we emerge onto the busy street. Taxis honk, pedestrians bustle, and a wave of city energy hits me with a force I haven't felt in years. My chest tightens, a blend of anxiety and a flicker of excitement. Despite everything, I miss the chaos. Palomo glances at me, and for a moment, sympathy softens his features. If you stay in line, this can work out for you, he says quietly. Mira's strict, but she isn't heartless. I don't respond right away. My arms lock over my chest and I exhale. I'll do what needs to be done. He guides the car through traffic, eventually pulling up to a modest apartment building. It's a far cry from the dingy corners I grew up around, and it's definitely not prison. He hands me a single key card, labeled with a unit number. There's food in the fridge and a phone on the table inside. It's pre-programmed with only 2 numbers, me and Miss Kazemi. He explains. Don't lose it. My grip on the key card is firm. Got it. Be ready by 8 tomorrow morning. I'll pick you up for the meeting with Mr. Cross. I push open the passenger door, stepping onto the sidewalk. The city noise rushes around me. I keep my posture upright as I head to the building entrance, even though my heart is pounding. Inside, the hallway is dull beige with a faint chemical smell. I find the elevator, ride it to the 4th floor, and open the door to my assigned unit. The place is small but clean. A single window overlooks a busy street. There's a couch, a kitchenette, and a bedroom behind one narrow door. On the coffee table sits a phone charger and the phone Palomo mentioned. Setting down my plastic bag, I stand in the center of the living room, letting the silence soak in. This is freedom, in the sense that I'm not wearing an orange jumpsuit anymore, but the leash feels no less tangible. I run my fingers along the frayed edge of my grandmother's cloth, the one I took from prison. A swirl of deep reds and gold thread, a pattern she used to say represented resilience. If the system hadn't stolen so much from me, maybe that cloth would be enough to bring back better days. Now it's just a reminder of why I'm here. I want that piece of my life back and everything else that vanished with it. Tomorrow, I meet Lucien Cross, the man who apparently holds the key to my new mission. I've read about him in magazines. He's known for exclusive art shows, philanthropic events, and an arrogance that goes unmatched. The thought of trusting someone like him makes my throat tighten. We're from different worlds, and I'm not naive enough to expect kindness. Still, if I want to stay out of Lockton, I'll have to pretend we can work together. The odds are stacked against me, but that's never stopped me before. I move to the window, looking out at the steady stream of headlights and street lamps. New York hums with life, and after 4 years, I'm standing on the brink of something that might be real freedom or a brand new trap. My reflection in the glass is sharper now. It whispers of everything I've lost, but also everything I might gain if I can navigate this mission without letting the past consume me. The city lights flicker, and I swallow hard. Trust is a luxury, I murmur, resting my palm on the window. I sure hope I've learned how to earn it, and how to make sure no one pulls the rug out from under me again. One day out, and I'm already up to my neck in deals and half-truths, but tomorrow I'll face Lucien Cross, and we'll see who breaks first. Until then, I'm Sera Vance, convict turned operative, unwilling to lose a second chance. And whether it's a setup or not, I'm ready to play.
Chapter 2. Lucien. My gallery in downtown Manhattan is a testament to curated calm. White walls glow under recessed lighting, and abstract paintings hang with precise spacing. Each step I take on the polished floor resonates faintly, echoing the hush of a place meant for reflection rather than disruption. Despite this serenity, my head teems with unspoken concerns. I'm currently in a tailored navy suit, wearing the silver cufflinks my grandfather left me, small, intricate squares etched with Celtic designs. One corner of my mind notes a small scuff on my left shoe. Usually I'd be more meticulous. Today I'm off my game. Blame the call from Alistair Finch an hour ago, telling me he needs a favor I can't refuse. My name is Lucien Cross, and I've built a reputation on 3 pillars: a discerning eye for genuine art, a knack for strategic philanthropy, and an unwavering commitment to order. My success depends on trust, both from the wealthy clients who buy my carefully sourced collections and from philanthropic circles that admire my curatorial vision. Everything I've achieved hinges on a clean record. The slightest stain might topple that delicate balance. I find myself waiting in my office for Alistair's arrival. He insisted on speaking face-to-face, bringing Gemma and their child. That's unusual for him. He hates mixing family with business, but I suspect the Finch name has again found itself in the crosshairs of public scrutiny. After all, the press rarely lets old scandals rest, not when there's a billionaire's life to dissect. I check my watch, 10:30 in the morning. My reflection in the mirrored cabinet near the door reveals a man who has learned to keep his cool behind an impeccable exterior. I stand 6'3", shoulders broad from years of disciplined exercise. My hair, dark blonde threaded with a hint of silver, is tied back neatly at the nape of my neck. There's a faint mark along my jawline from a long-ago fencing match, a reminder that once I didn't confine my passions to polite society. Before I can analyze myself further, the gallery assistant knocks. Mr. Finch is here with his family. "Show them in," I reply, clasping my hands behind my back. My tone carries more authority than warmth, but Alistair and I go back far enough to read each other beyond formalities. The door opens and Alistair steps in first. He's tall, though I still have an inch or two on him, and his dark hair is slicked back in a style that suits his boardroom presence. He wears an understated gray suit, the tie a subdued green. But it's his eyes that reveal the tension. Steel gray with a glint of apprehension. Behind him, Gemma Finch enters, her smile soft despite a certain wariness. She carries their daughter, Maya Elaine, who clings to her mother's arm. Maya's eyes are bright, scanning my office with innocent curiosity. Gemma's second pregnancy is apparent from the gentle curve of her belly. She radiates the grace of someone who has found her footing in unpredictable circumstances. Watching Alistair place a protective hand on her lower back touches a part of me I rarely let anyone see. For all his flaws, Alistair adores Gemma. Their marriage weathered storms that would have torn lesser couples apart. "Lucien, thanks for making time," Alistair says. He shakes my hand, though I notice he's quick to return to his wife's side. "Gemma wanted to come along." Gemma shifts Maya's weight in her arms. "Hello, Lucien." There's a gentle tilt to her tone. "Sorry if we're intruding, but we're headed to the doctor afterward, and we thought we'd killed two birds with one stone." "No intrusion," I assure her. "You're always welcome here, even the littlest finch." I turn my attention to Maya, offering a small, polite smile. She tucks her face against Gemma's shoulder with a shy grin. Alistair gestures to the chairs near my desk. "Shall we sit?" I lead them over, motioning for Gemma to take the more comfortable seat. Alistair remains standing for a moment, as if restless. He leans in to drop a quick kiss on Maya's temple, a gesture that reminds me how different he is from the coldly composed teenager I once knew. Fatherhood softens him in ways I didn't expect. "So," I begin, settling into my seat across from Gemma. "You sounded urgent on the phone, Alistair. What's going on?" Alistair exhales, crossing his arms. "I'll spare you the meandering version. We have a serious problem. The Finch Foundation's records are turning up in some unsavory contexts, specifically in underground network trafficking antiques and counterfeit pharmaceuticals." My spine straightens at the mention of counterfeit drugs. "Are you telling me that legitimate Finch Foundation funds ended up in criminal hands?" Gemma cradles Maya closer. "We suspect someone forged documents, rerouted grants, or laundered money through charitable fronts. My old restoration logs keep surfacing, but they were altered to look like the Foundation endorsed certain pieces that were never in our system." Alistair's jaw tightens. "If the press or the authorities catch wind of this before we resolve it, it'll reignite every accusation the Finch name has ever faced." The tension in the room heightens. I recall how Alistair nearly lost everything when the truth about Finch Pharmaceuticals' lethal drug trials emerged. He's fought tooth and nail to restore his family's reputation and to ensure Gemma never bears the brunt of old sins. If he's here, it means they're desperate. I steeple my fingers, focusing on the details. "How exactly can I help?" "We're working with a government task force," Alistair explains. "They want to dismantle the smuggling ring but lack an insider who understands the high-end textile and art markets. They believe that's where the money is funneled, exploiting antique looms, tapestries, rare fabrics, shipping them around the world with hidden contraband." Gemma nods. "We know you're well-connected in auctions and collector circles. This ring is tight-lipped. They only trust certain players. Lucien, we need your name, your gallery's prestige, and your willingness to get inside. Without an established presence, the task force has no chance of infiltration." It all makes sense. My reputation is gold in exclusive auction houses. A silent alarm goes off in my head, though. Any involvement with criminals could tarnish the credibility I've spent a lifetime building. I manage a composed expression. "Let me guess, they also want me to partner with someone on the inside of that ring?" "Not exactly," Alistair says, clearing his throat. "They already have a consultant, but she was released from prison specifically for this operation." I blink. "A convict?" "She's an ex-art thief," Gemma clarifies, choosing her words gently. "Her name is Sera Vance, and from what we hear, she has a unique skill set. She's the best shot they have at cracking open the smuggling racket." I press my knuckles together to contain a jolt of disbelief. "They're pairing me with a criminal. Does that seem wise to you?" Alistair lifts a shoulder. "It's not about wisdom. It's a necessity. If we want to trace the money trail back to the major players, we need someone who knows how to move among them without arousing suspicion." My gaze flickers toward Maya, who listens with a toddler's version of interest. She's playing with Gemma's necklace, unaware of the tension. I pause, letting the reality sink in. So I'm expected to babysit a thief and hope she doesn't make off with half my gallery's assets? I don't think it's about babysitting, Gemma says softly. The arrangement involves strict oversight. She's not free to roam or run, but she can slip into circles you'd never reach if you were alone. My shoulders tighten, a sign of the wariness I'm trying not to display. This is quite a favor to ask. Alistair steps closer. Believe me, I know. If there was any other way, we'd pursue it. But the Finch Foundation is under threat again. My name is on the line, yes, but so is Gemma's. We're one leak away from another public scandal, and I refuse to drag my family through that nightmare a second time. His tone is resolute, and the protectiveness in his eyes is palpable. He glances at Gemma, then back at me. For a moment, I recall the rebellious teenager he used to be caught in his father's manipulations, forced into an experimental drug. Now, the man standing before me is a devoted husband and father, determined to shield his loved ones from the viciousness of public intrigue. I shift my attention to Gemma, who strokes Maya's hair absently. I'm pregnant, Lucien. Stress isn't exactly beneficial right now. If you agree to help, we'll see this done quietly, quickly, and hopefully with minimal damage. My gaze lingers on her thoughtful face. Her brown eyes reflect genuine worry for her family's legacy. I've known Gemma long enough to understand she rarely asks for help unless it's vital. Slowly, I exhale and dip my head in a brief acknowledgement. I'll meet with this consultant, but if at any point I sense she's untrustworthy... Alistair holds up a hand. That's fair. We'll gather everything we have, including the contact from the government, and set up a meeting. Thank you. While I swallow my reservations, Maya wriggles in Gemma's lap, reaching out a small hand toward me. I break from the heavy conversation, letting a polite smile curve my mouth. She's a sweet kid, all bright eyes and chubby cheeks. Is that my bracelet you're after? I joke, noticing Maya's curious stare. I slip the silver band off and let her hold it for a moment. She squeals happily, and Gemma chuckles, giving me a grateful nod. Thank you, she says. She loves shiny things. Something about that exchange tugs at me. In a different life, I might have been the kind of man who wanted a family. Instead, I've poured every ounce of devotion into building a fortress of gallery walls and carefully chosen exhibitions. My father's legacy, tainted by corporate greed, loomed over my childhood, and I've done everything to create a cleaner path. Now, one misstep in a criminal operation could bring the entire structure crashing down. I slide the bracelet off Maya's hand, receiving a half-hearted whine in protest. I'll have a replica made for her, scaled down, I propose, handing it back to her mother. Alistair murmurs, only Lucien Cross would turn a toddler's whim into a custom-designed project. There's a twist of a grin in his words, but there's gratitude too. I stand, indicating the conversation is close to concluding. Let's proceed carefully. You'll contact me once you have details from the government. I'll clear my schedule as needed. Gemma rises as well, shifting Maya onto her hip. Her maternity dress is a soft lilac, flowing over her rounding belly. She winces slightly when she stands, and Alistair immediately helps steady her. You good? He asks, voice dropping to a gentle hush. She nods, pressing her lips together with a reassuring smile. The tenderness between them is on full display, a dynamic that seems unbreakable now. He brushes a kiss on her forehead before turning back to me. I appreciate this, Lucien, he says, truly. I dip my chin in acknowledgement. Yes, well, let's hope this is resolved swiftly and with minimal complications. Alistair nods. We'll talk soon. Maybe dinner once this is behind us. You still owe me a glimpse of your new additions to the Venice collection. Anytime, I say, knowing my schedule is about to be monopolized by this clandestine mission. Still, I keep up appearances. I accompany them to the exit, the gentle click of Gemma's heels marking a rhythmic pattern alongside Alistair's more purposeful stride. Little Maya peeks over her mother's shoulder one last time, and I give her a brief wave. Then they're gone, leaving my gallery echoing with unspoken tension. The door closes quietly behind them. I inhale a slow breath and let my gaze wander across the carefully placed sculptures and paintings that fill the main showroom. Calm, refined, a temple of order. That's what I've cultivated here. It stands in stark contrast to the swirl of doubt in my mind about working with an ex-convict. Memory nudges me. Alistair didn't exactly come from clean circumstances. The Finch name was a lightning rod for controversy. If I judged him by his father's crimes, I'd have lost a friend. So I wonder if the same principle might apply to Sera Vance. Maybe she's more than the sum of her record. Or maybe I'm about to open the door to chaos that I can't control. Regardless, I owe Alistair. He's the one who saved me from the worst aftermath of my own museum scandal years ago, helping smooth it over with the right documents and quiet deals. We never talk about it, but I haven't forgotten. This request might be payback, or it might be something bigger, a chance to shield the Finch family from vultures that circle the moment they smell fresh blood. I shake off the unease and stride back to my office, calling my assistant to confirm the rest of my appointments for the day. She lists a handful: a potential buyer from London, a restoration consultant wanting to pitch a collaboration, and a lunch meeting with a journalist from Art Connoisseur Weekly. My usual routine. The normalcy of it feels like an anchor, yet I sense that anchor may not hold. As the day progresses, I engage each visitor with my typical grace. I move from conversation to conversation, nodding when needed, offering opinions on style, provenance, or historical significance of various pieces. All the while, part of me drifts back to thoughts of forged ledgers, stolen artifacts, and a ring of criminals bold enough to exploit philanthropic grants for trafficking drugs. The deeper the corruption runs, the more certain I am that my name, my gallery, could be pulled in. One false move and my entire empire might collapse. Around 5 in the evening, I finally allow myself a moment alone in the archive room, a secure area where I keep my most valuable acquisitions. Shelves hold climate-controlled boxes, and specialized lighting ensures no damage to fragile textiles or ancient scrolls. As I run my fingertips over the edge of a sealed crate, I imagine the criminals using identical crates for contraband. The notion that my world, so steeped in beauty and meticulous care, could be twisted into a vehicle for smuggling stirs a quiet anger. I check the label on a set of antique Bolivian tapestries waiting for documentation. Each piece is logged with precise detail: origin, auction house, chain of custody. No room for error. My system is built on transparency. If the task force wants me to infiltrate an operation that thrives on secrecy, I wonder how well I'll navigate that shadowy domain. Heading back upstairs, I pass by a framed photograph of me with Alistair and Gemma at an event last year, some charity gala for historical preservation. We look polished, smiling for the camera. I notice the corner of Gemma's eyes crinkling in genuine warmth. Alistair's hand rests at the small of her back, protectively. I recall how proud he was that night, announcing the birth of Maya. The memory tugs at me in an unexpected way. It reminds me why I said yes this morning. If helping them avoid another storm means I have to dance with criminals, so be it. At closing time, I escort my last visitor out, then lock the gallery doors. Standing alone on the sidewalk, I glance at the city around me. High rises, bright lights, and a swirl of people rushing to catch trains or hail cabs. The early evening hush is broken by engines rumbling, horns bleating, the rush of countless footsteps. Manhattan at its usual pace, a constant pulse of ambition and hustle. My phone buzzes, signaling an incoming message. The screen flashes Alistair's name. Heard from the task force. They're arranging a meeting with you tomorrow at 10 a.m. Let me know if you need anything. A. The details fall into place with abrupt finality. Tomorrow I'll meet the ex-con who's supposed to help me uncover a criminal underworld hidden in the very sphere I champion. The idea thrums with the promise of danger and grudging intrigue. I text back, I'll be there. No turning back now, is there? A minute passes before he replies, We appreciate this more than you know. I lower the phone, slipping it into my pocket. An unusual chill skates along my neck. Normally, the thrill of a new acquisition or an upcoming exhibit energizes me. Tonight, a different energy takes hold, the knowledge I'm stepping onto a precarious path, one that demands I place trust in someone the law itself deemed untrustworthy, all to protect people I care about. Striding over to my sleek black town car, I settle behind the wheel. My reflection in the rearview mirror appears controlled, unwavering, but the tension in my posture betrays the swirl beneath the surface. Tomorrow I'll come face to face with Sera Vance, the so-called criminal consultant. I expect a cunning, unpredictable presence, someone adept at deception. My entire life revolves around transparency in my collection records, provenance histories, legitimate dealings. To collaborate with a thief is foreign territory, especially if we're expected to navigate the smuggling circuit together. But I can't deny a flicker of curiosity. What drives someone to become an art thief? Greed? Desperation? Or is there a more complicated story? I remember Alistair's own complicated past. He was forced to take experimental drugs by a father who used him as a test subject. People's motives and scars often run deeper than outward appearances. Still, no matter Sera Vance's reasons, I'm not rolling out the red carpet. This is business. High-stakes business. If she makes a single error that jeopardizes the Finch family or my gallery, I won't hesitate to end the alliance. My loyalty to Alistair is firm, but I've also got to protect everything I've built. I start the engine, merging into traffic. The city lights flash across my windshield, each glow shaping an afterimage on the glass. By the time I approach my penthouse, my thoughts remain knotted around tomorrow's meeting. I try to imagine the face of this ex-thief, but my mind's eye only sees outlines and shadows. Whatever transpires, it's clear my controlled world is about to shift. When a convicted forger and a high-end gallery owner are forced to join forces, sparks will fly, maybe forging an alliance, or maybe burning both of us. Trust is a luxury I've never given lightly, and I doubt someone who spent years behind bars will hand hers out freely either. I brake at a red light, scanning the pedestrians crossing in front of me. Each one is a reminder that we all carry secrets. Some secrets remain hidden behind closed doors. Others threaten to tear down everything if left uncontained. The Finch name is on the line, which puts me in the crosshairs as well. Tomorrow I'll walk into that meeting, eyes open, guard raised, and see if the ex-con named Sera Vance is more trouble than she's worth.
Chapter 3. Sera. Morning creeps over the windowsill with cautious light, and I crack one eye open to stare at a ceiling that isn't lined by concrete and iron. The air here is not exactly soothing, but it's leagues better than Lockton's recycled staleness. A bedside clock ticks away each second, as though reminding me there's no pause button on this arrangement. The government phone on the table remains silent so far, though I half expect it to ring with the new demands. I swing my feet onto the thin carpet, testing the floor's chill beneath my toes. My temporary apartment is a rectangle with minimal furniture, a kitchenette, and a battered couch that looks like it came from a thrift store. Compared to a prison cell, it's a penthouse suite. Still, I can't shake the feeling that every corner hides some electronic eye waiting to record my smallest slip. The overhead light fixture flickers once as I cross into the kitchenette. A single window reveals a slice of Manhattan's skyline, reminding me of the city's unrelenting pace. A hum of traffic seeps through the glass, horns layering with distant shouts from the street. It's the sound of normal people living normal lives, folks who have never bartered their freedom in a covert deal with the feds. I rummage in the fridge, finding a carton of eggs and some stale bread. It's not prison fare, but it's definitely not gourmet. I scramble 2 eggs, ignoring the anxiety swirling in my chest. Today, I'm meeting the liaison they've decided to saddle me with. I picture a balding man in a cheap suit barking orders and micromanaging my every move. If that's the case, I might lose my mind before this mission even starts. I already don't like Lucien Cross. A soft beep interrupts my cooking. The phone on the table lights up, an incoming message. I tap the screen and see Agent Palomo's name. I'll pick you up at 9:15. Meeting is at 10. Don't be late. I switch off the burner, letting the eggs cool as I type a terse reply. Fine. I've never been the type to volunteer small talk. Deciding I might as well shower, I leave the eggs untouched. My reflection in the bathroom mirror greets me with a stark reminder. My hair is still twisted into a bun from yesterday, the style I used to keep it out of my face. Dark circles cling under my eyes, courtesy of restless sleep. After a long moment, I strip off my t-shirt and step into a lukewarm shower. Water cascades over my locks, and steam fogs the mirror. For a few seconds, it's possible to imagine I'm just a woman going about her day, rather than an ex-con with a mission to infiltrate an underworld of smugglers. Memory surges. The swirl of rumors about me inside Lockton. The guards who whispered that I was too confident for a thief who got caught. Even behind bars, I refused to cower. What they never understood was that prison stripped me of everything but my pride. I had to cling to something. Now that I'm out, I'm not sure how much of that pride survived intact. I towel off and dress in dark jeans and a black sweater. Nothing flashy, just comfortable enough to face whatever formalities are coming. When I check the clock again, it's already 9:10. Perfect. Palomo is on his punctual crusade, so I grab my jacket, slip my phone into the pocket, and hurry out the door. The hallway leading to the elevator is drab, but at least the overhead lighting doesn't flicker. Each step echoes in the hush, as if the building itself holds its breath. Down on the curb, Palomo's SUV idles, tinted windows betraying no glimpse of who's inside. I climb into the front passenger seat, shutting the door behind me. He's wearing a gray suit, his posture as rigid as a soldier at attention. He nods once in greeting. Morning, Miss Vance. I latch the seatbelt. Morning. So what's on the agenda besides meeting your liaison in a stuffy conference room? Details will be explained at the location. This is bigger than just meeting one person. He pulls away from the curb, merging into traffic with ease. Nervous? My gaze flicks to him. Should I be? I guess we'll find out. He offers a faint shrug, but there's a note of tension in the set of his jaw. It's not every day we orchestrate a partnership between a gallery mogul and a recently paroled thief. Everyone wants it to go smoothly. I sink deeper into the seat as my mind whirls about the things I know of Lucien Cross. Palomo turns the wheel, heading toward a cluster of tall buildings. Lucien Cross, he's well known in elite art circles. High-end collector, philanthropic efforts, that sort of thing. Sounds fancy. The words come out flat. My chest tightens as I recall the stories I heard in passing. Cross is a name whispered in certain circles I used to run with. He's the type who demands authenticity, uncompromising about provenance. If I'd encountered him in my old life, I'd have kept a wide berth, out of fear he'd sniff out my forgeries. Just try not to start trouble. Palomo spares me a look that's half wary, half pleading. I'm not the one who insisted on this partnership, I say. If Cross decides he hates me on sight, that's your problem. He exhales, tapping the brakes as we slow behind a line of cars. We're nearly there. The reflection of the skyscraper glistens in the windshield. Each window tinted a slightly different hue of silver. My stomach twists with nerves I refuse to show. The looming building resembles a fortress meant to keep secrets locked away. We park in an underground garage, each pillar marked with bright numbers. Palomo parks in a reserved spot, then gestures for me to follow him to an elevator. He swipes a badge, the doors slide open, and we ascend. The hum of the lift is louder than I'd like, drowning any chance of silence that might calm my thoughts. After a few floors, we stop in a corridor with gray carpeting, overhead lights casting a clinical glow. We pass a couple of closed doors. until we reach one with the label Federal Cultural Crimes Division, Conference Room B. My chest clenches when I see a guard stationed near the door, but Palomo simply nods at him. The guard steps aside, letting us in. Inside, a wide conference table spans the room. Chairs arranged neatly. At one end stands Mira Kazemi, the woman who first outlined my parole agreement. She's flipping through a stack of documents. Her sharp gaze lands on me. "Right on time," she says, sounding neither pleased nor upset. "Have a seat." I settle into one of the chairs, scanning the space. The walls are a neutral beige. A few prints of antique tapestries hang with minimal flair, presumably to remind visitors of the department's focus. A slight chill raises goosebumps on my arms, or maybe it's the tension swirling in here. Mira sets down her papers and inclines her head at Palomo. "Where's Cross?" she asks, directing the question to him. He checks his watch. "Should be here soon." In that instant, a different door clicks open. I look up, expecting a typical stiff-collared authority figure. Instead, my gaze lands on a man who is decidedly not typical. He's tall, probably a few inches over 6 feet, with broad shoulders that fill out a meticulously tailored charcoal suit. His dark blonde hair is streaked with faint threads of silver, swept back in a style that screams polished confidence. His features bear a quiet intensity, especially around his ice blue eyes. If intimidation had a poster child, it would look a lot like him. His focus snaps to me. I sense a flicker of curiosity before he masters his expression into a polite mask. My pulse does an odd lurch. I force myself to remain still, returning his assessing stare. He moves closer, stopping across from me on the table. Each measured step suggests a man used to controlling a room. Mira clears her throat. "Sera Vance, meet Lucien Cross." He acknowledges me with a faint nod. "Pleasure." The single word sounds anything but carefree. There's a reserved quality in his voice that makes me wonder if he's used to playing power games, or maybe he's bracing for conflict. Mira gestures for him to sit. Lucien slides into a chair, posture impeccably straight. I notice how he glances at me, not with overt scorn, but more like he's dissecting me piece by piece. The scrutiny sets my nerves on edge, though I keep my face neutral. "Now that we're all assembled," Mira begins, "let's get down to the immediate objective. You both know the basics. An underground smuggling ring is trafficking antique textiles and shipping counterfeit pharmaceuticals. The Finch Foundation's name has appeared in certain forged documents, so Alistair Finch volunteered Mr. Cross to assist our investigation." She offers a tight smile, and Lucien dips his head in acknowledgement. "Yes," he says, "I'm prepared to use my connections within the art world to gain access to private auctions and see if any suspicious leads surface. The question is, how Miss Vance fits in." His tone is polite, but there's an undercurrent of wariness. I drum my fingers on the table. I fit in because no one's going to trust you if you show up alone. All legitimate and squeaky clean. But an ex-thief who knows the ropes might open doors you can't. He shifts his attention to me fully, gaze unwavering. "So you're the door opener." A flash of heat coils in my chest, annoyance maybe. "I'm more than a door opener, Cross. I'm the one who actually understands how criminals think, how they move stolen textiles under false provenances. You can parade your suit around all you like, but these folks smell novices from a mile away. You need me to look authentic." His jaw tightens. "And what's to stop you from taking advantage? Slipping off with whatever valuable items you find?" I lean forward slightly. That's rich, coming from someone who's never spent a day behind bars. Let me guess. You think I'm desperate enough to sabotage my own second chance for a quick payday? My heart bangs in my chest, but I refuse to look away. Mira intervenes before the tension escalates further. "That's enough. Both of you know the stakes. Miss Vance has a strict clause in her parole. If she deviates, she goes straight back to Lockton. And Mr. Cross, your entire business stands to lose credibility if you fail. Neither side wants to sabotage the mission. Lucien exhales, and I spot the faint twitch of his fingers against the table, a sign he might be schooling himself into calm. All right, he says. I'll trust the system you've set up, Miss Kazemi, but I won't tolerate any recklessness. I fold my arms, ignoring the prickle of frustration. That makes two of us. Mira slides a file across the table. I'll leave the details of how you approach the underground, leads to you two. Palomo and I will handle external coordination. We have intel about a small auction happening next week, an event known for passing questionable relics under the table. That might be a good place to start. Lucien flips open the file, his brow furrowing slightly. I watch the swift concentration in his eyes, a sign he's used to analyzing documents. For a split second, his upper lip curls with distaste, though he masks it quickly. Must be tough for him to see the art he loves reduced to a vehicle for counterfeit schemes. I lean in to skim the page. It lists a handful of items rumored to appear at the auction: an antique loom from the late 18th century, a set of embroidered panels of uncertain origin. A note reads, possible link to Finch Foundation ledger entries. The phrase sends a chill straight to my nerves. If this ring is forging connections to legitimate institutions, they're deeper than I realized. Mira moves to a small screen on the wall, pressing a button to display a photograph. A tattered tapestry with a design that appears worn by time. We suspect items like these are stuffed with hidden compartments for smuggling. The criminals rely on restoration experts to pass them off as fully intact. That's where Miss Vance's knowledge could prove invaluable. Lucien angles his head, analyzing the tapestry's pattern. Understood. He snaps the file shut. So the plan is to attend the auction as prospective buyers, glean who's behind these trades, and then trace the supply chain. Do we have cover identities? Mira nods. We'll provide background documentation. Miss Vance will pose as an independent textile specialist, someone you hired due to her rumored expertise in lesser-known fabrics. We want the smugglers curious enough to approach you, but not suspicious. I regard Lucien, noticing how he taps a single knuckle against his lips as he mulls over the setup. For a brief moment, he meets my stare. Something flickers there, maybe a grudging acceptance that we'll have to rely on each other. The tension between us feels tangible, like a string pulled taut. Mira concludes, we'll also give you earpieces for certain outings, in case we need to intervene. But mostly, you're on your own in the field. Any slip could blow the operation. Understood? We both nod. Palomo checks his watch, and Mira closes the file. We'll coordinate final details in 3 days. Until then, I suggest you two get acquainted with each other's methods. The deeper your cover, the better. She dismisses us with a quick motion. Lucien and I stand simultaneously, and he gestures for me to exit first. His courtesy doesn't fool me. He's probably itching to get away from me. I step into the hallway, feeling the bracing chill of the air conditioner blow across my skin. Palomo lingers with Mira, discussing final logistics, so I walk alongside Lucien in silence. We reach the elevator, and he presses the button. I sense his gaze flicking to me, searching for a reason to trust or distrust. I can't hold back a pointed question. Do you always look this thrilled when you have to collaborate with someone beneath your social standing? He releases a faint exhale that might be a laugh or a sigh. Is that what you think this is? Me looking down on you? Isn't it? I step into the elevator, watching him follow. Our reflections cast a mirrored tension in the polished panels. He studies the floor indicator. I'm not particularly fond of criminals, no. But you're not exactly helpless, are you? Prison or not, you know how to handle yourself. I bristle, though I'm unsure if it's from the word criminal or the insinuation that I'm capable of who knows what. Thanks for the pep talk, Cross. Nice to know you won't automatically assume I'm a liability. The elevator doors slide shut, and we descend together. The hum of the cables envelops us in a cocoon of charged quiet. I sense him shifting closer, a wave of subtle cologne drifting my way. There's something about his presence that crackles with authority, an undercurrent of control. When we reach the parking level, the doors open onto the sterile glow of fluorescent lights. I spot Palomo a few steps behind us. Lucien adjusts his jacket sleeve before fixing me with a level stare. We need to prepare for next week's auction. I'll have someone from my gallery contact you about the exact approach. I cock my head. You trust your assistants to handle hush-hush investigations? His jaw clenches, then relaxes. My security detail, then. But yes, I do trust my staff. I've vetted them thoroughly, which is more than I can say about you. Heat flares in my chest. I'm about to fire back when Palomo intercepts us, clearing his throat. Ready, Miss Vance? Before I answer, Lucien addresses Palomo with cool politeness. Make sure she has everything she needs to read up on the pieces rumored to be at that auction. I want no mistakes. His words taste of challenge, so I respond in kind. I'm not the one who's going to slip up. If you start acting like a hero in these criminal circles, they'll smell you out in seconds. He inclines his head with a trace of a wry smile. Then I'll be sure to follow your lead. It's a half-teasing, half-barbed remark, like he's daring me to prove my worth. For a second, I wonder if we'll ever manage to be civil. Then he steps away, footsteps echoing against concrete until he disappears around a corner. Only when I can't see him anymore does my breath uncoil from my chest. Palomo nudges my elbow. That went well enough, all things considered. I resist an urge to laugh at the understatement. He's intense. You'll get used to it, Palomo mutters, leading me back toward his SUV. We're dealing with some powerful names after all. It's going to take both of you pulling your weight to make this operation succeed. I sink into the passenger seat and watch the grim lines on Palomo's face as he starts the engine. Lucien Cross is every inch the polished figure I dreaded, sophisticated, guarded, and capable of pinning me in place with a single look. And I'm supposed to waltz into an underworld of smugglers by his side. My survival hinges on a man who sees me as the worst kind of wild card. Traffic is heavier now, horns competing with sirens. The city's midday hustle in full force. As we inch through clogged intersections, my thoughts drift. For all of Lucien's suspicions, there's a flicker of intrigue beneath my anger. The way he stands, confident yet coiled, suggests a mind that doesn't miss details. Working with someone that sharp will either keep me safe or back me into a corner I can't escape. I press my forehead to the window, and I shut my eyes for a second. Lockton feels both far away and uncomfortably close. I never imagined that stepping out of prison would land me in an uneasy alliance with a gallery owner of Lucien's caliber. Maybe I should have expected it. My life's never been predictable. When I open my eyes again, we're nearing my temporary apartment building. Gray clouds mar the afternoon sky, promising a storm later. Palomo parks, and I move to exit, but he stops me with a hand on my arm. Word of advice, he says quietly, glancing around as though the walls might have ears. Cross might seem like he's got everything under control, but even he isn't bulletproof. Trust is going to be hard on both sides. Give it time. Don't sabotage yourself before this starts. I won't, I answer, more certain than I feel. I want out of this for good. That means seeing it through. He releases my arm and lets me climb out. I head upstairs, footsteps heavy with the new tension. The apartment feels emptier than before when I let myself in. The fridge hums in the silence, a reminder that life goes on even when everything else is precarious. I toss my jacket over a chair and notice a small folder on the table that wasn't there earlier. It bears the seal of the Cultural Crimes Division. Inside is a sheaf of papers detailing next week's auction, lots rumored to include rare antique panels, textiles of obscure origin. There's a single photo of the warehouse venue, an industrial space rebranded for exclusive auctions. People with too much money and little moral compass frequent these events, snapping up questionable treasures for personal collections. My pulse skitters as I flip the page. The items listed might not be the largest scandal in the art world, but if they're connected to bigger fish, it could spell trouble. Smuggling counterfeit drugs hidden in hollowed looms or disguised inside embroidery. Who'd suspect ancient fabric? This entire operation is cunning. A note at the end. Coordinate with Cross to establish joint cover. Ms. Vance's knowledge in textile authenticity and forging may be required to pass security checks. My stomach twists at the phrase. Once again, I'm reminded that they only trust me because of my criminal past. That knowledge is both infuriating and ironically satisfying. I set the papers down, crossing to the window. The promised storm approaches, dark clouds drifting into place. Rain soon peppers the glass with scattered droplets. I rest a hand on the sill, letting the chill seep into my palm. Tomorrow, I'll have to meet with Lucien's security or staff, plan how we'll approach the auction. My mind replays his careful, assessing stare. There was caution, but also something else. Maybe a spark of curiosity. We're both treading new ground. He's not used to dealing with ex-cons, and I'm not used to collaborating with the polished aristocracy of the art world. I clasp the fabric scrap that I keep in my pocket, a fragment of my grandmother's quilt. The edges are worn, but the pattern still pulses with vibrant color. That scrap stands for everything stolen from my family. If this mission helps me unearth a path back to what I lost, maybe I can live with the tension swirling around Lucien Cross. Rain intensifies, drumming on the window. My reflection stares back at me, uncertain and resolute in equal measure. I release the cloth, letting it fall against my thigh. If trust is a luxury, then I'll earn it on my own terms, or I won't bother. And if Lucien thinks I'm just another criminal waiting to cheat him, I might have to show him there's more to me than my rap sheet. Outside, a flash of lightning illuminates the sky, followed by rolling thunder. A storm in the city always feels claustrophobic, but it can also wash away the grime. Perhaps that's what I need now. A jolt powerful enough to shake loose old assumptions. Standing here, I realize I'm caught in a tempest that spans more than just the weather. And tomorrow I'll take another step deeper into it, side by side with a man who can't decide if I'm the solution or a threat. For me, neither label fully fits. I'm just a woman who refuses to crumble under a system that's never cared. I'll do what it takes to claim a future outside of prison walls, no matter how many pointed looks or scathing remarks Lucien Cross throws my way. As lightning flickers again, I bow my head and let my eyes close. The city surges below, alive and unrepentant. So am I. Tomorrow can bring what it wants. I'll be ready. I thought I was getting a fake marriage, but I didn't know my story was being told by Miss Tyler.
This isn't just any fake marriage now, is it?
No. You introduced me to the devil.
Come on, girl. Jacob isn't that bad.
Oh, I love Jacob. His family, on the other hand?
Beggars can't be choosers, Nyla. You should be grateful I even let Jacob Stone look your way.
I just wanted to save my granddaddy. Is that so bad? Why couldn't you let this be a normal fake marriage? Instead, you put me in a twisty story filled with money, betrayal, power, and lies.
Let's not forget love.
That's what keeps me going. But not gonna lie, Miss Tyler. This story you got me in ain't the simple fake marriage happy ending I thought it would be.
It's not. Where would be the fun in that?
Treat yourself to Say Less, I Love You. New releases every Thursday, now with longer episodes. Or skip the wait and grab the full series bundle from TylerWalker.com for up to 85% off. Treat yourself with Miss Tyler.
Chapter 4. Lucien. I'm standing in a drafty side room of the Finch Foundation's archives, listening to the muffled chatter of assistants bustling through the hall. There's an antique tapestry in front of me, pinned carefully to a cushioned board. Light from an overhead lamp casts shadows across the ornate threads. I focus on the pattern of stylized lilies, each petal rendered in faded blues and golds. Supposedly, this piece is suspect. Someone hinted it's been used to funnel counterfeit grants and contraband. I'm determined to confirm or debunk that rumor. The door opens behind me and I square my shoulders. My pulse notches up, which is absurd. Then I hear her voice low, confident, and touched with an undercurrent of impatience. "Where exactly do you want me?" Sera asks someone in the corridor, probably an intern. She's got that razor-sharp tone that suggests any nonsense won't be tolerated. I keep my back turned, focusing on the tapestry's worn edges. A second later, she steps into the room, carrying a slim folder and wearing a fitted jacket over slim black pants. Her locks are twisted into a neat arrangement that reveals the slender line of her neck. Her presence prickles the air, as though she's brought a current of charged energy that tries to wrap around me. She closes the door, and the conversation from the hall fades. I turn to face her, and I despise the way my breath feels momentarily shallow. Sera Vance is not what I expect from a criminal consultant. She's poised, with smooth brown skin and an angular jaw that carries a subtle scar. There's a refinement in the way she tilts her head like she grew up dancing, each movement precise. It contradicts the file that claims she scammed her way around half a dozen art dealers before being caught. Then I see her eyes, dark and penetrating, as if searching for every secret I'm trying to keep hidden. "Good morning," I say coolly, measuring my tone. She offers a nod, crossing the room. There's a faint floral scent on her skin, something understated yet distinctive. I feel ridiculous noticing it, so I step aside to let her see the tapestry on display. "Sera," I begin, ensuring we have the room to ourselves. "Apparently, we're both here to authenticate this piece for evidence." She stands close enough that her shoulder nearly skims mine. My mind registers the heat from her body, the subtle shift of her weight as she inspects the tapestry. When she lifts her hand to trace a delicate swirl of embroidery without touching my chest tightens. She's surprisingly gentle for someone with a reputation for forging and stealing. Her voice cuts through my distracted thoughts. It's 18th century French, if I'm not mistaken. But the dies look mismatched in certain sections. Probably restitched at some point. I nod. Finch Foundation records claim it was donated through a foreign estate sale. The question is whether those records are genuine. I lift a small magnifier, offering it to her. The archivist claims the provenance documents are in question. She accepts the magnifier, leaning in to examine the tapestry. I make the mistake of glancing at her profile, sharp cheekbones, full lips pressed together in concentration. A traitorous pulse flutters in my veins. It's infuriating that I notice the softness of her mouth when I've only known her as an ex-thief who doesn't particularly like me. She shakes her head, stepping back. Someone tried to pass off certain threads as older than they are. There's modern synthetic in that corner. See how it catches the light differently? This thing's been tampered with. Which means the donation record could be forged, I say, crossing my arms. Or the tapestry was compromised after the Foundation accepted it. Either way, it's suspicious. She sets the magnifier down. "You think this is part of the smuggling ring?" "I think it could be one of many pieces funneled through official channels to hide something else. Counterfeit drug shipments or money laundering, perhaps." Her lips tug in a sardonic line. "So we're verifying an ancient cloth to see if criminals used it as a Trojan horse." "That's the gist," I confirm. "If the Finch Foundation's name appears on the ledger, they become suspect. We need to confirm or deny any wrongdoing." Her gaze drifts to me, a flicker of irritation in her eyes. "You do realize you could have done this on your own. You have the resources. Why drag me here?" "It was the Finch Foundation's request, not mine," I answer, feeling my jaw tighten. "They want to ensure no stone is unturned, and you supposedly have a knack for spotting fakes in hidden compartments. Sera's arms fold in a stance mirroring mine. You say supposedly like you doubt me. I let a beat of silence linger. Let's say I reserve judgment until I see you in action. A faint snort escapes her. Right. Because you're never wrong. My temper flickers. I tamp it down, recalling the lecture from Alistair about working with her. If we keep sniping at each other, we won't get anywhere. How about we examine the backside of the tapestry to see if there's a hidden pocket or an additional layer? She exhales, stepping forward to help me lift the tapestry from the pinned board. Our fingers almost brush. That small contact sends a prick of unwanted awareness through me, and I set the cloth on a nearby table, exposing the backside. She hovers close, scanning for unusual lumps or seams. I clear my throat. So, Miss Vance? Sera, she corrects without looking at me. We're working together. No need for formality. Sera, I repeat, ignoring the subtle quickening of my pulse. You've been out of Lockton for how long? She stiffens, but her focus remains on the tapestry. Long enough. You want my backstory? You can ask your contact at the FBI to send you my file. I've read it. My voice slips into a quieter register. But files don't always tell the whole story. She peeks at me from beneath her lashes. There's a guarded edge in her expression. Astonishing that you care about the whole story. I pegged you for the type who just wants results. I keep my tone level. I do want results, but I also want to avoid any mistakes that might jeopardize this investigation. A little context might help me know how you operate. She presses her lips together, as if weighing how much to reveal. This ring we're taking down, textiles, antiquities, the counterfeit drugs, it's the kind of job that requires inside knowledge, and inside knowledge is something I cultivated when I was forging. Now the government thinks they can use me. There's a resigned laugh. They're probably right. I study her profile. Something tells me she's glossing over years of hardship with that short summary. My chest tightens unexpectedly. Well, I say, my tone softer than I intend. If it helps, I'm not exactly thrilled about being forced into this either. She arches a brow. That's supposed to be your version of empathy. Before I can reply, she finds a thin slit in the tapestry's backing. Her deft fingers slip inside, pulling out a tiny square of folded paper. Shock flares in my chest. She glances at me. You missed a spot, Cross. She unfolds the note, scanning the smudged text. Her brows draw together. It's some kind of shipping reference, possibly a code? I lean over, catching a faint whiff of something citrusy near her collarbone. The closeness is distracting. 3 letters and 5 digits. Could be a container ID or a warehouse location. She holds it up, letting the overhead lamp illuminate the text. Does the name Radcliffe mean anything to you? Radcliffe, I echo, recalling Alistair once mentioned an ex-Finch researcher by that name. It might. Alistair Finch mentioned a Dr. Radcliffe who blew the whistle on Finch Pharmaceuticals years ago, right before the trials. They parted ways under suspicious circumstances. Sera tucks the note back into the slit. Then maybe this tapestry has more to do with the Finch Foundation than we realized. A knock on the door makes us both snap to attention. One of the assistants pokes his head in. Everything okay? Fine, Sera answers. Just need a few more minutes. He nods and retreats, leaving us alone again. The hush that follows vibrates with unspoken tension. I sense her stillness, the way she's trying to piece together new possibilities. So we have a clue, she says finally. Yes, and we'll have to follow up. I realize we're still standing close enough to share breath, so I step back. Do you think whoever stitched that pocket was trying to smuggle information out? She shrugs. Could be. If Radcliffe was involved, or if someone used his name as a decoy, this note might lead us to a bigger thread. I adjust the tapestry, smoothing out a crease. Then we'll pass it on to Mira Kazemi and her team. Let them run that code. Meanwhile, we prepare for the private auction next week. That's where we'll find the real players. Her voice gains a sharper note. And we're supposed to masquerade as partners, correct? I struggle not to focus on the shape of her mouth. Yes, as far as the auction crowd is concerned, you're my newly hired textile conservator and consultant, someone who doesn't mind dealing with items of uncertain origin. She gives a low, disbelieving laugh. Wouldn't be the first time. And what's your role? I straighten my cuffs, slipping back into the persona I've cultivated for years. I'm the high-profile collector with deep pockets and an eye for rare tapestries. I'll show enough arrogance to blend in with the unsavory types who run these auctions. She nods slowly, scanning me. Shouldn't be hard for you to act arrogant. The jibe lands. You talk a lot for someone who just came across contraband notes in an antique cloth. Her chin lifts. That's my job, Cross. I find hidden things. Maybe one day you'll be grateful. I feel an unwelcome stir of admiration. The confidence in her gaze is both maddening and intriguing. You're right, you're good at what you do. Just be careful not to get too comfortable. Her jaw tightens, but she flashes a sarcastic smile. I'll try to restrain myself from getting comfy in your world of privilege. The remark stings. Something in me wants to retort, but I swallow it down. We should finalize our cover story. Tensions aside, we can't blow our credibility at that auction. Sera rolls her shoulders. So we're ex-colleagues who parted ways. And now you've rehired me? Or am I brand new to your circle? I rub my thumb along the tapestry's edge, thinking, let's say we had a minor association a few years back when I sourced a rare piece. Make it plausible enough that people won't dig too deep. Her eyes flicker with subtle amusement. So I'm your find of the year, returning to consult. I've heard worse cover stories. A wry grin almost breaks my reserve, but I hold it in check. My phone vibrates in my pocket, probably a message from Alistair or Mira. I ignore it for now, focusing on Sera. The closeness returns as I help shift the tapestry back onto its mount. This time, our elbows brush. The contact makes my heart rate spike in a way I resent. Her skin is warm, her presence quietly electric. She must notice something in my expression. Her head tilts, curiosity flickering in her gaze. You all right? I'm fine, I say, more curtly than I intend. Let's just say, I didn't expect to be working with someone like you. Someone like me, she echoes, her tone mocking. An ex-con? A talented ex-con, I correct. One who might be more trouble than I'm prepared for. Her teeth press into her lower lip for a second. I've been labeled worse. A charged silence lingers, and I curse the tightening in my chest that comes whenever I look at her too long. Every rational part of me understands she's off-limits. She's a parolee. I'm a respected gallery owner, and we're forced into collaboration. Yet my body has inconvenient ideas about how close it wants to be. She's one gorgeous woman, and I'm a healthy, virile male. She must sense the tension because she takes a measured step back, eyes narrowed. If we're done here, I'll report to Mira about that note. I clear my throat. Yes, we're done. I busy myself, carefully folding the tapestry's corner for the archivist to handle. We'll speak again soon about final preparations for the auction. Remember, we need to present a united front. Her shoulders relax slightly, as if that's the first time I've said something resembling a peace gesture. Sure. Let me know when and where. I nod. She turns for the door, her stride confident, each footfall echoing in the quiet. Right before she reaches the threshold, she stops, glancing over her shoulder. There's an emotion in her gaze I can't quite decipher, part challenge, part curiosity. She lifts the folded paper with Radcliffe's code. I'll keep this safe until I hand it over. See you soon. The door closes, leaving me with the faint impression of her warmth in the air. I exhale slowly, pressing a hand against the tapestry's edge to steady myself. If I'm honest, she's the kind of woman who could dismantle my carefully ordered life with a single conversation. I can't stand how appealing that chaos seems. I gather my thoughts, reminding myself of the objective. Unravel the smuggling ring, protect the Finch Foundation, keep my own gallery from scandal. Sera Vance is a means to that end, albeit a complicated one. I force myself to focus on the tapestry, scanning its threads again for any missed compartments. But my mind keeps drifting to the curve of her jaw, the intelligence in her dark eyes, the way she seems so certain of herself despite everything she's endured. It's infuriating that I find her so distracting. I'm used to controlling my environment, curating the pieces that surround me. Sera doesn't fit the neat categories I've built my world around. She's fire in an elegant package, capable of burning me or lighting the way, maybe both. A soft knock disrupts my reverie. The same assistant from before peeks in. "Mr. Cross, do you need help returning the tapestry to storage?" I exhale, stepping away from my racing thoughts. "Yes, please." He moves in, carefully lifting the board. I follow him out of the side room, down the corridor where rows of shelves house priceless artifacts. The clack of our shoes echoes. My phone buzzes again, and this time I answer it, murmuring a hello. Mira's voice filters through. "I got word from Sera about the hidden note. Good work. I forwarded the code to our analysts." I glance at the assistant, who's too busy navigating the shelves to listen. "She found it, not me," I admit, though the admission tastes strange on my tongue. "Still, it's progress," Mira says. "We'll dig into Dr. Radcliffe's ties to Finch. Meanwhile, I need you and Sera to prepare for the auction. Let's keep the momentum going." I slip the phone back into my pocket, concluding the call. My thoughts wander to the upcoming days, drafting a convincing cover story with Sera, rehearsing how we'll interact at that illicit gathering. The idea of playing partners in front of questionable strangers sets my heart racing. If the criminals see a crack in our teamwork, they'll pounce. I reach the end of the hallway, watching the assistant store the tapestry carefully in a climate-controlled cabinet. A wave of restlessness grips me. The deeper I delve into this operation, the more I realize how precarious it is. Yet, an unexpected undercurrent of anticipation stirs whenever Sera crosses my path. It's a dangerous mix, professional risk and personal fascination. Stepping outside the archive's cool interior, I enter the main lobby of the Finch Foundation. A few visitors wander among the exhibits, reading placards about philanthropic projects. Light streams through tall windows, illuminating polished floors and a sculpture that commemorates the Finch family's contributions to medical research. Alistair and Gemma are nowhere in sight. They're probably busy fielding questions from reporters about the Foundation's finances. I head toward the exit, mind spinning with the puzzle we've uncovered. Dr. Radcliffe, coded references in a tapestry, and a black market pipeline that could ruin everything the Finches rebuilt. And in the center of this, I'm saddled with an ex-forger who looks at me like she's daring me to underestimate her. The late morning sun greets me as I step onto the sidewalk. A breeze carries the sounds of traffic and distant construction. Usually, I'd find reassurance in the orderly rhythm of my schedule, but now everything's been upended. My phone vibrates with a new email, probably gallery business, but I can't muster the usual enthusiasm. All I can think about is the slight brush of Sera's fingers against mine. My hands clench at my sides, irritation and something warmer tangling in my gut. She's an asset I need and a temptation I can't afford. I'd like to believe I can keep those two realities separate. I move down the steps, heading for my car. A swirl of images fills my head. Sera's intent expression as she uncovered that note. Her confident stride leaving the room, the barest hint of a smile when she caught me watching her. My heart kicks up again. By the time I slide into the driver's seat, the plan for the day is clear. I'll meet with Mira's team, finalize details for the auction infiltration, and bury any stray fascination for Sera under the weight of strategy. We have a job to do, and the stakes are too high for impulsive cravings. Traffic idles as I steer away from the Finch Foundation. I crank the radio, letting classical music fill the car, a familiar refuge. My tension lingers, though. The memory of Sera's presence refuses to fade. We clash, we jab, we unearth secrets in old cloth, and for reasons I don't want to analyze too deeply, I'm drawn to her. It's unwise, I remind myself again. She's a convicted thief on parole. I'm an art dealer with a polished name. Yet the feeling is already rooted, and I suspect it's only going to grow more complicated. There's no going back now. The only path is forward, deeper into a realm of risk, one that might unravel both our lives if we can't balance vigilance with the undeniable tension smoldering between us. I drive on, determination mingling with apprehension. The next steps lie ahead, revealing the tapestry's secrets, infiltrating that auction, and convincing the most ruthless art smugglers that we're on their side. Sera and I must appear united, even if we struggle to trust each other off stage. One thing is certain, she doesn't make it easy. But something tells me that once this mission truly ignites, neither of us will walk away unchanged. Chapter 6. Lucien. I walk through the arched entrance of my gallery's back office, the morning light casting oblong patterns across the hardwood floor. My assistant, Delilah, hovers by the desk, sorting through a pile of documents. She glances up as I enter, offering a tight smile that fails to mask her concern. There's a tension in the air that's unfamiliar to this space, my gallery, my sanctum. Yet here I am, grappling with secrets that threaten to unravel everything I've built. She sets down a folder. "Sir, Mira Kazemi's on the phone. She asked to speak with you immediately." I shift my weight, sensing the tug of dread in my chest. "All right. Please transfer the call to my private line." Delilah nods and steps out, leaving me to stride behind the polished mahogany desk. The phone buzzes. I press the blinking button. "Yes, this is Lucien Cross." Mira's voice crackles through the line, sharp and measured. "Good morning, I hope you have a moment." I sink into the chair, posture rigid. "Go ahead." "The sample wrapper Sera found tested positive for compounds commonly found in counterfeit analgesics. We're verifying the shipping code on that crate," she continues, words clipped. "You and Sera appear to be making progress, but I need an update on any new leads." Just for a second, I block out the rest, recalling the hush of that private viewing and the tension in Sera's voice when she whispered about residue in the crate. No fresh leads yet. We suspect whoever consigned the tapestry might be tied to a broader ring of forged donations. Mira hesitates. "I see." She lowers her voice. "I have to reiterate, Mr. Cross, Sera's safety is paramount. She's a parolee in a covert operation, under our direct oversight. If anything jeopardizes her well-being, we'll consider you liable. This arrangement only works if we trust you to keep her out of unnecessary danger." A throb of resentment flares in my chest. "I understand. I'm aware of my responsibilities." "Good," she says briskly. "We can't afford any missteps." She hangs up before I can respond. I set down the phone, anxiety simmering beneath my calm facade. Each day, the noose tightens. The Finch Foundation can't withstand another scandal, and Mira's team expects me to protect a woman who remains half a stranger. A formidable stranger, yes, but also someone who has every reason to distrust me. The memory of Sera's resolute gaze at that private viewing flashes through my mind. She's more skilled than she lets on, and the vulnerability lurking beneath her bravado is equally striking. The idea that I could be held responsible for her safety feels both unfair and strangely natural, like I've assumed an unspoken role in her protection, whether I asked for it or not. I stand, moving to the tall window that overlooks Midtown. The city hums below, traffic inching along the avenues. Against the morning glare, the reflection of my face looks grim, the lines around my eyes more pronounced. My gallery is a testament to order and beauty, but behind the scenes, everything's precarious. I glance at the stack of files on the corner of my desk. One sits slightly apart, an old appraisal report. Last night, after returning from the private viewing, I'd rummaged through my archives, searching for a faint memory niggling at the back of my mind. Sure enough, there it was. A few years ago, I praised a tapestry with identical stylistic elements to the one Sera and I uncovered. The brand new information still pounds against my temples. I once authenticated that same piece for a discreet client, someone who insisted on anonymity and paid handsomely for discretion. I exhale, flipping open the file. My neat handwriting describes the tapestry's pastoral scene, the 18th century origin, and remarks about partial restoration. At the time, I'd praised the skill of the conservator Gemma Finch, though her name was kept off the official paperwork by request. My chest tightens. If Sera finds out I recognize this tapestry's details from the start and failed to mention it, she'll interpret it as a betrayal. She already eyes me with caution, and this would confirm every suspicion she harbors about my honesty. A knock interrupts me. Delilah pokes her head back in. "Mr. Cross, Miss Vance is here. She said you were expecting her." Sera's early. I gather the file and tuck it into a drawer, mind racing. "Yes, show her in, thank you." Delilah disappears, replaced moments later by Sera. She closes the door quietly behind her, posture guarded. Her gaze sweeps the office, taking in the sleek modern furnishings, the sculptures on glass pedestals. I watch how her eyes land briefly on me, flick over the desk, then track back to me. Quick assessment, an ex-thief's reflexes. I keep my tone composed. "You're punctual." She lifts a brow. "It's our collaboration day, isn't it? Thought I'd make the effort." There's an air of charged politeness. She's in slim-cut jeans and a charcoal blazer, her locks twisted back. The confidence in her stance reminds me she's never been one to shrink from tension. I gesture toward a chair across from mine. "Please take a seat. Let's discuss the tapestry lead." She shakes her head. "I'd rather stand if it's all the same. It's been a morning." Her eyes narrow slightly as if she senses my disquiet. "Suit yourself." I shrug, leaning against the desk. "I spoke to Mira. The packaging you found definitely ties into counterfeit pharmaceuticals. No question about it now." Sera presses her lips together. "So we're dealing with a direct link to the ring. Did Mira mention what her next step is?" "She's tracing the shipping code from the crate," I say. "We should hear back soon." She tucks a lock of hair behind her ear. "All right. In the meantime, I want to know if you have any ideas about who consigned that tapestry. I checked my sources. Nothing solid. Whoever did it is covering their tracks." My stomach clenches at the thought of the file in the desk drawer. I force my expression to remain neutral. I'm reaching out to a few contacts as well. People who might recognize the piece. She studies me for a second, and I sense an undercurrent of suspicion. Nothing specific so far. I hold her gaze, ignoring the twinge of guilt. Not yet. Her features tighten, though she doesn't call me out. Maybe she can't be sure I'm hiding something, or maybe she's waiting to see if I'll volunteer more. I resist the urge to clear my throat. She'd catch that as a sign of nerves. Instead, I shift gears. "Mira also made one thing clear," I continue, lifting my chin. "She expects me to keep you from harm, or else I'm responsible. Apparently the government has no qualms pinning blame if anything goes wrong." Sera's mouth twists in a mirthless smile. "That must be a blow to your ego, having to play babysitter." "It's not about ego," I say through clenched teeth. "I'm perfectly capable of protecting a partner. I just didn't appreciate the ultimatum." She takes a slow step toward me, eyes flicking with challenge. "Partner, I thought you saw me as a liability." "Partners can be liabilities," I retort. "Doesn't mean the arrangement isn't necessary." Silence stretches between us. I catch the faint scent of her perfume, something floral with a spicy undertone. Unsettling, how a simple fragrance can worm beneath my defenses. Eventually, she breaks eye contact, scanning the sculptures near the window. A tension thrums along my spine, the same tension I felt at that private viewing. We're always hovering between rivalry and alliance. She exhales, crossing her arms. "We can't keep butting heads. If Mira's going to hold you accountable for my life, then we have to trust each other enough to stay on the same page. My chest grows tight. Trust is a luxury, remember? Her brows lift. So is freedom. I plan to keep mine. If that means we have to cooperate, let's do it. But cooperation requires honesty. I hear the implied question in her tone. Are you being honest with me? My pulse gives a guilty flutter, yet I keep my expression calm. I'll do what's necessary. That includes not dragging you into unwarranted risks. But full honesty is complicated. She opens her mouth to argue, but Delilah appears again, clearing her throat discreetly. Mr. Cross, Miss Kazemi is online too. She says it's urgent. Sera and I exchange a glance. I wave for her to follow me, picking up the phone as I press the speaker button. Mira, we're here. Mira's voice crackles in the open space. I traced that shipping code from the private viewing. It's tied to a small import-export company in the docks area, Neptune Holdings. The company is registered under multiple shell corporations. We suspect they're a conduit for smuggling artifacts and counterfeit meds. Sera steps closer to the desk, curiosity illuminating her features. So do we investigate Neptune Holdings directly? Mira's sigh is audible. Not yet. We're preparing a warrant, but we need more than a single tapestry link. If you two can confirm Neptune's involvement in the upcoming auction or catch them red-handed with forged donation records, we'll have what we need. I cross my arms, scanning Sera's intent expression. We'll do some digging. The auction is in a few days, so there should be chatter among the usual suspects. Good, Mira says. Her tone shifts. Also, the Finch Foundation is stepping up its own internal audit, worried about further infiltration. I trust you'll handle that tactfully, Lucien. I bristle but keep my voice even. Of course. All right, keep me posted. Mira hangs up, leaving the line humming. Sera taps her fingertips on the desktop. Neptune Holdings. I might have heard of them. Some murmur back in Lockton about a shipping front near the docks. Smugglers joked that if you wanted to move contraband, Neptune's crates were never inspected thoroughly. That fits, I say, the weight of the puzzle pressing against my thoughts. If Neptune's funneling items through private auctions, they'll need middlemen to launder the money. That's where the Finch Foundation faked grants come in, legitimizing shipments to philanthropic branches. She gives a somber nod. We need solid proof. Photos, logs, something. Tension coils in my gut. I glance at the clock on the wall. Nearly noon. My schedule includes a curatorial meeting in half an hour, but every fiber of me wants to hunt down the consignor of that tapestry. The note about Neptune Holdings only deepens my suspicion that I recognize the piece for a reason. Sera lifts an eyebrow. You seem preoccupied. I force a measured breath. Just thinking about the steps ahead. She hitches her messenger bag higher on her shoulder. Look, I can poke around certain circles. I still have old contacts who owe me information. They might know who's tied to Neptune Holdings, but you need to stay involved. We can't have you pulling away whenever it suits you. Pulling away? My voice rises slightly. I haven't pulled away. Her eyes narrow. Sometimes you feel distant, like you're holding back crucial details. Maybe I'm imagining it, but it's there. My heart stutters at how close she's come to the truth. I'm here, aren't I? Coordinating with you, exposing myself to potential threats. Your presence is one thing, she replies, voice quiet. Transparency is another. We lock gazes. The room crackles with unspoken tension. She's not entirely wrong. I am holding back. But I can't decide if confessing my prior appraisal of that tapestry would help or wreck any fragile trust we have. Delilah knocks again, more urgent this time. Mr. Cross, the curatorial team is waiting in the conference room for your final approval on the Venice exhibit. I lift a hand to acknowledge her. Sera rolls her eyes with a hint of mockery, as if to say, Ah, yes, the polished billionaire must attend to his day job. She steps back, heading for the door. I'll text you if I learn anything about Neptune Holdings. Her retreating silhouette stirs a pang in my chest that I refuse to name. Wait. The word slips out before I can stop it. She turns, one brow arched. Yes? I swallow my hesitation. Be careful out there. If you're asking around about smugglers, you'll draw attention. She nods, a strange softness in her eyes. I don't plan on being reckless. My assistant peeks in again, brows lifted in question. I wave her off with a brief gesture. I'll be right there, I say over my shoulder. Then I focus on Sera once more. Don't do anything without letting me know. We're a team, apparently. Her lips curve in a small, wry smile. I'm starting to believe you might mean that. She slips through the door, leaving me in a swirl of conflicting emotions. Relief, apprehension, and something that feels too close to longing. Once she's gone, the silence feels heavy. I approach the desk and open the drawer where I hid the old file. My gaze tracks the lines of my appraisal notes, the client's coded reference, the date. This tapestry is the same one. If Sera learns I authenticated it for an unnamed buyer not so long ago, she'll wonder why I didn't mention it from the start. She'll ask whether I'm complicit in the ring or simply incompetent. I run a hand down my face, inhaling slowly. I can't destroy the file. That would be foolish. But telling her the truth now could drive a wedge between us at a critical moment. My mind wrestles with the moral weight. Do I bury the past for the sake of progress or risk her anger by revealing my earlier connection? A beep from my phone signals a text. I glance at the screen. It's Alistair Finch requesting a private call this evening. Perfect timing. Alistair might be my best chance at unraveling the Finch Foundation's involvement without going public, or he might demand that I keep the Foundation's name spotless, pushing me further into secrecy. Delilah peeks in again. Sir, the curatorial team is waiting. I snap the file shut. Right. Thank you. I'm on my way. Steeling myself, I exit the office and walk briskly down the hall to the conference room. The team stands around a table covered in exhibition materials, Venetian-themed sculptures, photographs, proposals for lighting design. They greet me with polite smiles, but I barely register them. My mind is stuck on the tapestry, Neptune Holdings, and the knowledge that I'm withholding from Sera. I feign interest in the documents, nodding whenever someone points out a design flaw or suggests a creative display method. My feedback emerges automatically, like muscle memory from years of running this place. In truth, my concentration is scattered, half of me tracking every hour we spend not investigating Neptune Holdings. After the meeting, I slip away, ignoring a colleague calling my name. My phone buzzes again, a message from Palomo, giving me an update that nothing new has surfaced about the consignor. Then a second one from Sera. Got a name? Someone who might link Neptune to the private auctions. Meet tomorrow? My pulse kicks up. Yes. Text me a location, I type back. As I press send, footsteps echo behind me. I turn to see Delilah holding a to-do list, apologetic. Mr. Cross, I'm sorry, but we have back-to-back appointments this afternoon with prospective donors. I rake a breath, nodding absently. Of course. Thank you. She hands over the schedule. My eyes glaze over at the details, but I force myself to focus enough to memorize the times. Rescheduling might spark speculation that I'm preoccupied with clandestine matters. Rumors spread easily in high society circles, and the last thing I need is an investor asking if the gallery is involved in questionable dealings. So I endure the rest of the day meeting with donors, discussing upcoming art installations, forging smiles where sincerity lacks. Through it all, the stolen glimpses of my phone remind me of a far more dangerous mission waiting after hours. My entire facade, this polished, controlled life, feels precarious. As dusk settles, I excuse myself from a final conversation with a donor who's interested in sponsoring an upcoming exhibit. The moment the door closes, I slump against the wall, a rare moment of candid exhaustion. I replay Mira's warning. You're liable if something happens to Sera. The words tighten in my chest. Coupled with the tapestry secret, it's enough to make my stomach churn. I breathe through the disquiet, letting the hush of an empty corridor seep into my bones. This is the price of stepping into a labyrinth of criminals and conspiracies. I'm knee-deep in secrets, and I might lose more than my reputation if I'm not careful. My phone vibrates. Another text from Sera. Tomorrow, 10 a.m. Coffee shop on Willow Street. Don't be late. A flicker of wry amusement tugs at me. She's bossy, but she's effective. I'll be there. The promise sits heavy in my mind. We'll share whatever scraps of intel we've gathered, all while I hide the fact that I've already touched this tapestry once before. It's a fragile truce, peppered with lies by omission. And yet, I can't shake the awareness that every minute spent in Sera's orbit stirs a deeper sense of connection, one that unsettles me as much as it intrigues me. I push off from the wall, determination edging out my guilt. If I can navigate this labyrinth without exposing my past involvement with that tapestry, maybe we'll find the kingpins pulling the strings, exonerate the Finch Foundation, and keep Sera alive in the process. Time will tell if those threads can be woven into a success story, or if everything will unravel at the worst possible moment. For now, I bury the memory of that old appraisal in the deepest recesses of my mind, telling myself it's better this way. If Sera can't sense my deception, we have a chance at functioning as a team. The day I confess might be inevitable, but I'll face that fallout when I must. Until then, I have a role to play. The polished billionaire with enough clout to infiltrate dangerous auctions. The man charged with protecting an ex-con who stirs my blood more than I care to admit. I straighten my sleeves, push open the door to my office, and stare at the neatly organized desk. The hidden file remains locked away. Dawn will bring another step deeper into these shadows. My only option now is to hope that, when the time comes, I'll be ready for the confrontation, waiting on the other side of this carefully crafted lie.
Chapter 7. Sera. I step out of Lucien's sleek town car into a night that crackles with possibility and danger. The so-called auction is taking place in an unmarked building on the fringes of Midtown, a place that looks like an abandoned warehouse from the outside. A discreet black awning has been added, giving it a veneer of sophistication that fools nobody. This is a backdoor operation run by people who thrive on secrecy. But we're here to infiltrate, not admire the decor. Lucien emerges beside me, tugging his jacket sleeves into place. The metallic glint of the street lamp reflects off the faint silver in his dark blonde hair. He exudes the calm confidence of a man used to commanding a room. I inhale slowly, trying to steady my heartbeat. We've cultivated our cover story. Two wealthy collectors looking for rare textiles. Our forged invitation states we have bottomless pockets and a taste for the obscure. If all goes right, we'll either glean enough intel to connect Neptune Holdings to this smuggling ring, or end up fending off suspicious criminals. Ready? Lucien's low voice draws my attention. The word hums with tension, as though he's aware of the 1,000 ways this could blow up. I meet his gaze and force a casual smile. Let's try not to get shot. He lifts a brow. I'd rather avoid that, yes. Then he offers his arm, sliding easily into the role of a polished aristocrat, escorting his companion. I slip my hand into the crook of his elbow, playing along. The warmth of his body seeps through his tailored suit. Though he tries to mask it, I feel the subtle tautness in his muscles. He's bracing for trouble just as much as I am. We walk to the entrance, where a pair of security guys stand, their suits a notch too tight around broad shoulders. One checks a list on a tablet, while the other performs a cursory scan with a handheld metal detector. My pulse ticks higher, but I keep my expression bored. Lucien gives a stately nod. The security man glances at the name on his device, and we're waved inside. The interior doesn't match the dingy facade. Chandeliers hang overhead, and the walls are draped in velvets to create makeshift corridors leading to different showrooms. Soft classical music emanates from hidden speakers. The effect is elegant enough to convince the untrained eye that this is a legitimate event, but I sense the tension humming beneath the surface. Buyers cluster in small groups, discussing potential acquisitions in hushed voices. Each face is composed, each posture carefully guarded. Not an ounce of innocence in sight. Lucien and I drift toward the main hall. My dress is a deep burgundy, chosen to stand out just enough while still letting me fade into a crowd if I need to vanish. A staff member passes, offering champagne flutes on a silver tray. I accept one for show, letting the bubbles dance against the glass. Lucien takes a flute as well, though I doubt either of us plans to drink. We're here to watch, listen, gather intel. We pause near a display of antique rugs. The staff has staged them on tall frames, like paintings, inviting people to examine the patterns up close. I pretend to admire the weaving, running my gloved hand over the edge. Lucien quietly surveys the other guests, scanning for known smugglers or suspicious faces. The tension in his jaw reminds me to keep my own guard high. A short distance away, a slender man in a pinstripe suit catches my eye. His name is Gianni, a fence I crossed paths with years ago. He's the type who can source an Etruscan statue or a stolen Basquiat without batting an eyelash. Rumors says he's been dabbling in textiles recently. Maybe that's why he's here. If I can get him talking about Neptune Holdings or the consigners behind these auctions, we might learn who's orchestrating the pipeline for counterfeit drugs. I nudge Lucien discreetly. See that man near the Persian rug display? He follows my gaze. The one who looks like he's memorizing every price tag? Yes, Gianni, fence, occasional broker of stolen goods. If anyone can spill details about tonight's secret sellers, it'll be him. Lucien's lips thin. How do we approach? A swirl of an idea takes shape. Let me handle it. I'll introduce myself as your consultant. We'll see if he recognizes me. If he does, I'll spin a story about a new investor. Lucien's eyes narrow as he catches my meaning. And what will I do? Play the wealthy patron, look a bit bored, disinterested. If Gianni thinks you're not paying attention, he'll let more slip. He exhales, posture stiff. Fine, but be careful. Gianni doesn't seem trustworthy. I hide a smirk. None of them are, Cross. We maneuver across the hall, weaving past clusters of potential buyers. I let my fingers trail along Lucien's lapel as if adjusting a stray thread, forcing him to lean down to hear me. Looks like I'll have to flirt, I mutter. Don't blow a fuse. His gaze flicks to my hand. Just don't vanish on me. We agreed to do this together. Relax, I tease under my breath. You can rescue me if I bat my eyelashes twice. He gives me a wry glance, and I step away, letting the pull of the crowd separate us so I can slip closer to Gianni without Lucien following me. Gianni turns at the rustle of my dress, his eyes lighting when he sees me approach. He doesn't recognize me immediately. I can tell by the mild curiosity in his expression. Excuse me, I say, adopting a cultured, slightly bored tone. That Persian rug is lovely. Do you know if they have more from the same estate? Gianni's mouth curves into a knowing smile. I might have heard something along those lines. Are you buying for yourself? I let a hint of a smirk show. My employer. I tilt my head in Lucien's direction. He stands by a glass case displaying embroidered table runners, occasionally glancing our way. He's quite eager to expand his collection, and I'm helping him source unique pieces. Gianni's gaze flickers. Your employer has taste then. Most of these items come from discreet sellers who prefer anonymity. I'm sure we can arrange a more private viewing if the price is right. I swirl my champagne, maintaining eye contact. Perhaps. But I like to vet potential partners, Heard you might be the man to talk to about certain backdoor acquisitions. I let the words trail off suggestively. He arches a brow. And why is that? Because I've got leads on valuable textiles. I pick a random direction, letting him fill in the blanks. Exquisite pieces that could fetch a fortune if sold correctly. Problem is, I need the right conduit to move them. His smile deepens, revealing a shark-like gleam. You've done your homework? I give a careless shrug, as though smuggling priceless artifacts is no big deal. I prefer dealing with professionals. He steps closer, lowering his voice. Professional or not, I don't like to jump into business blind. Who are you? I let my lips quirk in a half grin. Let's just say I've been known to acquire things no one else can. If you handle discreet transport, we might profit together. His gaze sweeps over me, searching for cracks in my story. He finds none, or so I hope. All right, I'll indulge. What do you have in mind? I blink at him with the slow calculation. Nothing final tonight, just testing the waters. But I'd be more comfortable if I knew who's running this show. Rumors on the street says Neptune Holdings is involved. The faintest twitch crosses Gianni's face. He tries to hide it, but I catch the tension in his jaw. That name sets him on edge. Neptune Holdings. Yes, I've encountered them. Why are you so curious? I tilt my head, letting out a soft laugh. Curiosity kills amateurs. I'm no amateur. If Neptune is as big as the rumors say, I'd like to know how they're funneling goods through these auctions. Ensures my merchandise finds a safe route. He debates, glancing around to ensure no one is eavesdropping. They're discreet. I'll give them that. Rumor is they place coded shipments at events like this, letting buyers pick up more than just antiques if you know who to talk to. My pulse jumps. Confirmation that Neptune is pulling strings. I maintain a coy smile. Then maybe you can introduce me to the right contact. I'd make it worth your while. He chuckles. We'll see. Meanwhile, if your employer is truly serious about Persian rugs, or any other piece, have him place a bid. I can guide you from there. He brushes imaginary lint off his lapel. Shall we talk more privately? Before I can respond, a presence looms behind me. Lucien's voice intrudes, calm, but with an undertone of steel. Is everything all right? Gianni spins on his heel, eyes narrowing at Lucien's interruption. Your consultant is quite savvy. Lucien's lips curl in a polite, dismissive smile. She usually is. His gaze shifts to me, and I read the tension there. He hates seeing me cozy up to Gianni, but he keeps his composure. I trust you're sharing something of value with Miss Vance? Gianni shrugs. We're exploring possibilities. Then he gestures to the far side of the room, where a hush has fallen around a small stage. The next set of items is about to be presented. Perhaps you'll find something interesting enough to bid on. With that, he slips away, merging into the crowd like a shadow. I turn to Lucien, ignoring the prickle of annoyance in his gaze. He was about to open up more. I noticed, Lucien says coolly. You certainly have a way with men like him. I bite back a retort. He knows full well I'm doing this for the mission. Don't get jealous now, Cross, I tease softly, letting the words carry an undercurrent of challenge. His jaw tenses. Jealousy implies a personal stake I can't afford. Whatever helps you sleep at night, I murmur, sliding past him toward the stage. The subtle tightening around his mouth tells me he's not immune to the way I handled Gianni, and part of me can't deny a spark of satisfaction. Let him stew. The hush intensifies as the auctioneer steps onto the stage. He's tall, wearing a crisp suit, and holding a small gavel. A handful of security staff flank him at the edges of the platform. Several large tapestries and rugs hang behind him, each with subdued lighting. The auctioneer welcomes everyone, praising the evening's rare acquisitions. Bidding starts, and a polite smattering of applause ripples through the room. Lucien stands beside me, posture deceptively relaxed, though I can sense the tension thrumming in him. I keep scanning the crowd for Gianni or any sign of Neptune's direct representatives. I wonder if they're among these sophisticated bidders or lurking in the shadows. Eventually, an assistant presents a tapestry rumored to have come from a Swiss estate. The auctioneer rattles off its features, opening with a steep bid. Around me, murmured discussions flare. Someone makes an opening offer, and the price climbs. My interest, however, shifts to the man stepping up next to me, a tall figure in a poorly fitted suit, flipping through a small notepad. He's not part of the staff, and I catch the suspicious flick of his gaze. Probably a runner for one of the smuggling factions, noting which buyers show interest. He's so absorbed in his notes that he doesn't notice me edging closer. I catch a flash of names scrawled in a coded pattern. This could be valuable. My heart drums as a plan forms. If I can snag that notepad, we might have a direct link to the ring's contact list. I lean toward Lucien, voice barely above a whisper. Keep him occupied. Lucien frowns. Are you insane? That's not a staffer. Exactly, I say. I want his contact book. He hesitates, scanning the notepad in the man's hand. Realization dawns. Fine, but be quick, damn it. Pasting on a bright smile, I pivot to face the man, letting my elbow bump his. Oh, sorry, I say, playing the clumsy buyer. My champagne flute wobbles in my hand, splashing near his shoes. He curses, stepping back to avoid the spill. Lucien swoops in, apologizing profusely in that polished tone of his, drawing the man's attention. Meanwhile, I flick my wrist, hooking my fingers around the notepad's binding as it slips from the man's grip. The entire move takes less than a second. I hide the notebook against my dress, feigning concern over the spilled champagne. I'm so sorry, sir. Let me help you clean up, I gush, offering a small napkin from a nearby table. My pulse hammers. He has no clue I've already stolen his contact book. He snatches the napkin, grumbling under his breath. Lucien continues apologizing, brushing invisible droplets from the man's suit. The second the man turns, scanning the floor for his notepad, I slip behind Lucien, tucking the book into a hidden pocket in my purse. Then I reappear on the other side of Lucien, as though flitting around in flustered embarrassment. By the time the man realizes his notepad is gone, we're already moving away, weaving through the crowd. I sense him looking around, confusion etched on his face. He probably thinks he dropped it in the chaos. If we're lucky, he won't suspect me until it's too late. Lucien presses his hand to the small of my back, guiding me toward a corridor leading to a quieter lounge area. My heart gallops from the adrenaline. The tension is exhilarating, but I know better than to let my guard down. Inside the lounge, plush armchairs circle a low table laden with expensive liquor bottles. A handful of buyers linger, sipping drinks and chatting in hushed tones. Lucien finds a corner spot and gently steers me there, out of immediate sight. He leans in, voice taut with concern. Did you get it? I exhale, sliding open my purse. Yes, that poor man's going to be furious when he notices. Lucien shakes his head. He'll suspect foul play eventually. We'll need to leave soon. I'm already flipping through the small contact book. It's written in a mishmash of initials, numbers, and strange symbols. A coded list of buyers, sellers, and shipment references, most likely. A thrill runs through me. This is the sort of evidence Mira wants. Lucien's brow furrows as he peers over my shoulder. You can decode it? Not instantly, I admit. But maybe with the help of Mira's analysts, we can crack it. He nods, stepping back as a couple meanders past, eyeing us suspiciously. We should slip out before security figures out something's off. The last thing we need is a confrontation in here. I glance around, noticing Gianni has relocated to the far corner, talking with a man in a crisp navy suit. The stolen contact book might connect them both to Neptune Holdings. My gut urges me to push further, glean more intel, but Lucien's right. Staying too long invites disaster. I tuck the notebook safely away. All right, let's go. We slip from the lounge, returning to the main hall. The auction continues on stage. The crowd's attention is fixated on the next item, a series of embroidered panels supposedly from a Spanish monastery. Lucien places his hand on my arm, and we navigate the perimeter of the room, aiming for the exit. My heartbeat stays elevated, half from the theft, half from the awareness that Lucien's touch sparks something electric every time. We reach the front door without incident. The security guards hardly glance at us when we leave. Why would they suspect a wealthy collector and his consultant of theft? Outside, the night air envelops us. A burst of relief blooms in my chest. Lucien signals the driver, who's parked across the street. While we wait, he steps closer, his voice pitched low. Nicely done in there. You're a natural. But I don't approve. It's dangerous. I tilt my head, a wry smile forming. Compliments from you, Cross? Danger is my middle name. He lets out a short laugh. Don't let it get to your head. I just appreciate good work. Don't do this ever again. I shift, trying to ignore the heat that lingers in his gaze and the accusation in his voice. The tension between us crackles whenever we're close. You played your part well, too. That apology routine was convincing. His expression turns serious. We should regroup with Mira. This book might lead us straight to Neptune's partners. Agreed. We pause as the car pulls up. I hesitate a moment before opening the door. An odd sensation twisting in my chest. Something about the closeness of the mission, or maybe the risk we just survived, leaves me keyed up. I sense Lucien mirrors that feeling, the way his gaze lingers on my face. The moment is shattered by the beep of my phone. I check the screen. An unknown caller. My nerves jolt, but I tap accept. A voice crackles. Male, low. You have something of mine. Cold dread plunges through me. I glance at Lucien, who instantly picks up on my alarm. Who is this? The caller's breath rasps. You know exactly who. That notebook belongs to me. Return it, or the next time we meet, you won't walk away. He hangs up. I stare at the phone, stunned. Lucien frowns, gently taking it from my hand. Someone from inside recognized you? I force a swallow, adrenaline spiking again. It seems so. Lucien's jaw sets. We need to get out of here. We climb into the car, the door slamming shut behind us. The driver merges into traffic, tail lights streaking red across the windshield. My hands shake around the contact book, heart pounding with a cocktail of triumph and fear. We got the code, but we've also put a target on our backs. I trade a fraught look with Lucien, who's gripping his phone, probably about to call Mira with the news. As the city lights flicker by, I swear I see a dark sedan turn after us, headlights unwavering. A prickle of alarm snakes down my spine. Are they following us already? Could they attempt a confrontation tonight? I brace for the next wave of danger, notebook pressed tight against my side. Lucien catches my gaze, silent understanding passing between us. Our cover is compromised, and the game just escalated. One question gnaws at me. How far will these criminals go to reclaim their secrets? And how fast can we use them to bring the entire ring crashing down? The driver accelerates, weaving between cars. I don't look back, but I sense trouble closing in. The coded book in my purse feels heavier with every mile. We aim to slip in and out quietly, but we've ignited a powder keg. I steady myself, adrenaline thrumming in my veins. No turning back now. Outside, the city hums with the nightlife, oblivious to the storm we've unleashed. In the silence of the car, Lucien's phone screen glows as he dials. I cling to the contact book, scanning the symbols for any immediate clue. The next few days will be crucial. If we can decipher this, maybe we can outmaneuver the threat breathing down our necks. And if we can't, I push that thought aside. Failure isn't an option. As the silhouette of looming skyscrapers stretches ahead, I exhale, determined to see this through, even if it means letting Lucien and I plunge deeper into a lethal dance with criminals who've just marked us as enemies.
Chapter 8. Lucien. I'm pacing in a cramped back room of Mira's safe house, adrenaline surging through my veins. The overhead light flickers with a faint buzz, illuminating 4 sagging chairs, a folding table, and no windows. It's claustrophobic. My temper has been smoldering since the moment Sera and I arrived from the auction half an hour ago. She's in the next room, presumably on the phone with Palomo, verifying if the contact book she stole has yielded any immediate leads. I can't believe she went off script so blatantly. Yes, it worked out. Yes, we got the notebook. I was even impressed by her. But I can't ignore how easily things could have backfired. A single misstep, and we might have ended up cornered. I want to be proud of her quick thinking, but frustration claws at my chest. Mira made it crystal clear. If anything happens to Sera, I'm liable. And the woman seems hell-bent on strolling into danger with that lethal confidence. The door swings open and she steps in, letting it click shut behind her. She holds her phone loosely, eyes flaring with something close to excitement. I can't help noticing how her collarbone rises and falls with each breath, the tension in her posture making her look fierce. She's still in the deep burgundy dress from earlier, though she's traded her heels for a pair of battered flats Mira keeps on hand. Even now her presence vibrates with energy, as though she thrives on the chaos. I spin to face her. You had no right to deviate like that. She lifts her chin. You wanted that codebook as much as I did. You were impressed. I wanted us to strategize, not improvise an entire heist in the middle of an auction. That's not how we planned it. My voice comes out harsher than intended. Look at what happened. She folds her arms, meeting my stare. I'm the criminal, remember? When opportunities appear, I act. Or would you have preferred I wait for a formal invitation to snatch the notebook? I grind my teeth. I don't appreciate the sarcasm. Then don't treat me like I'm incompetent, she fires back. We got in, grabbed the book, and left. No one's in jail, no bullets flew. That's a win, Cross. Or do you disagree? I close my eyes briefly, wrestling with the urge to shout. We were lucky. The contact you pickpocketed called you before we even left the parking lot, which means they recognized us or suspect us. This entire operation could turn explosive. Her eyes flash with indignation. It was going to turn explosive sooner or later. These people don't play nice. You know that. My pulse pounds in my ears. She's not wrong, but it doesn't cool my anger. I step closer, leveling a glare at her. You pulled that stunt without asking me first. I could have created an even better distraction if you'd told me first. Anything to avoid raising suspicion. Now we're on their radar. She raises a brow. We were on their radar the moment we walked in with an alias and money to burn. You keep forgetting that they're not idiots. The best we can do is stay a step ahead. Silence reverberates between us, and I realize how close we're standing. I can almost feel the heat rolling off her, sense the faint echo of her rapid breathing. Her eyes flick to my mouth for a fraction of a second. Maybe unintentional, maybe not. My pulse jolts at the possibility. I force myself to look away, swallowing back the urge to close that distance in a decidedly unprofessional way. A knock at the door breaks the tension. Mira enters, expression strained. She glances between Sera and me, reading the crackling energy in the room. Am I interrupting something? Sera steps back, crossing her arms again, blinking as though snapping out of a trance. We're done here. Her tone is clipped. Mira doesn't push, just nods. Our analysts are working on decoding the notebook. We have partial matches to known smuggler networks. If we can confirm Neptune Holdings is behind these references, it'll be a game changer. I press a hand against the back of one of the folding chairs, trying to anchor myself. And the threat? The call Sera received? Mira's lips thin. We'll trace the number, but they used a burner phone. No guarantee we'll find anything. I'll have Palomo arrange extra eyes on you both for a few days. Don't take unnecessary risks. Her gaze lands on Sera pointedly, then flicks to me. Understood? Sera grits her teeth but nods. I do the same, muttering my acknowledgement. Mira slips back out, leaving the door open, and we catch a glimpse of Palomo pacing in the hallway, phone pressed to his ear. The hush returns, and we're alone again. Let's see if they want us to stay overnight, I say finally, my anger somewhat cooled by Mira's presence. The last thing I need is a tail following us to our homes. Sera glances over her shoulder at the empty corridor. They'll probably want me at a safe house anyway. Might as well stick around. She exhales, tension deflating from her posture. So that's it then. We wait. I nod, stepping past her and peering down the hallway. Mira and Palomo are deep in conversation near a desk. A single overhead light casts harsh shadows across the worn carpet. Something about this place sterile, hidden, lacking personality sets my teeth on edge. I return to the small room, noticing a battered old trunk by the wall. The label is half peeled, but what remains suggests it's some kind of archive container. Curiosity nudges me. Wonder what's in here, I remark, partly to break the tension. Sera shrugs, though her eyes follow me as I kneel in front of it. The lock is already undone. I lift the lid to reveal a stack of random textile sample pieces from old operations, maybe. They're mostly scraps, some with interesting embroidery. Sera steps closer, curiosity winning out. Her knee brushes my shoulder as she leans over for a better look. One particular scrap stands out. A piece of patchwork that's bright and varied, squares of different patterns stitched together with a delicate hand. The colors are worn, but it's clear someone poured artistry into combining them. Sera draws in a sharp breath. I glance up, noticing the flicker of surprise on her face. What is it? She swallows, hand drifting toward the fabric. This pattern, the technique reminds me of something my grandmother used to make. Her voice softens, losing its edge. It's a style common in certain southern quilting circles, passed down through generations. I carefully lift the patchwork out of the trunk and offer it to her. She cradles it, running her fingertips over the uneven stitching as though discovering a hidden treasure. Her gaze grows distant, and the fierce tension that's been pinning her shoulders slackens. For a moment, the tough ex-con veneer fades, revealing a woman touched by an old memory. I realize I'm holding my breath. Something about seeing her vulnerability disarms me in a way I didn't expect. Your grandmother was a quilter? Sera nods slowly, her voice almost wistful. Yes. She taught me to patch scraps together, told me each square held a story. I never appreciated it when I was a kid. Back then, I just wanted to run wild in the streets, but now... She trails off, pressing her lips together. I straighten, setting my hand lightly on hers. I'm not sure why I do it, only that it feels right. You miss her. Her eyes flick to mine. She passed a while ago. Most of her quilts were sold or lost. I keep a small piece of one in my pocket like a lucky charm. Silence stretches between us, weighted but gentle. I sense the well of emotion behind her words, how the scrap of fabric resonates more deeply than she'd ever admit. My chest tightens with empathy. We come from different worlds, but I know what it's like to lose someone who anchored your sense of self. She notices my hand on hers and hesitates. I expect her to brush me off, but she doesn't move. For a breath, we exist in this bubble of shared stillness. The flickering overhead bulb casts uneven light, illuminating the gold flecks in her eyes. My anger from before dissolves, replaced by a tug of something I can't define. Gratitude for seeing a softer side? fascination with how she transitions from hardened thief to this quiet soul who remembers a grandmother's lessons. Like a door slamming shut, her gaze hardens. She sets the patchwork aside, slipping her hand from beneath mine. "Doesn't matter," she says, her tone back to clipped. "Family's gone and I have bigger problems now." The moment evaporates, leaving the air colder. I swallow, a hollow sensation settling in my chest. "Sera." She holds up a hand. "Don't. I don't need pity or sympathy. Let's just do what we came here to do. We'll decode that notebook, dismantle this ring, and then you can go back to your perfect gallery, and I can figure out if I have a future outside of a prison cell." A flash of frustration returns. "Why do you always assume the worst?" "Because the worst usually happens," she says. "It's how I survived this long." Her words slice through me. I see the logic in her worldview, even if it stings. "Look," I begin, controlling my tone. "I'm not your enemy. We might have to rely on each other. I'd rather not be at each other's throats every time we're in the same room." She huffs a humorless laugh. "Pretty words, but the second I break a rule, you jump down my throat. You think I don't see it? You're scared that I'll ruin your reputation or blow this mission or get myself killed and then you'll be held responsible." Her accuracy is unnerving. I clench my jaw. "That's not entirely fair. I do worry about you, yes. And if I lose you, that means we lose everything we've worked for. The mission falls apart. The Finch Foundation suffers. I suffer. There's a domino effect." I pause, bracing myself. But maybe it's not just about covering my own neck. Maybe I actually care what happens to you. She flinches as if my words strike a nerve. I can't read the swirl in her eyes, surprise, wariness, a hint of longing. Then, as quickly as it appeared, she masks it. "Caring is dangerous, Cross. Haven't you learned that by now?" I release a slow breath, stepping closer. "Maybe, but it's also unavoidable if we keep working like this." She crosses her arms, defensive again. "Fine. Let's try not to kill each other." "Deal," I say softly. I want to say more, but the vulnerability in her gaze has closed off. She's retreated behind that wall of self-preservation. I sense the fragility of this moment, how one wrong move could push her away entirely. A door bangs open in the hallway and Palomo's voice echoes, "Lucien, Sera, Mira wants us in the side office." Sera breaks eye contact and brushes past me, returning the patchwork to the trunk. My chest aches at the swift loss of closeness, but I follow her into the corridor, ignoring the way my heart thuds. She might have shut down again, but a seed of understanding was planted in that small glimpse of her past. Palomo leads us to an office that's only marginally larger than the other room. Mira stands behind a metal desk, arms folded, staring at a computer screen where lines of code flicker. She beckons us over. "Decoding is in progress," she explains, pointing to the screen. "But so far we've identified a handful of references to known smuggler aliases. Neptune Holdings is in here, codenamed NH2O. Sera snorts. "Subtle!" "Criminals get cocky," Palomo mutters. "They assume no one's as clever as them." Mira gestures to a corner of the text, highlighted in red. We also see mentions of O Broker JVs repeated multiple times. No real name yet, but we suspect it's a link to a bigger player. I exchange a quick glance with Sera, her shoulders tense as she leans forward, reading the lines. "Who's Broker JV?" she wonders aloud. Mira lifts a shoulder. "We're still digging, but rumor suggests a specialized fixer who deals in high-stakes acquisitions, someone who only surfaces when big money is on the line. If this notebook belongs to their network, you've rattled some powerful cages." The air thickens. Palomo frowns, addressing me. "We'll keep you updated. Meanwhile, we want you and Sera to keep a low profile for a few days. The ring likely knows you have the notebook." I glance at Sera, noticing the storm in her eyes. She hates lying low. She thrives on taking action, but she doesn't voice any protest. Maybe she's still reeling from that phone threat or the moment we just shared. Instead, she simply nods. Mira exhales, tension pinching the corners of her mouth. I'll set up a safe house in a new location. In the meantime, we suggest you avoid your usual routines, no public events, no traceable movements. Sera stiffens. I can't hide forever. I have a parole officer expecting daily check-ins, not to mention I'm supposed to appear normal. We'll handle that, Palomo interjects gently. We'll arrange your check-ins remotely. Feed the system a travel excuse if needed. Lucien tries to offer a calm nod. And I have a gallery to run. Obligations. You can do remote phone calls for your business too, Mira says firmly. Just for a short time until we have a clearer path forward. I bite back a sigh, exchanging an uneasy look with Sera. We're stuck playing it safe. She scowls, but there's no real argument to make. The ring is definitely hunting us after that stunt. Mira snaps the laptop shut. There's a black SUV waiting out back to take you to a new location. Palomo will follow. We'll continue decoding. Sit tight and stay alert. Sera slides her hands into the pockets of her jacket, an unspoken acceptance. I find myself wanting to reassure her, but the tension from earlier still lingers. We depart the office, heading down a narrow stairwell that exits behind the building. The SUV is there, engine running, headlights piercing the dusk. A swirl of city noise filters from somewhere in the distance. We climb into the vehicle's back seat. The driver gives a polite nod, then pulls away from the curb. The interior smells faintly of leather and old coffee, the windows tinted to keep the world out of view. Sera shifts beside me, crossing her arms, silent. Her profile is etched in shadows. I sense the heaviness of her thoughts. Mine feel just as leaden. Eventually, I speak in a low murmur. We're in this together whether we like it or not. She releases a slow exhale, not turning. Yeah. I meant what I said about not wanting anything to happen to you. She's quiet, face angled toward the window, and she says, That's your job, though. Protect me so you don't get burned. My chest tightens at the cynicism behind those words. It's not just a job. She finally glances my way, her eyes glimmering in the faint dash lights. Don't make promises you can't keep. The car rounds a corner, and a hush falls between us. Nighttime skyscrapers flash by, each window a testament to countless stories unfolding. I let the hush remain, though questions crowd my mind. Where does this lead us? Are we doomed to keep secrets and butt heads until the ring is dismantled, or will something deeper take root? After a while, the SUV merges onto a quieter street lined with warehouses, eventually turning into a fenced compound. A guard waves us through, and we pull up to a nondescript building that might as well be a bunker. Palomo's car arrives shortly after, and he emerges, instructing us to head inside. Sera slides out first, hugging herself against a breeze that sneaks through the alley. I follow, instincts on high alert, scanning for threats. The driver and Palomo confirm the perimeter is clear. We step into the building's dim corridor, overhead lights buzzing with a dull hum. A single room awaits us. 2 beds, a battered table, a small kitchenette. Better than the previous safe house, though not by much. Sera crosses to the bed nearest the door, letting her purse drop onto the mattress. I linger near the table, searching for words that don't feel forced. She pivots, noticing my hesitation. What now? I shrug helplessly. We wait. The ring is presumably scouring the city for us. Mira wants us out of sight, so we lie low again. A weary laugh escapes her. Hiding's never been my strong suit. Her expression sours. I used to run. Now I can't. I think of the patchwork scrap in the trunk, how her grandmother's memory briefly softened her. I wish we could revisit that moment of connection, but it's vanished. She's locked her vulnerability away, and I'm left with a thick wall between us. My voice is quieter than usual. If it's any consolation, I'm not enjoying this either. She meets my gaze. Then we better figure out how to end it. Something unspoken passes between us, a flicker that suggests if we pressed closer, we might find common ground in the chaos. I consider stepping forward, offering a gentler approach. But the memory of her shutting down is too fresh, and the ring's threat looms over us. I just nod, forcing a calm smile. Rest up. We'll review the updated intel in the morning. She looks away, a silent acknowledgement that this conversation is over. Grabbing the single pillow from her bed, she tosses it to the head, then slumps down, posture tense. I watch for a second, marveling at how complicated this partnership is. My frustration hasn't vanished, but neither has the confusing pull I feel whenever we're close. Quietly, I flick off the overhead light, leaving only a small lamp in the corner. As I head to the other bed, I sense her eyes on me briefly, but when I glance over, she's facing the wall. A heavy silence settles, punctuated by the hum of the building's air duct. Tomorrow we confront a new day in forced confinement, both of us itching to break free. The smuggler's network looms large, and I can't shake the tension that we might be missing pieces. But for tonight, all we have is a shared space, unspoken resentments, and the ghost of a rare moment when she nearly let me see the raw edges of her soul. I exhale, letting my head fall back against the thin pillow. With the overhead light gone, shadows crawl across the ceiling, turning the room into a half-lit haze. My mind replays the look on Sera's face when she recognized that patchwork. Beneath her armor, there's a depth I'm drawn to, even if she refuses to let me in. I keep thinking of our fragile alliance, our suppressed attraction, and our capacity to outmaneuver criminals who want us both dead. For now, I close my eyes, willing myself to find rest in this claustrophobic safe house. The scent of old furniture mingles with the echo of my frustration, and I sense Sera shifting on the other bed, restless. We're both trapped by necessity. Yet somewhere in the tension, there's a flicker of something almost tender. I can't define it, not while she's got walls reinforced by a life of betrayal. But I felt it in that small patch of quilting, and I felt it in the softness of her voice when she spoke of her grandmother. A spark of longing flares in my chest, quickly smothered by the reality of our circumstances. If we survive this operation, maybe we'll have the chance to confront whatever this is that crackles between us. For now, I'm left to brood in the half-light, haunted by that quiet moment we shared, and the stubborn certainty that if we can't bridge the divide, we'll remain locked in a dance that tears us apart. Sleep doesn't come easily, but I let my eyes drift shut. The image of Sera's hand on that quilt scrap burned into my mind, reminding me that behind every layer of cynicism, there's a story far more fragile than either of us can admit. And somehow, that story is tying us together in ways neither one of us knows how to handle.
You know that feeling when a book pulls you in, wraps around you, and refuses to let go? When the tension is so thick, you swear you can feel it?
Welcome to 30 sinfully addictive romance audiobooks that will ruin your sleep.
Wow, I wasn't ready for this. One chapter in, and I'm already hooked.
Oh, you thought this was just another audiobook collection. No, sweetheart. This is the Dirty 30. Forbidden love, dangerous desires, billionaires with secrets, bad boys who bite back. And every last word is dripped in temptation.
I thought I could just listen to one chapter before bed. Now it's 2 a.m. and I need answers. Need.
So what are you waiting for? Click the link. Start listening. Let the Dirty 30 ruin you in the best way possible.
Escape your life with Miss Tyler. Chapter 9. Sera. I wake with the taste of stale air on my tongue. Early sunlight filters through the narrow window of this makeshift safe house, catching swirls of dust in its beam. My neck aches from the thin pillow. my shoulders protesting at every small movement. If someone told me I'd end up half living with an uptight billionaire in a government hideout, I would have laughed them right out of the room. But here I am, blinking blearily at the 2 beds in this cramped space. Mine is rumpled. Blankets kicked aside. Lucien's is empty. He must be up already. I toss my feet over the side, scowling at the battered lamp perched on the single table. The faint hum of conversation drifts from the corridor. Probably Mira and Palomo discussing whatever new developments the analysts found overnight. I tug on a pair of sweats Mira left for me. The idea of facing another morning with Lucien bristling at every risk I take doesn't spark joy. But we don't have a choice. We're stuck in close quarters until we figure out how to stay ahead of the criminals hunting us. Quiet steps lead me into a narrow hallway painted in sickly green. At the far end, Palomo leans over a laptop, lips set in a grim line, while Mira stands across from him, arms crossed. Lucien is nearby, looking annoyingly fresh in a crisp dress shirt, sleeves rolled just enough to show lean forearms. He glances over as I approach, something flickering behind his gaze before his usual cool mask settles in place. "Morning," I say, voice still hoarse. Mira greets me with a terse nod. "We've got something you should see." She turns the laptop my way. The screen displays lines of decoded text from the notebook we snatched at the auction. My vision adjusts to the bright backlight, scanning a list of references. Coded shipping tags, partial addresses, scattered names. One jumps out like a dart to my heart. J. Verano. Next to it sits a short note. Vault. Marine route. 2 shipments to be confirmed. I freeze, swallowing hard. My chest constricts as I remember a younger me, tangled in stolen art dealings with Jace Verano by my side. He was the charmer, the one who taught me the finer points of forging provenance records. And he's the reason I spent years in Lockton. My hand tightens into a fist. Mira's voice cuts through my shock. We did some cross-referencing. J. Verano appears in multiple logs associated with Neptune Holdings. We suspect Jace Verano might be a key player in the ring. A dull roar pulses in my ears. The last time I laid eyes on Jace, he'd abandoned me mid-job, offering me up as the scapegoat. I spent those days waiting for him to bail me out, to at least contact me. He never did. Lucien's gaze settles on me, probably sensing my reaction. "Sera," I force a breath, trying to steady my voice. "We parted ways a long time ago." Understatement of the century. He was my partner once, then he walked out. A flicker of something, anger, concern, crosses Lucien's face. Palomo closes the laptop carefully, stance tense. "Mira, you want to handle this?" Mira nods, stepping closer. "Sera, if Jace is involved, I need full disclosure. Everything you know. We can't risk missed connections or secrets. If he's part of Neptune's operations, it changes our plan." My palms clam up. A swirl of memories collides. Jace's smooth grin, the promises, the betrayal. The rational part of me knows Mira has every right to demand honesty. Another part flares with panic. If I admit I have personal ties to Jace, the task force might yank me off this operation. They'll see me as compromised, too emotionally entangled to be trusted. I cross my arms, letting defiance slip into my tone. I don't know what he's up to now. It's been a while since our last conversation. It was years ago, right before I got arrested. My heart thuds. He's not exactly someone I keep tabs on. Mira's eyes narrow. "Are you sure you haven't heard from him since your release?" I clamp my jaw, remembering how I fantasized about confronting Jace if I ever found him. Then I recall the phone call from an unknown number that threatened me. Was it him? The voice didn't match my memory, but criminals learn how to disguise themselves. I pressed the thought away. "Positive," I lie. "I can't prove that call was Jace. And if I mention the possibility, It'll fuel Mira's suspicion that I'm withholding details. She exhales. If that changes, if you find out anything else about him, you tell me immediately. Understand? Sure, I murmur, hating how the guilt seeps into my veins. I'll let you know. Palomo clears his throat. For now, we keep searching. If Jace Verano is a major link in these shipments, it means he's close to the smuggling pipeline. Neptune Holdings might rely on him to secure forgeries or bribe port authorities. The mention of forgery slams me with an old ache. Jace was brilliant at forging documents and charming the right officials. We were unstoppable until he left me to face the consequences alone. Mira's phone buzzes. She glances at the screen. I have to take this. Palomo, brief them on the shipping routes we flagged. She strides off, posture rigid. A tense hush settles. I shift my weight, the silence pressing on me. Finally, Palomo pulls up a digital map on the laptop. The ring uses cargo containers labeled with code words from the notebook. 2 shipments are due soon at the pier. We suspect Jace might be overseeing them. If we pinpoint his involvement, we can get the upper hand. I see Lucien's jaw tighten. He hasn't said a word about Jace, but I feel his scrutiny. I cross my arms, trying not to bristle under it. So what's next? Once we verify which containers are suspicious, we'll decide if we can intercept them, Palomo explains. But we're still decrypting half the references. Could be a few more days. The heaviness in my gut grows. A few more days cooped up here, with the knowledge that Jace is out there, possibly orchestrating the shipments we're tracking. As if reading my thoughts, Palomo sighs. Meanwhile, keep your heads down. We can't risk a confrontation yet. He steps away to examine the map, phone in hand, likely contacting some port official. That leaves Lucien and me. I sense him behind me. The intensity of his stare like a tangible weight. I pivot slowly to face him. His expression is carefully neutral, but tension lines bracket his mouth. You never told me you had a partner who vanished, he says quietly. I fold my arms again. Didn't see the need to announce my past lovers to you? He lifts a brow. Fair enough, except now he's central to the investigation. Are you sure you have no insights we could use? I told you. I don't know where he is or what he's doing. My voice trembles slightly, betraying the swirl of emotions. His gaze drifts across my features. He left you to take the blame. Anger flares. Don't act like you understand. Jace and I had our own dynamic. Lucien's lips tighten. If he's part of this ring, he's dangerous. You have to see that. I let out a frustrated breath. You think I don't know? But there's no direct proof, just a name in a notebook. And I refuse to jump to conclusions until we have more. Lucien steps closer, voice dropping. He used you once. What makes you think he won't try again? I snap. Voice sharper than intended. I never said he wouldn't, but maybe trust me to handle it? His jaw works as if he's biting back a retort. We're partners, Sera. We handle this together. The word partner triggers a kaleidoscope of conflicting feelings. Resentment, an odd flicker of comfort, and guilt for not telling him everything. Don't worry, I say coolly. I won't do anything stupid. I learned my lesson long ago. He sighs, and for a moment, there's a gentleness in his gaze that almost undoes me. Then the moment passes. He straightens, slipping back into that polished composure. We'll wait for Palomo's instructions. I nod, swallowing a wave of hurt I can't fully name. Yeah, that's all we can do. Hours pass in a blur of half-hearted attempts to decode shipping logs. Palomo paces between calls, occasionally briefing us on new scraps of intel. Mira reappears once or twice with updates. None of it directly references Jace again. My anxiety ratchets higher with each snippet of data. If Jace is truly embedded in Neptune's hierarchy, he could be orchestrating something big. The unknown terrifies me more than I care to admit. Eventually, I slip into a vacant side room, just to breathe. The four walls press in, blank and colorless. Lucien stands in the main corridor, engaged in a low conversation with Mira about security protocols. I can't handle more talk of watchers and safe houses. My mind replays old memories. Jace's laughter echoing in a warehouse, our hands clasped while forging documents for a wealthy collector. And then, the final job, where everything fell apart. A knock at the door startles me from my reverie. Mira steps in, a cloud of exasperation on her face. "We need to talk." I stiffen, bracing for a lecture. "What now?" She closes the door, folding her arms. "I have to ask again. Is there anything you're hiding regarding Jace Verano? Any contact attempts? Any old codes you two used? Any agreement you might have had in prison to reunite?" I force my expression into a mask. "No, nothing." Her stare bores into me. I can't stress how vital transparency is. The moment you suspect Jace is reaching out, you come to me, no hesitation. "Understood," I say, voice clipped. Guilt twists in my gut as I recall the threatening phone call. But I can't prove it was Jace. And part of me fears if I mention it, Mira will yank me from the case entirely. She exhales, the tension in her posture easing slightly. "All right, we'll keep combing the notebook. If Jace truly is a major figure, we can't let personal history cloud our judgment. Clear?" "Crystal," I respond, forcing calm. She studies me a moment longer, then nods and exits. I sag against the wall, shutting my eyes. The weight of that conversation lingers, each breath a reminder of how easily my lies could unravel. My phone buzzes in my pocket, a text from an unknown number. My pulse skyrockets. I glance around to ensure no one's looking, then open it. "Stop digging or you'll regret it." No name, but the timing is too perfect. It has to be Jace or his associates. A mixture of anger and dread sweeps through me. Memories churn, the way Jace once whispered promises of a better life, then evaporated when the heist went south. Now he's lurking in the shadows, threatening me again. I delete the text. My chest burns with conflicting urges. Run, fight back, scream at the universe. But I press my back against the wall, focusing on a single truth. I can't let Jace control me again. If he wants to spook me, he'll have to try harder. A rap on the door snaps me out of my turmoil. Lucien stands there, brow furrowed. "Are you all right?" I straighten, slipping my phone away. Why wouldn't I be? He steps into the room, closing the door gently behind him. The hush of the hallway fades, leaving us alone in a cramped space once again. I notice his gaze flick to my clenched fists. "You look like you're ready to punch a hole in the wall." I force a thin smile. Just tired of being stuck here, waiting for the world's scariest ex-boyfriend to reappear. His expression tightens. "You can talk to me, you know." I stiffen. "What's the point? It's old news." He exhales, stepping closer. "You called him your partner, and then your lover. That's not exactly old news. If he's part of this operation, I'd say it's painfully current. I hate how perceptive he is. 1,000 emotions swirl. Longing for the camaraderie Jace and I once shared. Fury at his betrayal. Fear of facing him again. I glare at Lucien, hoping to mask my turmoil. Look, if I had answers, I'd share them. I just need to handle it my way. He searches my face. Does your way involve taking off to chase him alone? Because I'm not letting that happen. Letting? My temper flares. I'm not a possession you can keep track of. He rakes a hand through his hair, voice dropping. That's not what I meant. But if you rush in without backup, you could get hurt or killed. This man has no loyalty to you. The words sting because they're true. Thanks for the reminder, I say bitterly. Silence stretches. His eyes hold a mixture of frustration and concern. I sense the tension in his body, like he wants to grab me by the shoulders and shake sense into me. Or maybe something else. My heartbeat picks up, remembering the moment we almost connected over that patchwork cloth. He softens his tone. Look, I might not understand everything about your past, but I do understand guilt, regret, being trapped by old mistakes. If Jace is tied to your history, we can figure it out, together. My throat constricts, the sincerity in his gaze catching me off guard. I don't need saving, Cross. Maybe not. His voice is gentle but insistent. Still, you have me, whether you like it or not. My chest hurts with conflicting urges. To push him away, to cling to the warmth in his words. I settle for a curt nod. Fine, but don't expect me to be grateful. A wry smile tugs at his lips. I won't hold my breath. We stare at each other, the silence pulsing with unspoken possibilities. My phone vibrates again in my pocket. I flinch. Lucien notices, eyes narrowing. Who is it? I hesitate. Unknown number? Another threat probably. They want me to stop digging. He curses under his breath. We should tell Mira. Why? So they can lock me in an even tinier room? He shakes his head. Better to have her aware. We're on thin ice with the ring, and if it's Jace, I lift my hand. If it's Jace, I'll handle it. Do you get that I might not want him behind bars just so the FBI can pat themselves on the back? Maybe I just need closure. Lucien's expression shifts from frustration to something softer. Closure is tricky. I swallow, fighting the sting in my eyes. Yeah, it is. Voices echo from the corridor. Mira barking orders. Palomo typing furiously. Lucien steps back, letting the moment dissolve. We'll watch each other's backs, no matter what comes next. Deal? I exhale, nodding. Deal. He slips out, leaving me alone to process the mess in my mind. My phone still pulses with the unknown text, daring me to respond. I resist, dropping onto a battered chair in the corner. The tension seeps into my bones, making every muscle feel poised for flight. Jace Verano, the man who once taught me how to slip out of a locked museum without a trace, might now be the puppet master for Neptune's smuggling ring. Part of me aches at the memory of his easy grin, the way he lit up a room with a single joke. Another part burns with betrayal. I find myself breathing faster. The safe house's walls loom, pressing in. My life is a labyrinth of old loyalties and new threats. I'm not sure how to untangle them without destroying myself in the process. The only constant is that I can't trust Jace to spare me. He betrayed me once. He won't hesitate to do it again if it means securing his position. A knock jolts me. This time it's Palomo, peering in with a cautious expression. Hey, we're ordering takeout. You want anything in particular? I run a shaky hand through my hair. Anything but bad coffee. He must sense my turmoil. If there's anything you need, someone to talk to, a break from this place, let me know. I get it's not easy. I nod, attempting a thankful half smile. Palomo leaves, footsteps fading. I stare at the spot he vacated, an invisible weight settling on my chest. The entire task force is circling, waiting for me to confirm whether Jace is the final piece in this puzzle. But I'm tangled in memories too raw and complicated to share freely. After a moment, I grab my phone, opening the new threat message again. The words glare at me. Stop digging, or you'll regret it. My heart throbs with defiance. Go to hell, I think, but I keep my fingers still, refusing to type a reply. Jace, if it's him, should know I won't be scared off so easily. But a pang of doubt stabs me. If he corners me in person, will I hold my resolve? The memory of his soft-spoken promises still has power over me, a reminder that I once believed in us, that I let him in more than anyone else. My nails press into my palm. I can't let that old vulnerability sabotage everything now. At length, I stand, squaring my shoulders. I won't cower in a locked room forever. If Jace wants a confrontation, he'll get it, and I'll make sure he regrets underestimating me a second time. For the moment, though, I have to tread carefully. Mira's instructions still hold. Lucien's watchful eye on me is an odd comfort, even if it infuriates me half the time. Stepping into the corridor, I find Lucien leaning against a peeling wall, hands in his pockets. His gaze meets mine, and we exchange a silent acknowledgement. No more words, but an unspoken promise. We'll handle what's coming as a team, fractured as that alliance might feel. I join him, and we head toward the cramped dining area where Palomo's distributing takeout boxes. The overhead lights wash out everyone's faces. Tension sits thick in the stale air, my tension, the team's tension, all swirling together. As I settle at a folding table, my mind keeps drifting back to that name scrawled in the notebook. J. Verano. The ghost I'd hoped never to see again, now poised to ruin my tentative grasp on freedom. Lucien slides into a seat beside me, offering me a plastic fork. His eyes flick to the bruise forming under my wrist from the auction scuffle. Next time, he mutters, low enough for only me to hear. Warn me before you do something insane. I manage a smirk. Is that your subtle way of saying you want in on the action? He exhales, jaw tight. Maybe I just don't want you facing it alone. A crack of warmth seeps through my chest, chased by caution. You're a glutton for punishment, Cross. He gives a faint huff of amusement, turning his attention to the food as the hush descends again. For a moment, the safe house feels like a bizarre family dinner. Mira murmuring with Palomo about leads, Lucien and I sniping in low tones, all while the clock ticks toward our next confrontation. If Jace thinks he can rattle me into surrender, he's wrong. I survived prison, heartbreak, and betrayal. Another ghost from my past won't destroy me. Still, I can't deny the undercurrent of dread. Closing my eyes, I inhale the scent of takeout noodles, ignoring the knot in my stomach. No matter how fierce I act, Jace's name revives old scars, turning my bravado fragile. The only solace is that I'm not the same gullible partner he left to rot. I'm stronger, and I have allies who, for better or worse, won't let me charge in unprepared. I have to keep going, keep forging ahead with Lucien at my side, despite the friction that defines us. Because giving up means letting Jace and Neptune run rampant, and that's not an option. I'll see this through.
Chapter 10. Lucien. The minute my phone buzzes, I sense trouble. I'm perched on a chipped stool in Mira's so-called command post, a stifling side office with a single overhead light that buzzes intermittently. Documents are strewn across a table in the corner, each page bearing references to Neptune Holdings and Jace Verano. Sera is in the next room, running through shipping logs with Palomo. My day has already been long, but the moment I see my assistant's name flash on the phone screen, an invisible noose tightens around my neck. I hold the phone to my ear. Delilah? My voice is calm by force, though my heart strains. She speaks hurriedly. Lucien, the press is hounding the gallery. Someone leaked that you once acquired stolen pieces for your museum collection. They're calling it a scandal. Reporters are outside, wanting a statement about your involvement with looted artifacts. It's everywhere on social media. A surge of dread slams me. That old museum scandal, the one I'd hoped was buried for good, has re-emerged. How bad is it? She exhales shakily. Bad enough. Multiple art blogs and at least 2 mainstream news outlets are picking it up. They say you either knew or were too incompetent to see the red flags. People are calling for an investigation into your entire collection practice. Some are mentioning the Finch Foundation in the same breath. My chest goes rigid. The Finch Foundation, already under siege from forged grants, definitely doesn't need extra scandal. Alistair will be furious if his name gets dragged through my past. All right, let me think. I'll handle it. Delilah's voice trembles with genuine concern. Should I prepare a public statement? Maybe you can come back to the gallery and hold a press conference? I swallow, forcing a measured reply. No public appearances yet. I'm tied up on a project. Understatement of the century. Draft a statement that denies wrongdoing, but keep it vague. We'll finalize it soon. I end the call before my composure cracks. My pulse hammers as I stare at the peeling paint on the opposite wall, trying to collect my thoughts. That scandal nearly destroyed me once. I was a naive investor fresh out of university, lured by a legendary curator who wanted me to sponsor acquisitions. Turned out, half the items had questionable provenance. Lawyers smoothed it over behind closed doors. Or so I thought. Clearly, someone's resurrecting that skeleton to torpedo me and possibly Alistair. Before I can gather myself, Mira strides in, face tense. You got a second? I slip the phone into my pocket. Go ahead. She motions for me to follow her to the main corridor. A cluster of mismatched chairs sits near the door, all of them battered from heavy use. Mira picks one and drops into it with a weary sigh, then looks up at me. We've got bigger problems. My stomach churns. Define bigger. She passes me a tablet with a news alert on the screen. The headline reads, Finch Foundation grants. Under fire, millions funneled into suspect operations. My vision blurs momentarily. Finch Foundation has been the pillar Alistair built to redeem the family name, the same foundation Sera's tapestry ties are entangled with. If the media is sniffing out improprieties now, it'll appear that Alistair and I are part of a massive cover-up. She taps the screen. The media's discovered the alleged shady grants. They're tying it to your old scandal, claiming you and Finch might have knowingly laundered stolen pieces through philanthropic channels. A wave of disbelief courses through me. That's ridiculous. Alistair didn't do anything unethical. He's been trying to restore Finch's reputation for years. Mira's lips tighten. Be that as it may, the rumor is swirling that you two conspired. People love a sensational headline. Billionaire allies unite to cover up illicit art deals. It sells. I rake a breath, forcing a semblance of calm. Alistair must be blindsided. Have you heard from him? She shakes her head. He's trying to control the damage, but reporters won't let him breathe. His board members are panicking. We suspect a major leak from within the smuggling ring. They're stirring up public distrust to derail your efforts. My hands clench. They know we're close. Exposing me is a tactical strike. Exactly. We can't let it distract you from the bigger mission. But I'm telling you now so you can prepare for the fallout. I nod, though my insides twist. Thanks. I'll figure it out. Mira stands, patting my shoulder awkwardly. One more thing. Alistair's on line 3 if you want to talk to him. He's waiting. I find an empty corner, away from the bustle of Palomo and Sera rummaging through shipping logs, then punch in the extension. Alistair's voice crackles with tension. Lucien, what the hell is going on? The press is linking our names, referencing old museum acquisitions. I close my eyes, pressing the phone closer. I just heard. I'm sorry. I thought that scandal was buried. Someone's dredging it up to discredit us. He exhales sharply. This is catastrophic. The Foundation is under scrutiny for questionable grants. Now they're painting me as your partner in crime. A twinge of guilt stabs me. Alistair never asked for this. He overcame so much to rehabilitate the Finch name. Drug trial scandals, corporate betrayals, and now this. I'll handle my end. Tell me what you need from me. He hesitates, voice thick with frustration. We can't be seen publicly together until we know who's orchestrating this. My board is urging me to distance myself from you, at least until we prove you had no knowledge of stolen artifacts. I hate it, but I can't risk the Foundation's entire future. His words ache, though I understand the logic. Do what you have to do. I'm sorry. We're close to unmasking the smuggling network behind this. Once we have proof, we can clear our names. Alistair's tone softens. All right. Just keep your head, Lucien. This might get worse before it gets better. Understood, I whisper, mind reeling with the ramifications. We hang up, and I stare at the scuffed floor, heart pounding. If the Ring or Jace Verano wants me out of the picture, they're doing a damn good job. I find Sera a moment later, hunched over a battered laptop in the corner of the safe house's main room. Her posture is stiff, eyes scanning the screen rapidly. She looks up when I approach, tension carving lines into her face. Everything okay? I release a dry laugh, low enough that only she hears. Define okay. The entire city thinks I'm an art thief, or an incompetent fool. Possibly both. Her gaze flickers with concern. You're not incompetent, and certainly not a thief. Try telling that to the world, I mutter, sinking into a chair beside her. They dragged Alistair in too. The Finch Foundation is being painted as a front for stolen art laundering. She studies my expression. So we have a media crisis on top of a smuggling crisis. That's exactly the kind of perfect storm criminals love. My shoulders tense. Yes, they want us distracted. They know we can't fight a PR battle and chase them at the same time. She sets a hand lightly on my forearm, the unexpected contact jarring something loose in my chest. You can't back down, Cross. If you do, they win. I swallow, meeting her gaze. I know, but I also can't let them destroy Alistair's foundation. He's done too much good. A flicker of empathy crosses her face, surprising me with its softness. You'll figure it out. You're annoyingly tenacious. Our eyes linger, tension humming beneath the surface. A day ago, we were snapping at each other over her methods. Now she's quietly offering reassurance. Strange how crisis can forge an unlikely camaraderie. Then a Palomo's voice slices through, calling for me from across the room. I stride over, Sera following. Palomo waves a sheaf of papers, eyes flicking between us. We might have a lead on the shipping routes. Neptune Holdings has a scheduled container coming in tomorrow night. We suspect it's the same route tied to those forged Finch grants. Sera tenses at the mention of Finch. I can almost see the wheels turning in her mind. Jace Verano might be tied to that shipment. Or maybe it's another angle entirely. So do we intercept it? Palomo nods. That's the plan, but we need to be subtle. We can't just raid the dock. We'll monitor from a distance, confirm the cargo, then move in quietly if it's the right container. I consider the swirling scandal, and if the media is watching me, any move I make might tip them off. The criminals will see me coming from a mile away. He sighs. That's why we'll keep it small. Mira wants you two on site, Sera for her underworld knowledge, you for your authority if we need quick negotiations. She trusts you, ironically enough. A bitter smirk touches my lips. The press sure doesn't. Palomo's phone buzzes. He answers, walking away to continue the conversation. Sera and I remain in the center of the cramped room, tension bristling. She shifts, then lowers her voice. Think you can handle the operation with reporters sniffing around? I grit my teeth. I have no choice. We have to end this ring and prove they're behind the phony grants, not the Finch Foundation. She nods. Then let's do it. Whatever you need. A flash of determination lights her face, and I swallow the unexpected surge of gratitude. Our complicated friction remains, but her solidarity in this moment steadies me more than I want to admit. Mira re-enters, ordering everyone to gather for a briefing. She stands by a makeshift whiteboard propped against the wall, scrawling notes in thick black marker. We have limited time to plan. The container arrives tomorrow night, Pier 57. Palomo and a small team will stake out vantage points. Lucien, Sera, you'll pose as potential buyers if necessary, or simply observe from a hidden vantage if that's safer. Sera folds her arms. You want us to wait in the shadows until the criminals show up? Exactly, Mira replies. Once we confirm the container's contents, possibly antiques or textiles stuffed with contraband, we'll intervene. The hope is to catch them transferring the goods. That's when we can ID key players. I nod, tension thrumming. Understood. The rest of the day dissolves into final preparations. Palomo organizes gear, discreet earpieces, small cameras that clip to our clothing. Sera quietly checks her phone for messages, scowling each time an unknown number pings. I suspect Jace is rattling her with more threats, but she hasn't confided further. I can't push her. I've got my own crisis swirling in the press. By late afternoon, I sneak off to place a call to Delilah again. She answers on the first ring. Lucien, reporters have camped outside your gallery all day. The phone's ringing nonstop. People want answers. My chest constricts. Any sign of actual lawsuits or official investigations? She hesitates. One or two legal analysts on TV said the authorities might open a probe if someone files a formal complaint, but so far it's mostly rumor and media chatter. I slump against the wall, relief and frustration tangling. All right, let them chatter. We'll hold off on a press conference. I can't address them now. Understood, she says, voice trembling. Be careful, Lucien. Some of them are crossing lines, digging into your personal history. I grit my teeth. Thank you. Keep me posted. I hang up, nerves raw. When I rejoin Sera and the others, I can't hide my tension. She observes me silently, then corners me in a quiet nook near the supply shelves. You look like a man about to break. I release a hollow laugh. That obvious? She shrugs, eyes flicking to my tense hands. Something about your posture. Then she softens, surprising me. If you need a break, go take one. Staring at me won't calm your public scandal. I shift, meeting her gaze. A silent wave of gratitude and weariness swells in my chest. I'm fine. Just annoyed at the world right now. She tilts her head, studying me with that penetrating gaze. If it helps, your father's scandal was a lot worse than this. I freeze. The mention of my father conjuring old wounds. Where did you hear about him? She gives a small shrug. I read up on you. That's what criminals do when they suspect they'll have to manipulate their mark. Only I never got around to... well, to using that knowledge. Her voice wavers slightly, as though she regrets even mentioning it. My heart beats faster, memories of my father's merciless business tactics flooding back. He was... complicated, I murmur. I swore I'd never be like him. Now the world believes I'm just another corrupt aristocrat. She hesitates, then sets a hand on my shoulder. You're not your father. People who matter will see that. Emotion stabs me. For a second, I forget about the cramped safe house, the looming confrontation, the media wolves at my door. All I see is Sera forging an unexpected alliance with me. My chest tightens in an unfamiliar way. Thanks, I whisper. Before I can say more, Mira calls for us. The moment disintegrates, replaced by the urgency of tomorrow's plan. We gather around the table where Palomo has laid out a map of the pier. The lines blur under fluorescent lighting. He points to a marked rectangle. Container arrives here. We'll have vantage points at these two rooftops. You two remain in this storage area until we confirm the target. Then we move in. Sera nods. We play it by ear if Jace Verano shows. Palomo's jaw clenches. Yes, don't confront him alone. We want him alive if possible. He might lead us to Neptune's top brass. She doesn't respond, but the flicker in her eyes suggests an internal storm. I sense the tension radiating from her at the mention of Jace. My own worries swirl, overshadowed by the immediate danger. The ring is forcing us into a final series of gambles, and the media scandal only raises the stakes. Night falls, and the safe house quiets as final checks wrap up. I drift to a corner near the meager kitchenette, pouring water into a plastic cup. Sera appears behind me, rummaging in a cabinet for some instant coffee. She makes a face at the brand. Terrible, but it's caffeine. Better than nothing, I say, leaning against the counter. Our eyes meet in the harsh kitchen light. She's wearing black leggings and an old t-shirt Mira provided, hair pulled back in a messy bun that still somehow suits her. A wave of tension passes between us, the same push-pull that's been simmering. She clears her throat. Tomorrow night's going to be intense. I nod, sipping water. We'll handle it, no matter what the press or Jace does. She sets her coffee tin aside, crossing her arms. You're certain you want me there? The ring is gunning for me, and Jace if you think it's a risk. I place my hand on hers, halting her words. We need each other. End of story. The hush thickens, her eyes locked on mine. My pulse thrums. I can smell a faint hint of something floral on her skin, layered over the antiseptic staleness of the safe house. The intensity in her gaze triggers a fleeting compulsion to lean in, let the tension break into something more tangible. But the swirl of risk and duty haunts me. We're on a mission, both carrying secrets that can blow up in our faces. Finally, she inhales, pulling her hand away gently. I'd better get some sleep. Her voice sounds oddly subdued. I watch her retreat, an ache lodged in my chest. She's so close, yet 1,000 miles away, weighed by her own ghosts. And I have my own burdens dragging me down press hounds. Alistair's foundation, my father's legacy creeping into the headlines again. The ring wants to break us from all sides. I finish my water, the plastic cup crackling under my grip, then toss it in the trash. The overhead light buzzes, the safe house hallway filled with shadows. Palomo is still awake, tapping away at a laptop near the front room. Mira dozes on a couch, arms folded. Sera must be in the makeshift sleeping area we share, separated by a thin partition from Mira's corner. Wearily, I head that way. She settled on the smaller bed, flipping through a file of shipping data. Her hair frames her face, making her look younger, or maybe just more vulnerable than she lets on. I hesitate at the threshold, uncertain if she wants my presence, but she notices me, gestures to the single chair across from the bed. Sit, I won't bite. A flicker of wry amusement tugs my lips. I'm not so sure. You've proven formidable when cornered. She actually smiles, brief but genuine. True. She sets the file aside. You think we'll ever see normal life again after this? I settle in the chair, exhaling. I hope so. My gallery is all I have. If it collapses, I'm not sure what I'd do. Her gaze drifts. Mine was once the open road, snagging art pieces for the highest bidder. That led me to prison, so normal. Well, I never had it. Maybe we can both figure it out when the dust settles. A hush lingers, carrying a strange comfort. For a moment, we're just two people caught in a storm, dreaming of calmer days. But we both know tomorrow might escalate beyond control. If the container bust goes sideways, if Jace emerges, if the press swarms me, it could all come crashing down. Eventually, she lies back on the bed, eyes half-lidded. Get some rest, Cross. I murmur my agreement, retreating to my own bunk. I roll onto my side, facing away, though I can't truly block out her presence. My mind whirls with Alistair's anger, the media's accusations, the ring's cunning attempts to sabotage us. And over it all, the hum of a quiet bond forming with Sera that neither of us seems ready to name. Darkness settles, the safe house falling silent except for the faint rustle of Sera shifting on her mattress. My heart pounds, exhaustion gnawing at me, but sleep refuses to come easily. I keep recalling the day's revelations. Jace's deeper involvement, the press cornering me, Alistair forced to distance himself. Anxiety coils in my gut. But amid the swirl, the memory of Sera's small act of reassurance stands out. She reminded me I'm not my father. She recognized how the scandal weighs on me. It's a fleeting sign that behind her walled-off exterior, she's capable of compassion. That knowledge stirs a fragile sense of connection. The hours drag, my mind drifting between half-formed nightmares and restless, half-awake moments. At some point, I sense movement. Sera rises quietly, padding toward the hallway. Maybe she can't sleep either. The door creaks, then silence returns. I don't follow, half of me wanting to, half too lost in my own labyrinth of thoughts. When dawn eventually glows through the window, I drag myself upright. Sera is nowhere in sight, presumably talking with Mira or Palomo about last-minute adjustments. My phone lights up with a message from Delilah. Reporters found your old Oxford thesis. They're saying it proves you valued questionable acquisitions from the start. My chest clenches. They're scavenging every scrap of my past for clickbait. I text her not to worry, then toss the phone aside. Enough is enough. Today's focus is the container at the pier. If we succeed, we'll have ammunition to fight back. Show we're on the right side of the law. If we fail, I can't fathom the scale of damage it'll cause. I exit the sleeping area, spotting Sera and Mira hunched over a small table, sipping stale coffee. Palomo rummages in a duffel bag of gear. They look up as I approach, and Sera's gaze meets mine with a flicker of solidarity. I let the tension slip from my shoulders, steeling myself for the impending mission. Mira sets her mug down with a decisive thump. We move out in an hour. Everyone ready? A chorus of nods. Palomo slings the duffel over his shoulder. Sera tightens her ponytail, checking her phone one last time. I retrieve a bulletproof vest from the gear stack, ignoring the chill running down my spine. Another day of living dangerously, while the outside world tears my reputation apart. But I won't back down. Not from Neptune Holdings, not from the media that's painting me as a villain, and definitely not from any threat aiming to ruin Alistair's foundation or exploit Sera's criminal past. I cast a final look around the safe house, the battered walls a silent witness to the chaos we've been orchestrating. Sera, I call softly. She turns, eyes inquisitive. Let's end this. She grins, a small, fierce expression that sends a pulse of adrenaline through my veins. Right behind you, Cross. We march out, united in purpose, if not in clarity about whatever's growing between us. My scandal roars in the background. Alistair's foundation teeters on the edge of another crisis. But none of it matters if we can't take down the smuggling ring tonight. The city might be howling for my head, but at least I'm not facing that storm alone. As we climb into the waiting SUV, I settle next to Sera, tension coiled in my muscles, heartbeat steadying with grim resolve. The driver pulls away, and the safe house recedes in the rearview mirror. Tomorrow's headlines might label me a fraud or a hero. I can't control that. What I can control is the next move we make at Pier 57. If we succeed, we'll expose Neptune's involvement, sever the pipeline fueling the entire ring, and maybe salvage the Finch Foundation's reputation in the process. And if somewhere along the way I earn a chance to prove to Sera and to myself that I'm not the coward the press is painting, that might be enough to keep me fighting. We speed through city streets, the early morning bustle just beginning. Sera's hand rests near mine, a silent testament that we're in this together. My chest constricts with a tangle of dread and anticipation, but I welcome it. The cost of failure is too high, and the potential reward, freedom from these ghosts, burns bright enough to chase away the fear. The morning sun glares across the windshield, painting streaks of gold on the dashboard. I gather a single breath and vow to face each new threat head-on. The ring's sabotage can't break me if I refuse to kneel. Let the media scavenge my past. Let Neptune hurl every resource they have. I'll meet them with unwavering conviction, because I'm not alone, because Sera stands with me, and because I have to.
Chapter 11. Sera. The chandelier above me gleams with a million pinpoints of light, each reflection threatening to blind me if I angle my gaze too high. I slide through the crowd, feeling the plush carpet under my heels. This gala is a shimmering sea of jewels, tailored suits, and curated smiles, a realm I used to watch from a distance before prison took my freedom. Now I'm here under false pretenses, with Lucien Cross at my side, both of us chasing a lead that might just blow our case wide open. We arrived in style, limousine, a slip of an invitation that Lucien leveraged from one of his wealthy acquaintances. Everyone in attendance is dressed to be noticed. Sleek gowns, sharp tuxedos, careful hair. I chose a silver satin dress that drapes my body without drawing too much undue attention. Lucien insisted on the cost, and I let him foot the bill with an arched brow. I may be used to forging passes for these events, but wearing them without forging is a novel experience. He stands near me now, looking impossibly confident in a charcoal suit, every line tailored to perfection. I sense the tension coiled in his posture, even if the rest of the gala perceives only the polished facade. The plan is simple. I distract the broker, rumored to be dealing with Neptune Holdings, while Lucien sneaks into a restricted office to rummage for any incriminating files. Simple rarely describes my life, but if we pull this off, we might discover the missing link to the smuggling ring's network. And with media hounds breathing down Lucien's neck, we need a win. Fast. A passing waiter offers champagne flutes on a silver tray. Lucien takes one for both of us, pressing the cool glass into my hand with a subtle brush of fingers. Even that slight contact sends a ripple of awareness through me. His eyes hold mine for a split second, a question unspoken. Are we ready for this? I nod fractionally, heart pounding. Our target's over there, I murmur, tilting my chin toward a tall figure standing by the grand piano. The broker's name is Harold Chin, a man whose skill lies in quietly facilitating illegal trades. Palomo's intel suggests he's a prime contact for Neptune's operations. If he is, then he might confirm which shipments Jace Verano is overseeing. My gut twists at the thought of Jace, but I push it aside. Lucien glances across the room, his expression cool. Right, let's split. You keep him occupied while I slip upstairs. We both know the timing is precarious. The second Lucien vanishes, security might grow suspicious of me or him or both. But we have to risk it. I exhale, forcing a confident smile onto my lips. Leave it to me. He lifts his champagne flute in a mock toast. Don't get too comfortable charming criminals. I roll my eyes. Flirting with criminals is the closest I get to a hobby. He leans in, voice dropping. You do realize I'm one of them now? A smirk curves my mouth. No, you're still pretending you're not. With that, I pivot on my heels, weaving through the crowd. My heart flutters at how easily we slip into playful banter, as if it's second nature. We're forging a tricky alliance, yet the tension between us runs deeper than convenience. I approach Harold Chin, letting my gaze flick over him. He's older, maybe late 40s, wearing an impeccable tuxedo. His posture screams money and caution. A single diamond stud winks in his left ear, a subtle statement of power. He notices me, eyes narrowing in curiosity. Perfect. I offer a coy grin. This place is quite a spectacle, isn't it? He inclines his head. It is? You're not a face I see at these functions often. Feigning mild offense, I tilt my head. Perhaps you need to attend more often. I'm partial to the rarer events. I sip champagne, letting him see the sparkle in my eyes. Though, to be fair, I'm somewhat new to Lucien Cross's circle. He insisted I accompany him. Mentioning Lucien's name might spark recognition. Harold's brows lift. Cross, as in the man caught in that swirling scandal? I feign ignorance. He's had some dreadful media attention, but he's still a masterful collector, I believe in giving second chances. He chuckles, scanning the crowd. It's a brave stance, miss. I toss out a false name. Charlotte, with a smooth smile, one of Palomo's many forged IDs. I'm an appreciator of fine art and interesting company. A flash of speculation crosses Harold's face. Interesting indeed. He leans closer, dropping his voice. So, are you in the market for something unique tonight, Charlotte? I match his low tone. Depends on who I'm talking to. Rumor says you're the gatekeeper for certain exclusive acquisitions, but rumor is often wrong. His expression shifts, calculating. I press on before he can deflect. I've got funds and a client who wants discreet purchases. If you happen to know channels that bypass scrutiny, I might be interested in hearing more. A brazen lure, but men like Harold respond to directness. He enjoys a challenge, something he can weigh to see if I'm worth his time. He taps a finger on his glass, considering me. You speak with a refreshing lack of subtlety. I lean in, offering a playful shrug. Subtlety bores me. His lips quirk in a smile. Very well. Perhaps we can talk in a quieter corner. I nod, letting him guide me toward a side alcove near the velvet-draped windows. My pulse thrums. I cast a quick look around for Lucien, but he's vanished from the main hall. Perfect. I need to keep Harold engrossed as Lucien sneaks upstairs. If Lucien's plan is working, he's likely found a way to charm a passing staff member or slip behind a roped barrier. Harold sets his empty flute on a marble pillar. So you claim you have clients seeking special items. How special are we talking? I let my voice drop to a conspiratorial hush. Antiquities, high-value textiles, the kind that rarely see the inside of a legitimate auction house. Minimal questions asked, of course. If you can facilitate that, I have a group ready to buy. He tilts his head, assessing me. You're bold. Where does Cross fit into this? I summon a dismissive laugh. Lucien invests, I scout. He's too bogged down by his public image, his public troubles to get personally involved in the nitty-gritty. That's my domain. Harold's eyes glint with interest. So you handle the dirty work while he keeps his reputation? I feign a bored sigh. He's had enough embarrassment lately. Maybe I enjoy taking the bigger risks. Harold steps closer, voice laced with a hint of intrigue. I might know a person or two who deal in your brand of merchandise. They prefer anonymity, and they vet potential partners thoroughly. Might require references. I hold his gaze steadily. They're welcome to vet me. He chuckles. Brazen indeed. We drift deeper into conversation, tension thrumming. I keep my expression calm, though inside I'm counting the minutes. Lucien should have found the restricted office by now, hopefully rummaging for files or digital leads. The plan is for him to photograph any relevant documents and slip out. If Harold catches wind of the infiltration, we're sunk. Suddenly, a commotion stirs by the far side of the room. My heart leaps. Could it be security discovering Lucien? I turn my head to see a cluster of staff near a roped hallway. My stomach clenches. A security guard gestures animatedly, mouth set in a firm line. The staff looks unsettled. Harold notices my distraction and frowns. Something wrong? I plaster on a laugh. Just the usual party drama. But my nerves jangle. I need to create a bigger distraction, something that'll draw more eyes, and let Lucien vanish if he's discovered. Harold starts to glance that way, and I seize his arm impulsively. So about these items, when might I see a sample of what's on offer? My smile is bright, hiding my anxiety. He looks back at me, momentarily refocusing. There's a private show in a few weeks. Strictly invitation only. If you prove yourself worthy. The shift of movement behind him draws my attention. Lucien is weaving through the crowd, brow furrowed, posture tense. We lock eyes, and a jolt surges in my chest. He has to be on the verge of getting caught. The guard from earlier is scanning the throng, probably searching for an intruder. Our plan is about to unravel unless we do something drastic. I step closer to Harold, trailing a hand along his lapel to keep him distracted. But my gaze cuts to Lucien, silently urging him to slip away. The guard edges around a group of gala attendees, zeroing in on him. Fear tugs at me. We need a bigger, flashier interruption. I weigh the options, and in a flash of panic-laced brilliance, I realize a public scene might be our best shot. I murmur an apology to Harold, turning toward the center of the room, pretending I spot an old friend. Then I raise my voice, bright with faux excitement. "Darling, there you are." Lucien catches on immediately, pivoting to meet me halfway. The guard continues to close in. I yank Lucien forward by the lapel of his jacket, ignoring the startled look on Harold's face behind us. My heart pounds as I speak loud enough for curious onlookers. "I was wondering if you deserted me for that dreadful VIP suite." Lucien's eyes flick to the guard looming nearby, suspicion darkening his expression. He grits out, "If you think I'd abandon you, you've lost your mind." Then, quieter, for only me to hear, "We're about to blow our cover." I force a laugh, as if we're sharing an intimate joke, stepping into Lucien's personal space. "Play along," I whisper. He stiffens, then nods. The guard is almost upon us, scanning Lucien's face with mounting suspicion. Harold steps forward, confusion etched on his features. People around us hush, sensing a potential scene. This is it, our window to shift attention. Heart pounding, I slide my arms around Lucien's shoulders, as if we're an enamored couple. His voice is barely audible, laced with nerves. "You sure about this?" I let out an imperceptible, delighted laugh that rings through the crowd. "Absolutely." Then, propelled by a rush of adrenaline, I press my mouth to his. The shock of contact ignites a jolt of electricity. His lips part in surprise before he responds, arms sliding around my waist. I sense his hesitation give way to startling warmth. The world narrows to the taste of champagne on his breath, the press of his body against mine. Noise fades. Harold's confusion. The guard steps. The swirl of music. My entire focus is on the friction of Lucien's mouth moving against mine, a connection that's supposed to be pretend but feels dizzyingly real. I cling to him, tilting my head for better access, letting the kiss deepen just enough to be convincing. His fingers tighten on my waist, pulling me flush. A low sound escapes him, something like a suppressed groan, and I'm startled by the intensity of it. My pulse thunders. This is more than an act, more than a decoy. Beneath the veneer of performance, desire sparks, a dangerous thread weaving between us. When we finally break apart, breath ragged, I sense the hush of the crowd's astonishment. People murmur behind me, and I catch glimpses of raised eyebrows, speculative smiles. Harold stands with parted lips, clearly caught off guard. The guard who was closing in is forced to pause, uncertain how to interrupt a couple in such a public embrace. My cheeks feel hot. Lucien's eyes flick open, and I see my own shock reflected there. For a single moment, everything else melts away. The smuggling ring, the infiltration, the tension of old secrets. The world is just him and me, hearts pounding, taste of champagne shared. Then reality slams back. He clears his throat, voice shaking slightly. You didn't mention you'd arrive so late, my dear." I blink, forcing a bright laugh. "Forgive me, darling, I was occupied." Harold recovers first, offering a knowing smirk. "I see you two are well acquainted. I didn't know Mr. Lucien has a woman." Lucien, still gripping my waist, gives a polite nod. "My fiancé gets restless at these events. I had to sneak away for a moment, and I didn't expect to cause such a fuss." The guard hovers, uncertain. Harold intercedes. No harm done. Apologies for interrupting your reunion. He cast me an amused glance. We'll talk business another time, Charlotte. You seem otherwise engaged this evening. I spin to Harold, letting a flirtatious smile curve my mouth. We'll be in touch. I do have my obligations. With one last sly grin, I slip from his direct orbit, pulling Lucien gently with me. The guard's suspicion wavers. He can't confront us about sneaking into restricted areas if we appear to be just a scandalous couple making out in front of everyone. A wave of whispers follows us as we stroll away, arms linked. My heart still galloping from the kiss, from the press of Lucien's body. I can't catch my breath quite yet. Once we're out of earshot, we duck into a side corridor draped with gold curtains, and I whirl on him, adrenaline spiking anew. He braces a hand against the wall, breathing hard. That was unexpected. Heat flushes my cheeks. We needed a distraction. It worked. My voice sounds unsteady. He meets my eyes, gaze flicking to my mouth. It did. Maybe a little too well. A tangle of conflicting impulses whips through me. Impulse to kiss him again. Impulse to run. Because that moment was more than a staged ploy. We both felt it. The raw spark that's been hovering in the background of our arguments and alliances. And it terrifies me as much as it electrifies me. I pull back, swallowing. Did you find anything upstairs? My voice emerges sharper than intended, a defense mechanism. Lucien steadies himself, expression shifting to business. I manage to photograph a locked file in the host's office. Hard to decode, but the header mentioned Neptune. Could be shipping records or payoff logs. He hesitates, then adds softly, "We did good, Sera." The tension between us remains, not entirely explained by the mission. I open my mouth, but the pounding of my heart continues, crowding out coherent thoughts. Finally, I nod. We'd better leave before Harold or that guard decides to investigate further. He agrees. We slip back into the main hall, careful to keep a respectable distance now that we've made our spectacle. The crowd's attention has moved on to another drama, a minor celebrity meltdown, or some other swirl of gossip. My legs feel unsteady, but I keep my chin high. Lucien's hand brushes mine in a fleeting gesture of reassurance. A renewed wave of awareness washes through me. We cross the marble floor, navigating clusters of socialites deep in conversation about philanthropic ventures and insider art trades. The string quartet near the grand piano launches into a waltz. We skirt them, heading for the exit. I sense eyes trailing after us, but no one stops us. Our mission is done for the night. My lips still tingle from the memory of that unexpected kiss. Outside, the crisp night air hits me like a cleansing wave. I exhale, scanning for our hired car. Lucien steps up beside me, his breath visible in the cool glow of the street lamps. He rubs the back of his neck, gaze flicking my way. "You all right?" he asks softly. I still myself, forcing a poised nod. "I'm good, more than good. We got what we came for." He releases a shaky laugh. "Right, so that kiss, we should talk about it." A swirl of complicated emotions churns in my stomach. No, we shouldn't. It was a ruse. We did what we had to. He studies me, a flicker of hurt crossing his features. It felt... I cut him off, voice strained. "Don't read into it. A show for the crowd, that's all." Even as I say it, my body protests the lie, recalling the electric jolt that nearly burned through me. He nods slowly, gaze dropping to my mouth again before he drags it away. All right. For a moment, we linger in silence. The tension is tangible, a crackling wire between us. Then a black SUV pulls up, and we climb in, the door shutting out the cool night. I notice Lucien's fingers clench in his lap, an echo of my own coiling nerves. The driver merges into traffic without a word. I swallow hard, letting the city lights glide past my window. Eventually, Lucien breaks the quiet, voice barely above the hum of the engine. I'll get Palomo to decode the files tonight. We might have something that ties Neptune and that broker to the next shipment. I nod, focusing on a passing billboard. Good. The sooner we dismantle their pipeline, the sooner we're free from this charade. He doesn't answer, but I feel his attention shifting my way again, a flicker of regret in his eyes. My heart tugs. I recall how our lips fused in a desperate, hasty cover story, only to awaken something real. The mission remains my priority, though. I can't afford to let feelings muddy the waters. Not when Jace is out there, not when both Lucien and I are dogged by the threat of scandal. We pull up outside the safe house's quiet block. Lucien thanks the driver in a tense murmur. I slip out, hugging my wrap around me. He follows, silent, posture coiled. Palomo awaits inside, scanning us for a sign of success or trouble. We move past him, handing off a small USB containing the photograph documents. Then we're alone in the dim hallway. Tiredness seeps into my bones, but my pulse remains jittery from the night's performance. Lucien steps in front of me, searching my face. Sera, I force a neutral expression. We'll talk tomorrow, Cross. I'm done for the night. Something flickers in his eyes, an unspoken protest, but I offer no opening. The kiss is a line I can't afford to cross again, not unless I want to drown in more complications. He must sense my resolve because he nods stiffly. Good night, he says, voice low. I turn, heading for the back room that's become my sleeping quarters. My chest feels tight, adrenaline still spiking. Even alone, I can't escape the memory, the taste of his mouth, the warmth of his arms, that fleeting second where everything felt too vivid to be fake. A line from an old memory resurfaces, something my grandmother used to say. Sometimes the disguise reveals more truth than any mask. I push the thought away, refusing to dwell. Inside my room, I slip out of the satin gown, hanging it carefully. The woman in the mirror wears a faint flush on her cheeks, eyes bright with leftover intensity. It's been a long time since a simple kiss shook me this deeply. I exhale, running my fingers through my hair, trying to calm the storm within. Tomorrow, we'll parse the data from the broker's files, inch closer to Neptune's downfall. That's what truly matters. Still, as I settle onto the narrow cot, mind spinning with the risk we took, I can't banish the pulse of memory. The crowd parted around us. The orchestrated kiss blossomed into something that felt dangerously authentic. My mouth tingles even now, replaying the brief moment his arms locked around my waist, the sound he made when he gave in. I relax, letting the hush of the safe house envelop me. The mission is all I should focus on, I remind myself. Emotions complicate everything, especially with a man who stands on the opposite side of my darkest nightmares. But even as I try to reason it away, my lips curve in a secret smile. One I quickly smother, because whatever that kiss was, it rattled me in ways I can't dismiss. Sleep hovers at the edge of consciousness, refusing to fully claim me. The night replays behind my eyelids. The swirling lights of the gala herald smooth questions. The hush of the room when I seized Lucien for a public embrace. I can't quite decide if I regret or treasure the thrill of it. Maybe it's both. Eventually, exhaustion wins. The last coherent thought in my mind is the echo of Lucien's tense whisper. He asked me not to read into it. Or maybe I asked him. I can't remember who said what. I only know the cost of letting desire overshadow reason is too high. Yet the memory remains. An ember of warmth in an otherwise cold arrangement. I can't help but think if we can truly resist that pull, the next time we stand so close, forced by circumstance or choice. For now, I bury the question and let the darkness cradle me. Tomorrow, we fight another day. But a small part of me acknowledges that we've crossed a line, and there may be no going back to how things were before.
He's the mysterious man I had a fling with last night, and it turns out he's my dad's new boss.
I was getting IVF, but the donor came in and wanted his stuff back. It was too late. Now we're stuck together and I'm having his baby.
Ready to dive into a world where passion meets intrigue, where love knows no bounds.
If I don't find a woman to marry in the next 24 hours, then my entire company is going to be taken from me. There's only one woman I can ask, but she hates me because I ruined her father.
Introducing the Escape Your Life with Romance Book Bundle by Amazon best-selling author Tyler Walker, a collection of 100 standalone romances that promise to sweep you off your feet.
And the best part?
Get 90% off on the whole bundle, baby.
For $99.99, you'll get over 800 hours of pure romance with strong alpha males and sassy women who don't back down.
They can pass all the tariffs they want, ladies. But you won't find this deal for 100 audiobooks for less than $1 each anywhere else.
90 cents per book for all the dirty fun I can handle? How could I say no to that?
Visit TylerWalker.com to grab this bundle today.
Get ready to escape your life
With Miss Tyler.
Chapter 12. Lucien. I can still taste her kiss on my lips as we slip into the back seat of a rideshare, tension knotted between us like a coiled wire. The gala's lights fade behind tinted windows. Sera settles beside me, gaze fixed forward, posture rigid. My own body feels on the brink of a fault line, jittery from the night's subterfuge, from the furious spark that erupted when we kissed for show. Except it wasn't just for show, was it? I sense her carefully measured breaths, the faint tremor in her fingers as she fiddles with a loose thread on her dress. Our cover worked. We distracted the broker, retrieved crucial files upstairs. But the moment my lips collided with hers, lines blurred. A single kiss shouldn't leave me this raw. Yet every nerve is lit, the memory seared behind my eyelids. We don't speak during the ride. The tension is thick enough to bruise. I catch the driver sending glances in the rear view, probably noticing the electricity in the silence. The city's neon slides across Sera's face, painting it in fleeting shades of pink and green. I try to breathe to gather my scattered thoughts. We pull up to her hotel, a modest building with Art Deco detailing, its facade half covered in scaffolding. She insisted on a separate hotel from the safe house tonight, claiming she needed space to think. Instead of letting her vanish alone, I offered to see her safely through the door. She gave me a withering look, but didn't refuse. Now, stepping onto the curb, I tipped the driver, ignoring his curious grin, and turned to Sera. She's hugging herself against the cool night air, the silver of her dress shimmering under the street lamp. I clear my throat. "You're sure you'll be safe here?" She shrugs, the motion taut. "Safer than that fishbowl safe house, with or without you." A wave of frustration flickers. We're both on edge, battered by the role we played tonight. Still, I press. "Let me walk you to your room at least." She eyes me, arms still tight around her torso. "Because you think I'm fragile?" I exhale. "Because I don't want you ambushed by anyone who might be tracking us, that's all." A slight nod. We cross the dingy lobby, ignoring a bored-looking clerk who barely glances up from his phone. The elevator hums as we ride it to the 7th floor, neither of us daring to break the quiet. My heart still drums in my ears. She stands close, her perfume, a mix of something floral and warm tugging at memory. The same scent lingered when I pinned her against me in that public display. My chest tightens. When the doors slide open, she leads the way to her room. A single overhead light hums, illuminating faded carpeting. She digs the keycard from her tiny clutch. I watch as her hands tremble slightly, though she masks it well, scanning the corridor for potential threats. Once the door clicks, she slips inside, turning to look at me from the threshold. "You can go," she says, voice subdued, though her eyes flick across my face. A swirl of conflict surges in me, desire, caution, an urge to ensure she's okay. I remain in the hall, my pulse hammering. Are we pretending the kiss meant nothing? She inhales sharply. For a beat, she doesn't reply. Then she opens the door wider, stepping aside. "Get in here before someone sees us loitering." I enter, tension thrumming. The room is modest, a single bed, a small desk with a flickering lamp, a battered armchair by the window. She snaps the lock behind us, letting the strap of her clutch slide off her shoulder. I stand by the bed, struggling to appear composed. My thoughts churn with images of our ruse, how her mouth softened under mine, how her body curved to fit. It felt dangerously real. Sera drops her clutch on the desk, rubbing her temples in an agitated gesture. We pulled it off, right? The files, the distraction. It worked. My voice sounds huskier than intended. We have the documents. Paloma will decode them. Good, she mutters, still not facing me. I watch the subtle line of her spine, the tension in her bare shoulders. The overhead lamp picks out the sheen of sweat at her nape. She exhales, and her entire posture wavers for an instant. So why do I still feel like my pulse won't settle? A jolt of relief and longing hits me. She feels it too. My steps echo as I move closer, a hand hovering near her arm. Because that kiss wasn't just smoke and mirrors. She whirls, eyes blazing with defiance or confusion or both. We had no choice. The guard was on us. I had to do something dramatic. That's not all it was, I say quietly. Or am I imagining how you clung to me? Her jaw clenches. You're reading too much. A flicker of frustration merges with the desire roiling in my gut. I close the space between us, not touching her yet. I think you're lying to both of us. You felt it the second our mouths met. She trembles, turning her face away. I don't have room for this. We're in the middle of a takedown. People want us dead. Jace is out there. She halts, voice choking on the mention of her ex-partner. Anger flares. So you'd rather bury everything we felt? Her eyes find mine head-on, dark with turmoil. Feeling doesn't fix anything, it just complicates. My heart thunders, a savage beat in my chest. Maybe so, but I'm standing here, wanting you more than I can think straight. Tell me you don't want this, and I'll walk out the door. But if you do... She's on me before I finish, fists curling in my shirt, slamming her mouth onto mine. It's rough, impulsive, a collision of teeth and lips that leaves me reeling. A ragged groan tears from my throat. I cup her face, tangling my fingers in her hair, devouring the shock of her kiss. Heat surges, devouring caution.
I hate to put a stop to a good time, but it looks like we've hit this platform's limit for spiciness.
This platform's got some rules we have to play by if we want to keep giving you these stories for free.
And trust me, this scene isn't something you want to miss.
While we can't get into all the details here, you can still dive into the full, uncut version at TylaWalker.com.
Miss Tyla has an entire collection of unabridged audiobooks and ebooks waiting for you.
And the best part? You can treat yourself with 40% off when you use the code SAVE40.
That's right. You'll save on any digital product, even bundles that are already discounted.
Miss Tyla would never let anyone feel the kind of disappointment you must be feeling right now.
So why wait? Treat yourself with Miss Tyla.
We lie there, letting our breathing slow. The small lamp on the bedside table casts us in a glow that feels too intimate, too revealing of the tumult in our hearts. When my heartbeat finally settles, I whisper, "You okay?" She opens her eyes, gaze slipping over my face. "I'm fine," she says, voice quieter than usual, the brash edge softened by exhaustion. You? I give a vague nod, unsure how to articulate the avalanche of emotion I'm grappling with. We've just upended the precarious balance between us. We might regret it tomorrow, or we might cling to it as an anchor in this treacherous game. Right now, though, it's a fragile piece. I lean in, intending to kiss her brow, but she shifts, pressing her lips to mine gently. The contrast to our earlier frenzy is jarring, soft, lingering, weighted with something unspoken. My stomach twists. I sense her longing, her caution, her hidden fear of what comes next. When she draws back, she rolls onto her back, eyes drifting to the ceiling. This changes things. I prop myself on an elbow, observing the rise and fall of her chest. We can pretend it never happened, if that's what you want. A bitter laugh flutters from her mouth. I'm not sure I can pretend that well. She goes quiet, and then sighs. It might make everything else more complicated. It might, I agree softly. My fingertips trail down her arm, marveling at the goosebumps that rise in their wake. We lapse into silence, the hush broken only by the faint hum of traffic outside. She closes her eyes, an expression of reluctant acceptance crossing her face. Hesitantly, I shift closer, letting her rest her head against my chest. For a split second, she tenses, then relaxes, seemingly deciding not to push me away. Her hand drapes across my ribs, palm warm against my skin. I swallow, mind drifting to everything we must face once morning comes. Jace Verano's looming threat, Neptune's entire smuggling empire, my ongoing scandal, her precarious parole arrangement. It's a labyrinth of external traps. Now we've added this, the fact that we've crossed a threshold neither of us expected. She lies there, gaze unfocused, as if she's listening to the beat of my heart. I sense her breathing slow. It's oddly comforting, the feeling of her body pressed against mine in a moment of stolen calm. A flicker of tenderness sparks in my chest, surprising and a little terrifying. This might be the last place we can let our guards down. Time passes in that hush, and I wonder if she's fallen asleep. Then she shifts, resting her chin on my sternum, eyes drifting up to meet mine. Lucien? Yeah, I murmur, voice low, half entranced by the intimacy of her body draped over me. She wets her lips. Just don't read too much into this. There's a haunted edge to her tone. A pang tugs at me, but I nod. Right. We needed release after everything, that's all. Her gaze flickers with a hint of conflict, like maybe she doesn't quite believe her own words. But she says nothing else, dropping her head back to my chest. I stroke her shoulder in a slow, comforting motion, breathing in the scent of her hair. The lingering heat in the air still clings to us, the sheets rumpled beneath our legs. Eventually, her eyes drift shut, but I feel the subtle tension in her muscles. She's not truly at ease, nor am I. My mind replays flashes of the mission, the frantic energy that propelled us here, the unstoppable hunger that consumed us once we were alone. For all our smooth planning, we never strategized about this. What if we lost the fight to keep our partnership free from intimacy? I sense her drifting, maybe half asleep. Her fingers flex on my side as though memorizing the shape of my ribs. My heart clenches. In the quiet, I let my own eyelids sink. The hotel's old AC rattles in the wall, a lullaby of mechanical droning. The adrenaline has ebbed, leaving me spent. But beneath the physical fatigue, my brain whirls with the knowledge that tomorrow we'll still face the same threats, only now burdened by a secret we can't easily explain away. Sera stirs, pressing her cheek against my chest. She's not fully asleep either. Her breathing pattern changes, a soft hitch that suggests her thoughts remain active. For a moment, I consider pressing her about Jace, about the tangle of fear and anger that shadows her eyes whenever his name surfaces. But I can't bring myself to pry, not when we're both so exposed. I feel her body relax, her breathing deepening. The weight of her settled on me stirs an odd sense of protectiveness. I curl an arm under her, letting her nestle closer. My own eyes slip shut. Maybe for just a few hours we can find a fragile refuge in each other's company, forget the orchestrated chaos that hunts us. But morning will come, and with it the inevitability of questions. Does this momentary collision destroy our trust, or forge something stronger? She's not the only one who's terrified. I hold her quietly, listening to the hum of the city behind the thin hotel window, wondering how we'll navigate the aftermath. In the dim early hours, I drift into a restless doze, lulled by the warmth of her body. The faint smell of her hair, the rhythmic flutter of her breath, these sensations ground me, even as my conscience screams about the precarious line we've crossed. I don't know if I'll regret it, but I can't deny the solace in her closeness. When a faint slice of light creeps through the curtains, I stir, mind swimming with half-formed thoughts. My watch says it's past 4 in the morning. Sera is still awake, her head tucked beneath my chin, eyelashes low, but not quite closed. She catches me looking, her lips forming a wry half-smile. "You should sleep," I murmur, stroking a thumb over her arm. She shrugs. "I don't sleep well. Not usually." I don't press for details. I suspect nightmares or old wounds from prison. Instead, I keep my voice quiet. "Does this help at all?" Her eyes flick away, refusing to answer. But the slight lean of her body says yes, a silent confession. I tighten my hold, letting the hush speak for us. We remain that way, two flawed souls seeking a fragile moment of peace in the midst of chaos. Gradually, her breaths even out, and she slips into slumber against my chest. My own eyes grow heavy. Before drifting off, I reflect on the stolen hours we have left before the day's dangers resurface. Maybe this is a mistake, mixing desire and mission, forging an intimacy neither of us prepared for. But tonight, I can't bring myself to regret it. Because, for once, I feel her letting go of the walls she built, if only for a heartbeat. And if tomorrow demands answers, if we must face the consequences of this impulsive night, so be it. For now, I bury my face in her hair, letting the tension seep from my body, holding on to this fleeting sense of closeness as the city lights flicker outside. She's memorizing my heartbeat. I'm memorizing the shape of her curled against me. Maybe neither of us knows how to handle it, but for these precious hours, we can pretend we do. Chapter 14. Lucien. I scan the document in front of me, my pulse kicking up a notch at every line that implicates me further. The overhead light in this safe house flickers, leaving half of the page in shadow and the other half glaring under cheap fluorescence. I hover my finger over one particular paragraph, struggling to keep a lid on the panic forming in my chest. This text outlines the provenance of an item I purchased years ago, an antique tapestry. According to these newly deciphered logs, that same tapestry has recently moved through a Neptune Holdings pipeline. My name is on the appraisal documents. A chill creeps down my spine. I recall the day I quietly authenticated a tapestry for a private client who insisted on anonymity. Later I learned it had questionable origins, but I had assumed everything was buried after hush deals and legal gymnastics. Clearly, that ghost has resurfaced at the worst possible time. This is precisely the evidence that could blow our entire operation and brand me as complicit. If Sera finds out I recognized the tapestry from the start and kept it quiet, she'll assume the worst, that I'm no better than the criminals we're trying to trap. The door behind me creaks, admitting a jolt of cool air. I whip around to see Sera, posture tense, her eyes flicking from the screen to my face. Her lips press into a tight line. She must sense my alarm, my pulses near deafening in my ears. She takes a step closer, scanning the data on the table. "Something interesting?" she asks, voice carefully neutral. My throat constricts. "Some logs Palomo recovered. You know, more shipping records," I'm verifying them. She arches a brow, crossing her arms. You look like you've seen a ghost. I force a nonchalant shrug, trying to cloak the adrenaline spike roaring inside me. Just tired. We've been at this all day. Her gaze doesn't waver. Right. She sets her phone on the table, turning to the screen. So, anything new about Neptune's next big shipment? I choke back the surge of nerves, powering up a casual tone. 1 or 2 possible leads, nothing concrete. A beat of silence drags, thick with tension. She's reading me. She's always had a knack for slicing through my polished exterior. I gather the pages, pressing them into a neat stack, all while my mind scrambles for a way to keep her from seeing that crucial paragraph linking the tapestry to my name. If she reads it, everything might unravel. She steps around the table, circling into my personal space, her voice dropping. Why are you hiding that page? I freeze. My fingers tighten involuntarily around the papers. I'm not hiding anything. They're just standard references. Her expression grows sharper. Let me see. My pulse throbs. If I hand this over, I risk her discovering the direct mention of my old purchase. She'll demand to know why I never told her I once acquired the tapestry that Neptune now smuggles. Our fragile trust is already balancing on a razor's edge after last night, but lying to her face will drive the wedge deeper. I pivot, trying to slip the paper into the folder, voice forced calm. We have limited time. We should focus on the leads about Jace. Let's not chase every dead end. A flash of suspicion crosses her features. Dead end? Or a lead that incriminates you somehow? My jaw aches from clenching. What are you implying? She exhales, stepping even closer. Her body radiates tension, the memory of our intimacy lingering in how she sets her stance. I see how you're acting, Cross, like you found something that scares you. If it doesn't matter, show me. My heart hammers. I meet her eyes, an internal war raging. In my head, I hear Mira's warnings, Sera's parole clause, the weight of the operation. If Sera learns I recognized the tapestry from the start, but kept quiet, she'll see it as betrayal or complicity. She's already precarious after the ultimatum from Mira about Jace. One more blow to her trust might break us irreparably. I lie. It's nothing relevant, just some repeated codes about a tapestry that never panned out. Let's not waste our limited resources. Her gaze narrows. You sure about that? I stand straighter, lifting my chin. Positive. She snatches the folder from my hand before I can react, pivoting away to flip through the pages. I lunge to stop her, but she's quick, scanning lines with a ferocious speed, eyes blazing with suspicion. My stomach plunges. She finds the paragraph referencing an antique tapestry once sold under questionable terms, and my name listed as the appraiser. Her entire body stiffens. Lucien, she murmurs, tension coiling in each syllable. You authenticated this tapestry. It's directly tied to Neptune's pipeline. Why didn't you tell me? I scramble for an excuse, every second stretching painfully. I wasn't sure. I only realized it was the same piece recently, and I didn't want to derail everything if I was wrong. It might not even be the same tapestry. Her eyes blaze. The same name, same date of appraisal, same restoration details. You expect me to believe that's a coincidence? My mouth works soundlessly. Guilt and fear swirl, tangling my thoughts. Finally, I swallow. All right, I recognized it a while ago, but I wasn't certain it was relevant. My father's old connections, that museum scandal. She cuts me off, voice quivering with betrayal. You let me chase these leads blindly, suspecting everyone but you. Meanwhile, you had direct links to the ring's contraband. How am I supposed to trust you now? The sting in her tone pierces me. I was trying to protect you. She flings the pages onto the table, anger radiating. Don't you dare spin this as protection. You lied. You put me at risk. If I'd known the tapestry originated with you, we could have followed that trail weeks ago. Instead, you stonewalled me, letting me chase worthless threads while the ring moves shipments behind our backs. My voice rises defensively. I didn't want to cast suspicion on myself or the gallery. The press is already crucifying me for old acquisitions. This piece, it's from that same shady period. I tried to bury it. I was afraid you'd think I was part of Neptune's dealings. Her laugh is bitter, laced with hurt. So you lied to my face, letting me think we were working as equals. And let me guess, you also worried that if the Bureau found out, they'd hang you too? I tense, the air thick with regret. Maybe I didn't want to sabotage the operation, or ruin Alistair's foundation by dragging up another scandal. She sweeps her arms in a frustrated gesture. That's exactly what you've done by hiding it. You sabotaged us. How can I trust anything you say? The question spears me. I wrestle for words, but they stick in my throat. She stares, chest heaving, her eyes bright with heartbreak. Then her voice emerges, steady with anger. All this time I've been risking my parole, my future, thinking we were on the same side. But you had your own secrets. Great. I step forward, heart pounding. Sera, we are on the same side. I never wanted to hurt you. She backs away, rage rolling off her in waves. Too late for that. This is what I get for letting you in, trusting you with me. Her jaw flexes. After last night, after everything, I'm an idiot. My throat tightens. You're not. I'm sorry, truly. Let me fix this. Fix it? She laughs without humor, eyes glimmering dangerously. I'm the one on a 72-hour countdown, forced to find Jace or rot in prison, while you hide vital links because you're worried about your reputation. I can't do this. My stomach drops. I reach out, but she recoils. We can still salvage this, I insist, though my voice sounds hollow, even to me. We'll show Mira the tapestry connection. Use it to track Neptune's route. We can prove I'm innocent in the process. She rubs her temples, furious energy radiating. I should have known better. You're always so poised, so in control. It was naive to think you'd open up for real. We don't have time for your half-truths, Cross. A coil of frustration unwinds from my chest, mixing with desperation. I didn't want to bury it forever. I was going to tell you once I confirmed. She cuts me off again, voice brittle. Enough. I can't stand here listening to excuses. Every second we spend arguing, Neptune moves closer to shipping out more contraband. I have to find a real lead, one that doesn't hinge on you manipulating me. My lungs constrict. I wasn't manipulating you. I'm terrified of losing everything my gallery, my chance to help Alistair even. She shakes her head, tears of rage in her eyes. Don't say it. Don't you dare try to spin your fear into some kind of grand gesture. You lied. You put your own concerns above the mission. That's the cold truth. My defenses crumble. Sera, please. She snatches up her phone, stuffing the papers in the folder. I'm done for now. We'll see if Mira can use this new link. If she can, fine. If not, I'll find another angle. But I'm not working with you on it. Her words strike like a slap. Wait, we're supposed to be partners. She moves toward the door, each step measured, fists clenched at her sides. Not anymore. I'll handle my end alone. You handle yours. If we cross paths, it's strictly business. She opens the door, glancing back, eyes flashing with betrayal. And don't try to follow me. I stand there, mouth dry, a hollow ache in my chest. She disappears into the corridor, footsteps echoing. The door slams shut, leaving me in an oppressive hush. My entire body trembles with a toxic mix of guilt, anger, and heartbreak. The folder sits abandoned on the table, the glaring words reminding me of my deception. For a moment, I'm paralyzed, mind reeling with the consequences. If Sera truly severs our partnership, we lose the synergy that's been driving us to expose Neptune. More than that, I might lose the only person who sees me beneath the polished veneer, the last person I expected to need so desperately. A wave of self-loathing rises, but I swallow it back, scanning the lines that condemn me. The tapestry's connection is blatant, and it's evidence I withheld. She has every reason to feel betrayed. I rub a hand over my face, feeling the sting of impending tears. Instead, I push the emotion aside, rummaging for a plan. We're running out of time on all fronts: her parole, my media scandal, the ring's ever-tightening grip. I gather the logs and step into the corridor. She's gone, leaving only the hush of distant voices from the main room. I half expect Palomo or Mira to appear, demanding answers. Maybe that's next. My footsteps echo against the drab walls. The safe house feels colder, emptier without her presence. The guilt weighs on me like a leaden cloak. I want to chase after her, to force a conversation, but my chest constricts at the thought. If I corner her now, it'll only stoke her anger. She's already condemned me as a liar. Maybe I deserve it. The memory of her voice, laden with hurt, stabs at me. I recall how she looked this morning, tension etched around her eyes, carrying the burden of Mira's threats. I made everything heavier by failing to trust her with the truth. I retreat to a quiet office, dropping into a chair. My phone vibrates with a message from Delilah about the gallery, but I ignore it. The only thing that matters is salvaging this mission and regaining Sera's trust, if that's even possible. I boot up a laptop, scanning for any fresh Neptune intel. My eyes blur. The tapestry mention returns like a ghost on the screen, mocking me. My mind replays last night's closeness, how raw and real it felt. Now it feels infinitely far away, overshadowed by the lie that parted us. Fear creeps in. If she won't talk to me, how do we move forward? She's the crucial link to Jace, and I hold key knowledge about Neptune's backdoor deals. But without each other, we might be flailing in the dark, and we only have 72 hours for her to deliver Jace, or some equally potent coup, before she's hauled back to prison. Anger flares at myself, at the criminals, at the entire labyrinth that forces us into these corners. I want to scream or punch something. Instead, I bury my face in my hands, inhaling jagged breaths. This is the cost of deception. I might have lost Sera for good. Eventually, I straighten, forcing my focus back to the screen. If I can decode Neptune's next big shipment, maybe I can prove I'm not an enemy. Or at least help Sera bring them down, even if she never wants to see me again. My chest aches at the thought, but I push it down. The mission supersedes heartbreak. Typing furiously, I cross-reference the tapestry's location with the broker logs. The data is a labyrinth of code names and half-coded references. If I can unravel it, maybe I'll find a route or an upcoming drop that could expose the operation from the inside out. That's the only chance I have to atone. Outside, distant footfalls echo and fade. Sera doesn't return. I picture her storming off, phone in hand, possibly to chase Jace alone. The fear that she'll confront him without backup gnaws at me. But I betrayed her trust. I gave her no reason to let me help. The hours melt. My eyes burn from scrolling through line after line of coded text. A single mention of Cradle Loom catches my attention, referencing the same forged appraisals that roped me into this. My heart knocks against my ribs. This could be the thread that leads us deeper into Neptune's secret pipeline. Something stirs within me, a tiny spark of hope that I can fix my mess. But as I gather these fresh clues, an inescapable dread sinks in. The cost might be too high to ever repair the fragile bond Sera and I began to build. Because even if I uncover Neptune's entire operation, the memory of my lie remains. And Sera's not one to forgive easily. She walked away, walked out on the potential we shared because of my betrayal. I scrub a hand over my face again, exhaustion pulling at me. My conscience bleeds with the truth. I did this to us. If I'd come clean earlier, we could have leveraged the tapestry link as a trump card. Instead, I hoarded the secret, terrified it would tarnish me further. Now I stand alone, the person I needed most lost in the fallout. I've got no choice but to chase the lead, gather the proof, and hope the end justifies the fracture. My fingers fly over the keyboard, mind buzzing. The data beckons like a puzzle that might redeem me if I solve it fast enough. The hush of the safe house presses in, and I remember Sera's last words raw, trembling with betrayal. I'm not working with you anymore. That memory stings like an open wound. I will not let it be the final chapter between us. Even if she doesn't forgive me, I'll ensure she doesn't rot in prison. I'll help her take Neptune down, even if it breaks me in the process. Because seeing her eyes brim with betrayal is a pain I can't endure again. So I work. And I vow to do whatever it takes, whether she wants me or not. Maybe, by bringing Neptune to its knees, I can prove that I'm not just another self-serving liar. Or maybe it's too late. That fleeting moment of closeness will stand as the only real intimacy we ever shared. The thought tears at me, fueling my determination. My mind chases the code, ignoring the hollow ache in my chest. The shadows lengthen. I type lines of queries, cross-reference shipments, drowning in data to quell the anguish. With each keystroke, I whisper a silent promise. I'll fix this. For her. For us, if there's still an us. Even if it means sacrificing what little is left of my reputation or my heart. Because if there's one truth I can't deny, it's this. Losing Sera's trust feels like losing the best chance at something real. And I refuse to let it end here, in the darkness of this cold safe house, with nothing but regrets. Chapter 16. Lucien. I'm leaning over a desk piled with scattered research logs, eyes burning from hours of cross-referencing shipping codes, when the call comes in. Palomo storms into the safe house office, anxiety etched on his face. My heart stalls at the flicker of alarm in his gaze. Sera went to that old museum warehouse alone, he says, voice urgent. Mira picked up chatter on a side channel. By the time we confirmed the location, Sera was already on site. All my intentions of burying myself in data vanish in a rush of panic. She told no one. He shakes his head. Not me, not Mira. A flash of guilt and dread collides in my chest. Sera and I parted on terrible terms. She's furious at me for hiding the tapestry link, and we haven't said 2 words to each other since. But the prospect of her sneaking off to a dangerous rendezvous without backup sends my pulse hammering. If something goes wrong, if Jace lured her into a trap. I push off the desk, grabbing my jacket. Where is this warehouse? Palomo hesitates, jaw set. Corner of Filbert and 9th. It's an abandoned museum annex, I think. But Sera's been gone an hour, maybe longer. I'm already halfway out the door, phone in hand, ignoring the swirl of staffers raising eyebrows. The corridor smells of stale coffee and old frustration. My mind floods with worst-case scenarios. Jace or Neptune's enforcers might be waiting. Or Sera could be forging her own deal, deciding she's better off without me or Mira. The anger in her eyes the last time our paths crossed haunts me. She told me she was done, that she didn't need me. I refused to believe it, but now... I punch the gas pedal the moment I'm in my car, flying down the street with the city's neon reflections streaking across my windshield. Night has come on fast. My phone remains silent. I try calling Sera, but it rings until voicemail picks up. Anxiety coils tighter. The old museum building looms at the end of a darkened street, columns crumbling, windows boarded or smashed. I kill the engine, stepping out into a hush broken only by distant traffic. The place radiates a foreboding emptiness. My heart bangs against my ribcage. I rush up the steps, ignoring the flutter of broken glass underfoot. The door yields with a loud groan, letting me into a lobby choked with dust and moonlight. My voice echoes as I call Sera's name. No answer. The gloom devours the sound. My mind conjures images of her pinned against a wall by Jace or lying injured in a corner. Sera! My shout reverberates against tall marble columns. My pulse thumps in my ears, every nerve on high alert. I pass broken display cases, the faint reek of mold. Shadows twist around me like silent watchers. I scour each corridor, trying to quell the panic that grows sharper by the second. At last, I enter what might have been a large exhibit hall. Shards of glass crunch underfoot. Something moves in the corner, and I pivot, heart in my throat, only to realize it's a rat scurrying for cover. My phone's flashlight picks out footprints in the thick dust leading to the rear exit. I follow them, tension building, half expecting to find Sera's body. Instead, I'm greeted by an empty alcove, a gaping hole in the wall that leads outside. The footprints vanish on asphalt. Cold dread closes in. She was here. She left. I'm too late. The noise behind me makes me spin Mira, stepping into the faint light, her face grave. Palomo hovers behind her, scanning the area with a handheld flashlight. Mira's gaze sweeps the deserted hall. "Nothing?" she asks quietly. I shake my head, voice tight. No sign of her. She's gone. Mira sighs, tension tightening her jaw. We intercepted chatter that Jace Verano might be involved. If they met, she could be making her own deal. I bristle at the implication. Or maybe Jace ambushed her. It's not automatically betrayal. She gives me a careful look. You still believe she's on our side after how she's been acting? Anger flares, but guilt stirs too. She's under a lot of pressure. We had a falling out, but that doesn't mean she's flipped. She wouldn't go to Jace willingly. Mira folds her arms, surveying the broken remnants of the exhibit. You sure about that? She's a consummate thief. If she decided the Bureau's arrangement isn't worth it, Jace could tempt her with quick money, freedom from parole scrutiny. I swallow, recalling Sera's heartbreak, her anger at my lies. Could she truly ditch the operation to run with Jace again? My stomach churns. She wouldn't run, I murmur, half to convince myself. Not after everything she's done to bring Neptune down. She's too determined. Palomo steps forward, voice grim. You realize if she's meeting with Jace, the Ring might interpret that as a betrayal of them or us, depending on what story she's spun. She's in serious danger. A wave of fear washes over me. Sera alone with Jace is a recipe for disaster. They have history, shared forgeries, old loyalties twisted into betrayal. She has 72 hours to deliver him or another big lead. Maybe she's desperate enough to face him alone. My thoughts tumble. We need to find her, now. Mira glances around. We can't track her phone if she turned off location sharing. If Jace gave her a burner, she'll avoid using anything we can trace. She's good at covering her tracks. I clench my jaw, mind racing. She must have a plan. I can't see her trusting Jace. So if she went to him, it's likely a ruse to gather intel. We have to assume she's playing both sides. Mira narrows her eyes. That's what I'm afraid of. She might be playing us too. A ripple of anger surfaces. She's not playing us. She might still be furious at me, but I can't believe she'd sabotage the mission entirely. Mira exhales. Your faith in her is admirable, but the Bureau sees it differently. If she won't communicate, they'll assume she's gone rogue. The word rogue stings. I remember Sera's fierce vow to never return to prison. Could desperation push her to rejoin Jace? My chest tightens. We can't just write her off. Give me time to track her, or let me monitor Jace's known associates. Mira gives a slight nod. We can try, but the upper echelons are already whispering Sera might have defected. If she doesn't surface soon, they'll pull your resources, consider her a lost cause. My throat constricts. I recall Sera's determined eyes, her vow to handle everything alone. This is the type of high-stakes gamble she'd make. She's not lost yet. She's the best shot at bringing in Jace or dismantling Neptune's next shipment. Mira's phone buzzes. She checks it, face darkening. The Bureau wants an update within 12 hours. If we can't provide her location, they'll escalate to a full retrieval order. That could mean forcibly dragging her in, or greenlighting an arrest. Maybe worse. Bile rises in my throat. I'll find her before that. She observes me, something like sympathy flickering in her gaze. I know you care about her, but watch yourself. This operation is bigger than personal feelings. If Sera truly flipped, you can't let her manipulate you too. I bristle, but she's right that my emotions run dangerously high. I'll be careful, but I'm certain she hasn't abandoned the mission. Mira studies me for another beat, then gestures to Palomo. Sweep the building, see if there's any sign of a struggle or leftover clue. I want to know how Sera left and with whom. Palomo nods and disappears into the gloom. Left alone with Mira, I'm acutely aware of the musty air. Dust swirls around us like restless spirits. My mind flicks through Sera's last words to me. Her fury at my lie about the tapestry, the heartbreak in her eyes. She marched away, vowing to operate alone. Now she's missing. A bitter chord resonates in my chest, guilt merging with fear. Mira's voice softens. You truly think she's not playing us? I stare at the broken displays around me. I betrayed her trust by hiding that tapestry link. She was furious, but she hates Jace more. He left her to rot in prison. She wouldn't throw in with him unless she had a cunning angle. Mira exhales. Let's hope you're right. Because if she's forging a new alliance with Jace, we'll have no choice but to treat her as an enemy agent. That means no special treatment, no second chance. The idea of Sera labeled an enemy sparks alarm. I'll handle it, I say through gritted teeth. I'll find out what she's planning. A faint nod. You have a small window, Cross. Don't blow it. The Bureau's patience is finite. She turns away, footsteps echoing in the hollow space, leaving me standing in the silent gloom. My heart hammers. Sera gone into the night, possibly meeting Jace. The memory of how she felt in my arms flares up, painful in its rawness. My chest tightens with regret that we parted on such harsh words. After a moment, I fish out my phone, stepping into a patch of moonlight near a shattered skylight. I try Sera's number again, biting back frustration when it clicks straight to voicemail. Sera, I say quietly into the phone's recording. I know you're mad, but we have bigger threats. If you can't talk to me, at least let me know you're safe. If you're with Jace, be careful. He can't be trusted. My voice trembles at the end. I hang up, grimacing at my own vulnerability. My mind roams. Could she be on the run? She once told me she'd do anything not to return to Lockton. If she believes I'll sabotage her or the Bureau will revoke her parole, maybe vanishing with Jace seems like her best escape. The mere thought grates on me like nails on glass. Sera deserves better than hitching her fate to a traitor. I wander toward the corridor Palomo disappeared into, shining my phone light on the floor. Dusty footprints lead out the rear exit, likely Sera's or Jace's. No blood or obvious signs of a fight. She might have left willingly or under coercion. My stomach churns. If Jace forcibly took her, the footprints wouldn't necessarily show a struggle. She's cunning enough to appear cooperative if it buys her time. Palomo emerges from a side hall, shaking his head. No sign of forced entry or scuffle. A few footprints, maybe 2 sets, but can't confirm. Looks like they slipped out quietly. My chest sinks. So Sera might have chosen to go with Jace. Or she staged a quiet departure to keep them off guard. Palomo gestures for me to follow him outside, back into the night air. The sky is a charcoal wash of clouds, a sliver of moon overhead. Car horns echo from distant streets. The harsh reality is, we're clueless about her next move. We rejoin Mira near the front steps. She updates someone on her phone in terse phrases, then ends the call. Nothing else to glean here. We'll keep a watch on Jace's known associates. He might let something slip. I nod stiffly, frustration gnawing. What if Sera calls me? Will you let me handle it? Mira hesitates. If she calls you, put her on speaker so we can record everything. Anger flares. She won't talk if she thinks the entire Bureau is listening. Mira's eyes narrow. We can't let personal attachments compromise intelligence. If you keep her conversation private and she's flipped, we're blind to her next move. That's not acceptable. My stomach clenches, but I say nothing. I sense Palomo watching, tension thick in the quiet. Finally, I offer a curt nod. Fine. But if you want her trust, ambushing her with a surprise wire won't help. Mira snorts. We lost her trust the second she left us in the dark. Let's go. We'll regroup at the safe house. She and Palomo head for their vehicle. I remain on the steps, consumed by a simmering dread. The wind tosses debris across the courtyard. My phone remains silent in my pocket. No call or text from Sera. I picture her crossing paths with Jace, forging some high-stakes gambit. My gut churns. Reluctantly, I climb into my own car, slamming the door with more force than needed. The seatbelt weighs on me like a chain. As I pull away, headlights slice the gloom. The drive back is a blur of restless thoughts. Did I drive her into Jace's arms by lying about the tapestry? I recall her fury, how she spat that she was done with me. If she truly turned to Jace, I can't blame her for believing I'd do the same. The possibility stabs me with guilt. At a red light, I grip the steering wheel, breath ragged. If Sera decided to run, I might never see her again. Never fix the betrayal that fractured us. My heart clenches at how empty that feels. I scold myself. My feelings shouldn't overshadow the mission. But the mission and she are intertwined. She's the only one who could lure Jace or get Neptune's next big shipment details. Now she's off-grid. A honk behind me jolts me as the light turns green. I accelerate, cold sweat dotting my brow. The city's neon reflects across my windshield, painting everything in shifting colors. The safe house draws closer. Maybe I can glean leads from the data I compiled. Figure out Jace's probable location. Despite Sera's anger, I'll crash in if I find them. Drag her out if I must. Some quiet corner of me questions if she truly wants to be rescued. I pull into the safe house lot, cutting the engine. My phone pings with a message from Delilah about gallery fiascos. I ignore it. The old door squeaks as I head inside, the hallway light harsh on my bleary eyes. Mira and Palomo are locked in conversation over a laptop. They glance up as I enter, tension sizzling in the air. Mira's expression is unreadable. We'll keep searching Jace's known havens. If Sera surfaces, we intercept. In the meantime, I'd watch your back. My voice grinds out. You think she might target me? She sighs, crossing her arms. If she's desperate enough, she might sabotage us all. Or Jace could use her to lure you. Don't assume she's safe to approach. I stiffen, shaking my head. You don't know her like I do. She's not a mindless puppet. Mira arches a brow. But she's cornered, and cornered animals lash out. I have no rebuttal. The memory of Sera's raw betrayal lingers. Maybe she's lashing out, forging a new path that excludes me entirely. The fear of her cutting me off for good is almost as painful as the thought of her getting harmed. I turn away from Mira's scrutiny, heading for a side room. Closing the door behind me, I slump into a chair, letting the swirl of anxiety engulf me. The overhead light hums. I open my laptop, scanning lines of code from Neptune's shipping logs, hoping for a clue about Jace's next move. The data bleeds together, incomprehensible. My mind's too fixated on Sera, replaying every conversation, every moment since we parted. Seeds of doubt root in my chest. What if she really did flip? Jace knows how to manipulate her, playing on their shared past. And my own deception broke her trust. She might see no reason to remain loyal to the Bureau or me. A wave of nausea rolls through me. Despite everything, a voice in my head insists Sera wouldn't choose Jace over justice. But she might choose him over a prison cell, especially if she thinks I'll only betray her again. Exhaustion weighs on me. Time slips by, marked by the blinking cursor on the screen. Outside, the safe house hums with subdued activity, staff rummaging for leads, Palomo's hushed calls. The tension is everywhere. A collective hush, waiting for a sign of Sera or Jace. I press my palms to my eyes, trying to center myself. I can't let suspicion drown me. She might be in danger, playing a risky game to meet her parole clause. I have to believe she's still on our side, or I'll lose hope. The door creaks open. Mira steps in quietly. She leans against the wall, arms folded. I glance up, bracing for another barrage of questions. But her voice is gentler this time. We're monitoring the channels. If she pops up, we'll know. I nod, hollow. And if she doesn't? Mira's lips tighten. Then we proceed under the assumption she defected, or worse. The Bureau won't wait forever. A cold weight settles in my gut. I'll find a lead on Jace. She might be forced to meet him again. That's how we get her back, or at least confirm her status. Mira remains silent for a beat, then steps away. I hope you're right, Lucien. She leaves, the door clicking softly. I stare at the screen, the shipping logs swirling into meaningless shapes. My eyes sting with unshed frustration. Sera is out there, alone, risking everything. My mind churns with the memory of how fiercely she fought for autonomy, how she once pressed her lips to mine with raw intensity. That same woman is strong enough to defy Jace, to defy me, but maybe not strong enough to escape the pressure from all sides. The countdown for her parole. Jace's threats. My betrayal. I type queries into the smuggler forums, searching for hints about Jace's next location. If she's meeting him, he might have posted cryptic updates or arranged a drop. Hours pass with no real result. My phone remains quiet. Each minute compounds my fear that I'm losing her to desperation, or that Jace outmaneuvered her. Eventually, I shut the laptop, rising to pace the small room. The shadows cast by the overhead lamp swirl across the walls. The anxious hush of the safe house seeps in, and there's nothing left but to wrestle with the doubt Mira planted. Maybe Sera has flipped. A sharp pull tugs at my ribs at the thought. I cling to the notion that she's just playing Jace, waiting for the right moment to strike. If only she'd reach out, trust me enough to help. But trust is in short supply. I buried crucial intel about a tapestry, unraveling our partnership. She walked away, hurling accusations that still sting. It's hard to fault her for wanting no part of me, but I can't shake the dread that she's stepping into a trap or forging a path that damns us both. Time ticks onward, night deepening outside. The safe house hum quiets as staff find corners to rest or keep vigil. I remain awake, drifting through rooms aimlessly, desperate for any sign. My phone never rings. I wonder if Sera listens to my voicemail, hears the waver in my voice. I wonder if she smirks at my concern, convinced I deserve this agony. Or maybe she's too busy dancing with Jace's manipulations to spare me a second thought. Eventually, I settle in a corner near a dusty window, the faint glow of streetlights painting stripes on the floor. Anxiety simmers, refusing to let me rest. The seeds of doubt Mira planted sprout with ugly tenacity, but I push back. I won't condemn Sera without proof. She's come too far to crumble now. All I can do is cling to the fragile faith that she's not truly gone rogue, that when the time comes, she'll let me help. Because if she doesn't, if she cuts me out entirely and chooses Jace, the Bureau will brand her a traitor. And that possibility weighs like a stone in my chest. I stare through the window at the silent street, wrestling with worry. Dawn will come soon, and if nothing changes, Mira's timeline draws closer to a harsh verdict. I vow to find a lead first, to show Sera she doesn't have to face Jace alone. For now, the warehouse stands empty, a testament to my tardiness. I arrived too late, and she vanished into the night. That failure rips at me. My only solace is the flicker of hope that Sera's cunning enough to survive. The question remains, will she survive with or without me? And can I endure the answer if she no longer wants me by her side? I let the hush of the safe house envelop me, bracing for another sleepless stretch. The city hums outside, oblivious to the turmoil raging behind these walls. Somewhere Sera is forging her next move, and I can only pray she hasn't flipped, that the raw bond we shared once still means something. Because if she's truly gone, so is the best part of me.
Chapter 17. Sera. I'm standing outside Lucien's loft door, heart rattling against my ribs. It's late, the hallway quiet save for the faint hum of a distant elevator. The overhead light flickers, casting sharp shadows on pale walls. I shift the rolled blueprint under my arm, glancing at the scuffed security camera, perched in the corner. My gut twists. I'm not even sure how I ended up here, but desperation drove me to step into his domain again, even after the way we tore each other apart. I try to steady my breathing. For the past hour, I wandered the city with these partial auction plans, clutched like a lifeline. Jace handed me the blueprint, claiming it was just a taste of the big final event. He wanted to reel me back in, tempting me with a massive payoff if I join him. My mind roils with the memory of Jace's ultimatum and the Bureau's ticking clock. 72 hours. I can't do this alone. I might resent Lucien, but I need him to decode the puzzle. Or maybe I just need him, period. My hand lifts to knock. Then I pause. After the blow-up in the safe house, after he lied about the tapestry, I stormed away, vowing I'd never work with him again. Here I am, trembling with a swirl of anger and something warmer that I can't name. If he slams the door in my face, maybe I deserve it. But I have no other choice. I wrap my knuckles lightly, tension snapping through my nerves. Footsteps approach on the other side, muffled. My pulse thrums. Then the door opens, and Lucien stands there, backlit by warm lamplight. He's in a dark sweater and jeans, hair tied back, posture rigid. The moment our gazes connect, the air crackles with unspoken hostility and a flicker of longing I'm not ready to admit. Sera. His voice is low, holding equal parts relief and wariness. I swallow, forcing a calm I don't feel. Can I come in? He hesitates, gaze darting toward the blueprint under my arm. You're alone? I nod. Yes. My voice trembles with the swirl of conflicting emotions, worry, resentment, frustration. He steps aside, letting me pass. The loft smells of coffee and leftover tension, the kind that builds when someone paces for hours. I cast a quick glance around. Modern furniture, large windows framing the city lights, books strewn on the coffee table. The place radiates quiet sophistication, so at odds with the storm in my chest. He closes the door, crossing his arms. Did you come to accuse me of something else? Because I can't handle more tonight. His tone is guarded, not cruel, but definitely defensive. My anger flares. He's the one who lied first. But I remind myself I'm here for a reason. I pivot, shoving the blueprint at him. This is a partial layout of the final auction, the one Neptune is orchestrating. Jace gave it to me as a promise of bigger things. He thinks he can reel me back in. Lucien's eyes dart over the rolled paper, curiosity flickering behind the hurt in his gaze. He takes it, unrolling the edges. So you found him, or he found you? Both, I say, tension rippling in my tone. He said a meeting at a ruined museum. I went alone. A faint quiver lines my voice, recalling the dusty corridors and the confrontation. His expression tightens. We all panicked. We thought you might have. Well, some believed you'd switch sides. I let out a bitter laugh. Mira, you mean? Or you? Did you assume I'd run off with Jace for a payday? He exhales, shoulders deflating. I told them you wouldn't, but the doubt was there. After everything? He lets the words trail, glancing away. A swirl of guilt pricks me. I know I left them in the dark, but I raise my chin. I'm not flipping. I hate Jace too much for that. He left me to rot. But if letting him think I'm game for a reunion yields intel, I'm willing to fake it. He nods slowly, scanning the blueprint with a practiced eye. This layout, some opulent estate. Hard to read without the rest. It might be a partial drawing of an auction hall or a private lounge for high-rolling buyers. I watch him, unsettled by how easily we slip into work mode, ignoring the wounded hush that still lurks between us. He claims it's the final grand event. Neptune's best clients gather to buy smuggled antiquities. If we crack that, we might deliver the blow Mira demands. He frowns, eyebrows knitting. You're sure Jace isn't setting you up? I rub the back of my neck, shoulders tensed. He's asking me to betray the feds in exchange for a cut. If I say no, he'll reveal my parole deal. He's basically blackmailing me to prove my loyalty. Lucien's jaw clenches. That bastard. His anger flickers in his eyes, a protective edge that both comforts and irritates me. I can handle him, I mutter. But I need time to glean enough from these plans to feed Mira something real. I'm gambling that Jace thinks I'm playing along. He's pushing me to sabotage you, the Bureau, everything. He sets the blueprint on the kitchen island, smoothing it out under the loft's warm light. His gaze flicks over the lines, measuring doorways, hidden corridors. We'll decode as much as we can, see if it matches any known estates. Then we strike first. I step closer, drawn to the blueprint but acutely aware of the tension between our bodies. My mouth twists. We have to be our way for that, I suppose. He flinches at my pointed tone. Silence stretches, thick with unspoken resentment. Finally, he sets his hands on the counter, turning to face me. I never wanted to sabotage us, Sera. I kept the tapestry secret because I panicked. I was terrified you'd see me as complicit with Neptune. Maybe I was a coward. My chest tightens. And maybe I was naive to think you'd trust me. I stuck my neck out for you, and you hid crucial info. It cost us precious time. He rubs his forehead, tension etched in every line of his posture. I know, I'm sorry. I can't fix the damage, but I'm willing to atone if you let me. I cross my arms. Atone how? By telling me half-truths again when it suits you. His gaze flickers raw. No. By going all in, exposing everything I have on Neptune, even if it implicates me in old acquisitions. I'll risk the press, the scandal, the gallery's reputation. I just want to end this smuggling ring and keep you safe. He hesitates, voice thickening. I'm risking more than my name. I'm risking you, and that terrifies me. An ache lances my chest. The sincerity in his eyes pulls at me, but the memory of betrayal lingers. Why should I believe you now? He steps closer, careful, as though I might bolt. Because I can't lose you again. I can't watch you slip into Jace's orbit or vanish on some deadly mission without at least trying to fix what we broke. Emotions swirl, rage at him, longing for comfort, fear that letting him in again will burn me. My fists clench. You can't erase the fact that I needed your honesty and you withheld it. He nods, swallowing. I know, and maybe I don't deserve a second chance, but I have to try, because the alternative is watching you go head to head with Jace alone. That might destroy you. His words hang in the air, exposing the vulnerability we both share. I think of the museum meeting, Jace's sly grin, how easily he toyed with my heartbreak. My eyes sting. He was my partner, I say quietly, voice trembling. And not just in crime. We were involved. A real relationship. At least it felt real. Then he let me take the fall. That's why I ended up in prison. I already told you last time. Lucien's face softens with sympathy I don't want. I know, but I needed to hear more details, he murmurs. I'm sorry. A savage laugh escapes me. You say that a lot, But it doesn't change anything. Jace knows exactly how to manipulate me. Part of me still hates that I didn't see the betrayal coming. So if I lash out, it's because I can't handle more lies. From someone I dared to trust again. I bite down on the urge to reveal how close I came to letting Lucien matter. The confession tangles in my throat. He steps forward, bridging the distance between us, the heat of his presence coiling in my belly. I swear to you, Sera, I'm done lying. I want to believe him. My heart thrums with the memory of nights spent in uneasy alliance, of the hungry kisses we shared, but the sting of betrayal still pulses. Prove it, I challenge, voice low. His eyes flick to the blueprint. We start with that. We figure out exactly where this final auction might take place. We sabotage Jace's plan from the inside, together, or not at all. I release a shaky breath, acknowledging that I can't decode this blueprint alone. I slip the rolled edge free, flattening the paper. Okay, but if you hold anything back again, I walk. No going back. He sets his hand near mine on the paper, not quite touching. Agreed. The hush between us is loaded with everything we haven't said. I force my attention to the lines. Corridors, a grand foyer, some sub-level storerooms. It's incomplete, major sections missing. Jace gave me only part. He wants me to show loyalty before he reveals the location. But maybe we can cross-reference architectural styles. Guess which estate it belongs to. Lucien nods, brow furrowed in concentration. We can search public records or archives. If it's a known mansion, we might match the layout. Or it's an off-the-grid property. That's trickier. The tension shifts from personal heartbreak to shared strategy. We bend over the blueprint, pointing out unusual hall angles. His shoulder grazes mine, sending an unwanted jolt. My pulse stirs at the contact. I try to focus, but the memory of how his skin felt under my hand sneaks in. I clamp down on the distraction. Minutes pass in near silence, only the rustle of paper and our hushed breathing. Then Lucien sighs, stepping back. We'll need a library of reference or someone with deep architectural knowledge. We can start with my old museum contacts. I nod. That means we'll have to remain in contact, coordinate. You good with that? He meets my gaze, tension flicking into sadness. I've never wanted us apart. Despite everything that happened, I want you safe. And I want to end Neptune's hold on both our lives. My throat grows tight. Fine, but let's keep it strictly business. We decode, we plan, we strike. No more emotional entanglements. His jaw sets, a flicker of pain behind his eyes. If that's what you need, it stings, but I hold firm. The swirl of betrayal and half-healed bruises lingers. We can't risk letting those feelings cloud the mission. It is. Silence weighs heavy, a chasm between us, even as we stand a few feet apart. I gather the blueprint in my arms, voice subdued. I'll forward you any new intel I get from Jace. You do the same with your research. We can meet in public places, keep it neutral. He exhales slowly, a flicker of regret on his face. Agreed. Just promise me if Jace demands another meeting, you won't go alone. I almost lost my mind knowing you were out there by yourself. A conflicted ache twists in me. You lost your mind. Or your pride. He flinches but doesn't look away. My mind, my heart, whatever. I can't watch you walk into danger and do nothing. I press my lips together, refusing to let the flicker of warmth in my chest bloom. All right, I'll call. But don't expect me to be all warm and fuzzy. We're in a tough spot. He nods, acceptance etched in his features. I know. Thank you. A wave of exhaustion hits. The drama of the day draining me. I run a hand through my hair, scanning the loft with a dull ache. The memory of how we once stood in the same space, tension turning into something more, tugs at my chest. I should go, I whisper. He steps aside, letting me pass. Sera, before you do, he falters, a raw vulnerability on the tip of his tongue. I stiffen, half expecting an apology that tugs me off course, but he just swallows. Be careful. I hold his gaze for a heartbeat that feels too long. You too. Then I pivot and head for the door, blueprint tucked close. My pulse echoes with unspoken pain, regret, and a quiet spark of hope that maybe we can salvage something beyond the mission. But for now, survival and duty overshadow any illusions of closeness. I walk into the hallway, the clang of the loft's metal door shutting behind me like the closing of a chapter. My heart throbs. I force myself forward, steps echoing off the polished floor, mind already spinning with the next move. Jace gave me a partial blueprint, but I won't rely on him to fill in the gaps. Lucien and I will break the puzzle open ourselves. As I ride the elevator down, I glance at the blueprint in my arms, remembering Jace's smug grin, the swirl of bitterness in my gut. He thinks I'll sabotage the Bureau to prove my loyalty. I think I'll sabotage him. But the plan only works if Lucien and I stand united, at least in the mission. We might be battered by lies, but maybe that battered alliance is still enough to bring down Neptune. Stepping onto the street, I catch the reflection of my tense face in a window. My eyes look shadowed, sleepless. A siren wails in the distance, the city's pulse continuing around me. I exhale, hugging the blueprint to my chest, feeling the press of time. 72 hours remain on Mira's clock. Jace lurks with blackmail, and Lucien tiptoes around the bruise we left on each other's trust. I'll keep forging forward. That's all I can do. Whether or not Lucien and I fully reconcile, I have to believe we can manage a fragile partnership long enough to destroy Neptune's final auction. I slip into my waiting car, the driver eyeing me warily. I murmur my destination, and the engine rumbles to life, carrying me away from Lucien's lofty penthouse and back into the chaos. As the city lights flash by, I can't deny the flicker of relief that he didn't reject my arrival. The tension between us roars, but at least we're talking, sharing intelligence. Maybe it's not too late to patch the cracks enough to survive. My mind returns to Jace's threat, how he demanded I sabotage the Bureau. The only sabotage I plan is the one that ends his smuggling empire. My phone buzzes. A message from an unknown number. My throat constricts, expecting Jace, but I see it's a single line from Lucien's personal contact. Send me any architectural detail you recall from Jace's blueprint. I'll start cross-referencing. A jolt of warmth ripples through me, followed by a flicker of sorrow. We're forced to be colleagues, not lovers, maybe not even friends, but at least we're cooperating. I text a quick note back. Will do. Thanks. Then I tuck the phone away, leaning my head against the seat. The hum of traffic lulls me into a half-doze, mind drifting between resentful memories and the faintest spark of hope. Lucien and I might be battered, but together we might outsmart Jace. If that means keeping my parole, preventing Neptune's next big score, and proving I'm not a lost cause, I'll endure the tension. Deep down, a part of me yearns for the closeness we once shared, the quiet vulnerability that flared in stolen moments. But I bury it for now, focusing on the battered blueprint at my side. The final auction is looming. Jace is pulling strings. Mira's deadline hovers, and Lucien stands between me and a total meltdown or salvation. The mission is all that matters. As my car weaves through the city's arteries, I close my eyes and recall how he looked at me tonight. Raw, regretful, determined. My chest throbs with the knowledge that under different circumstances, I might have let him hold me again. Instead, we stand on opposite edges of a precarious truce, forging an alliance of necessity. Maybe that's enough for now, because we have a ring to topple, a blackmailer to outmaneuver, and a path to survival that demands we bury personal hurt, if only until the gunfire stops. I cling to that thought as the car merges onto a busy avenue. The neon glare washes across the windshield. Another day closer to the final confrontation. Another day spent tiptoeing around the jagged edges of my past. If I can keep my balance, maybe I'll escape this labyrinth with my freedom intact. My heart only slightly more scarred. But that's a question for tomorrow. Tonight, all that matters is that I told Lucien the truth. Jace was my ex-partner in every sense. Now he's the leverage I need to secure my future. For better or worse, I've placed some trust in Lucien to help me decode these partial plans. And deep in my bones, I sense that everything will hinge on whether or not we can bridge the chasm of betrayal in time to strike a blow against Neptune.
Chapter 18. Lucien. I stand in my loft, tension knotting every muscle as I pace back and forth near the window. The city sprawls below, headlights weaving 1,000 frantic stories I can't see. My own reflection stares back in the glass-drawn features, restless eyes, heart hammering with a brew of anticipation and dread. Because Sera texted me 30 minutes ago, said she was coming by. The last time we spoke, we managed a brittle truce. Now she's on her way with more intel from Jace, from Neptune's underworld. And I have no idea how to contain the swirling mess of regret, longing, and guilt that's been tearing at me since we parted. A rap at the door jolts me from my reverie. My spine goes rigid. For a split second, I can't decide if I want to fling the door wide or fortify it. Then I gather the fraying edges of my composure and open it. She stands there in the hallway, eyes guarded, a folder clutched under one arm, posture set for a fight. The memory of her last visit lingers anger, half-buried desire, her vow that we'd keep it strictly business. "Sera," I murmur, stepping aside. She moves past me into the loft, scanning the open concept space like she's bracing for hidden threats. Her hair is braided tonight, a sleek style that highlights the tense line of her jaw. The faintest ring of exhaustion rims her eyes. She sets the folder on my kitchen island without a word. I close the door, each heartbeat a drumbeat of apprehension. We're alone here, the loft's high ceilings echoing with unspoken tension. A swirl of conflicting sensations hits me. I missed her, but I also fear the avalanche of raw feelings that might surface. She speaks. "I got more from Jace." Her voice is clipped, though an undertone of nerves trembles beneath. "He wants me at the final event in 2 nights. Gave me partial codes for the vault, plus a guarantee of a massive score if I sabotage the Bureau." My chest tightens. "And you're still playing along?" She lifts a brow. "Of course I am. It's the only way to get close enough to expose Neptune. But I can't decrypt these codes alone, and Palomo's not exactly discreet right now." I nod, stepping nearer. She smells faintly of some warm, spicy perfume. A pang of memory flares. I once breathed that same scent in the dark, her body beneath mine. "So you came here to collaborate?" Her lips pressed together. "That and we need to talk about something else, something personal." She hesitates, eyes moving to the closed bedroom door, then back to me. "You said you were done hiding. Let's test that." A bead of cold sweat forms at the base of my neck. She sets a small photograph on the counter next to the folder. An image of a battered textile, color threads unraveling, a partial crest. My stomach drops. I recognize it with a lurch. Is that from Jace?" She stares at me, arms crossing. "He claims the museum you once helped source acquisitions for ended up with a stolen heirloom. Possibly my family's. Or at least something tied to them. He's spinning a tale that you personally arranged it." My chest seizes. The old museum scandal, the hush deals. But this twist Sera's family's stolen piece. That possibility tears a fresh wound in me. He might be twisting the truth, I say hoarsely, though guilt stabs me. I didn't know. If it was your heirloom, I only realized recently that I'd authenticated a suspicious tapestry." Her eyes flare with anger, but also a flicker of betrayal. "Don't lie. Jace showed me partial records with your signature. So is that how it went? You personally brokered the sale of something stolen from my family? My pulse pounds. A wave of anguish surges, making my voice break. I never intended to handle stolen goods. The museum provided me with partial documentation, and I was new, naive. I never realized it might connect to your family. She steps forward, nearly nose to nose, fury trembling in her posture. So you're telling me, by accident, you helped put a precious piece of my family's legacy into the smuggling circuit? And you never told me? I swallow hard, feeling everything unravel. I was terrified. When I discovered your name might be tied to it, I panicked. I thought if you found out, you'd see me as complicit. That I was no different from Jace, using you or your family's pain for profit. My voice wobbles, the shame thick in my throat. She stares, brow furrowed. You thought lying would fix that? Hiding it from me was better than risking my rage? I rake my hand through my hair, a jagged exhale escaping. I was a coward, yes. It was never about hurting you intentionally. I can't stand the thought that I might have inflicted more damage on you, on your family's memory. Her eyes glisten with unshed tears, but her anger rises to overshadow them. So, you keep secrets, feed me half-truths, and let me chase ghosts while you bury the real horror behind your polished facade. She hurls the photograph onto the island. That piece was my grandmother's final creation. She was known for her intricate patterns. My mother kept it safe, hoping to pass it down. Then it vanished during one of Jace's jobs. Ended up on the black market. If you helped launder that, if you put your name to it. She breaks off, voice shaking. A raw ache spreads in my chest. I never wanted that. If I'd known. Her voice hardens, tears shining. Stop saying that. It doesn't change the fact that you might have had a hand in my family's suffering. That piece represented a part of my heritage. I feel my control splintering. My voice cracks. I know. And every day since I realized the truth, it's haunted me. I tried to bury it, but that only made everything worse. I'm sorry, Sera. I can't express how much I regret it. Her arms tremble at her sides, fists clenched. You think sorry fixes the pain I feel? The sense of betrayal? You always talk about risking your reputation. Meanwhile, I risk my life, my freedom, my entire legacy. I inhale sharply, echoing her words. I'm risking more than that. I'm risking you. She snaps her gaze up, eyes blazing. Don't use me as some heroic justification. I swallow. It's the truth. I've never been so terrified of losing someone. And that fear made me foolish. She studies me for a long moment, tears threatening but not falling. Then her voice emerges, shaking with a blend of anger and something more fragile. I hate that part of me understands. We're both cornered, both haunted by mistakes, but it doesn't erase the betrayal. A rush of frustration, longing, and guilt slams into me. My body tightens, the air heavy with a storm of emotions. Tell me how to fix this, I plead, voice hoarse. I'll do anything. Her laugh is harsh, despairing. I don't have answers. We're drowning in problems. Jace wants me to betray the Bureau. You're tangled in old deals that link back to my stolen heirloom, and Mira's counting down hours to an endgame. We're both at fault. We made a path of lies and half-truths. Silence expands, loaded with heartbreak. She clutches the photograph in her hand again, gaze dropping to it. A tear slips free, rolling down her cheek, and she hastily wipes it away. My chest twists. I step closer without fully deciding to, drawn by her raw pain. Sera, I whisper, voice trembling. She lifts her head, meeting my gaze. Anger still flickers there, but so does an aching vulnerability. For a heartbeat, everything else fades the ring. The betrayal, the looming final auction. Only her wet eyes, her trembling mouth, the sense that we're both on the brink of shattering. We stand inches apart, the hush loud in my ears. My breath shudders. She's furious. I'm ashamed. Yet I can't tear myself away from the heat radiating between us. The memory of last time we touched sears in my mind, impulsive, frantic, overshadowed by secrets. Now we face a deeper truth. That pain and longing can coexist. My heart hammers, yearning to hold her, to give solace we haven't earned. Don't, she whispers, though her voice quivers. We can't keep using each other to escape the mess we made. I hover, my hand inches from her arm, mind tangled in doubt. Maybe it's not an escape this time. Maybe it's the only honest moment we have left. She inhales sharply, tears shining. Honest, everything around us is half lies. We're a disaster, Cross. I let out a ragged breath. Yes, but we can't bury how we feel. My hand brushes her shoulder lightly, testing the boundary. She doesn't pull away, though tension thrums in every muscle. Her eyes rove over my face, a war raging within. Then, with a cry that's half anger, half anguish, she grabs my collar, yanking me down into a punishing kiss. It's a collision of fury and grief that leaves me reeling. Our lips clash, teeth scraping, a desperate need spiking through the sorrow. My arms close around her, folding her tight against me as if she might vanish otherwise.
I hate to put a stop to a good time, but it looks like we've hit this platform's limit for spiciness.
This platform's got some rules we have to play by if we want to keep giving you these stories for free.
And trust me, this scene isn't something you want to miss.
While we can't get into all the details here, you can still dive into the full, uncut version at TylerWalker.com.
Miss Tyler has an entire collection of unabridged audiobooks and ebooks waiting for you.
And the best part? You can treat yourself with 40% off when you use the code SAVE40.
That's right. You'll save on any digital product, even bundles that are already discounted.
Miss Tyler would never let anyone feel the kind of disappointment you must be feeling right now.
So why wait? Treat yourself with Miss Tyler.
Eventually, she shifts off me, drawing the remains of my shirt around her like a shield. Her eyes glisten, face etched with sorrow. I can't stand how haunted she looks. Sera. Don't, she whispers, voice hollow. I can't talk about it right now. I push upright, wrestling with the urge to hold her again. We can figure this out, I offer softly, though the words ring hollow even to my ears. She closes her eyes, fresh tears slipping out. No, we're still the same mess. This changes nothing. Her voice cracks and something in me snaps. She stands unsteadily, collecting her scattered clothing. My entire body protests the distance, but I stay put, half naked on the couch, watching her with a crushing sense of helplessness. She dresses swiftly, avoiding my gaze. The room's quiet amplifies every rustle of fabric. Sera, I try again, leaning forward, a hand outstretched. Don't leave like this. Let me help you with Jace, with the final event. We'll come up with a plan. She laughs softly, a shattered sound. You think a quick tumble cures the rift between us? My grandmother's heirloom, your tapestry lies, Jace's blackmail? None of that evaporates just because we lost control. The sting of her words lances deep. I'm not naive enough to think it solves anything, but I want... She cuts me off with a hollow whisper. So do I. But wanting isn't enough. She swipes at a stray tear. I'll keep working with you, if that's what you want to call it. We have to take down Neptune, but you and I, we're a wound that keeps bleeding. My chest constricts at her pained expression. She bends to gather the folder she brought, leaving the photograph behind. Maybe unintentionally or maybe on purpose. I push myself off the couch, reaching for her. Don't go. Not like this. Her eyes glimmer, a fresh wave of tears threatening. I have to. If I stay, it'll just end in more broken pieces. Jace, Neptune, the Bureau, we can't afford more illusions. That madness we just did was... We're both unmoored. She's right, and it tears at me. Can I at least drive you somewhere safe? She shakes her head, hugging the folder to her chest like armor. No, I'll catch a ride. Don't follow me. My voice cracks. Please, Sera, let me see you in the morning. We'll plan for Jace's final event. Her lashes flutter, tears escaping. I'll text you. That's all I can promise. I stifle the urge to beg for more, letting her slip away, crossing my loft to the door with halting steps. My heart throbs, every nerve screaming at me to fix the shattered bond we just further complicated. She pauses at the threshold, back turned, tension in her shoulders. Lucien, she says softly, not facing me. Don't read too much into what happened. It was desperation. I can't handle real intimacy right now. I taste bitter regret. I get it. She nods faintly, then steps out into the hallway, the door closing quietly behind her. Silence crushes me. My body aches from the intense encounter, my heart raw with the knowledge that it might have driven us further apart. I stare at the photograph she left behind. The partial tapestry. Possibly her family's cherished heirloom that I inadvertently helped slip into the black market. Tremors shake my hands. I drop onto the couch, burying my head in them. We collided in a storm of heartbreak and lust, only to realize our wounds still gape open. We might do anything to take down Neptune, but our personal mess remains. My entire being screams that I love her, my chest pounding with the force of it, but we're drowning in old ghosts and fresh betrayals. The loft feels empty now, her absence echoing in every corner. I can't decide which hurts more, the fear that she'll vanish for good, or the knowledge that I might deserve it. The memory of her lips, her sobs, the tears she shed afterward all carve deep lines into my soul. After a while, I force myself to move. The city lights blink outside, indifferent to our drama. I stand, trembling, gather the photograph and the thrown pillows, trying to restore order, a pointless effort for the chaos in my mind. The tang of her perfume lingers on my skin, mocking me with how fleeting the closeness was. I sink to the floor near the low table, phone in hand. A dozen times I type out a message to her, wanting to reassure or apologize, but each attempt dies unsent. She needs space, and I can't force forgiveness. She's stuck between her ex-lover's blackmail, the Bureau's demands, and my confessions that only added guilt. Staring at the photograph, I vow I'll do anything to recover her heirloom if it's truly the piece I inadvertently authenticated. Maybe that path leads to redemption or the slightest hope she can trust me again. Or maybe we're doomed to tear each other apart. Either way, I have to try. By the time the clock creeps toward dawn, I remain slumped against the couch, the tension of our frantic lovemaking lingering in my body like a phantom ache. I replay her whispered sobs, the glint of tears in her eyes. The fierce hunger we unleashed was the only real moment we shared in weeks. And it ended in heartbreak, her footsteps fading into the night. I press my forehead against my bent knees, exhaustion closing in. My phone stays silent. No message from her, no sign she arrived safely. I trust she's cunning enough to handle the city alone, but worry gnaws at me. We can't continue like this, colliding in anger and sorrow, then parting with fresh wounds. The final auction looms, Jace coils like a snake, and the Bureau's clock ticks. All I have is a battered conscience, a photograph linking me to her stolen inheritance, and the memory of her tear-stained face. I'm battered by guilt, but determined to see this through. If that means recovering her family's peace, taking down Neptune, or risking my name in the press, so be it. Because deep down, I crave her forgiveness more than anything. Closing my eyes, I let the swirl of shame and longing wash over me. She might slip away before dawn, but she left a mark deeper than the bruises on my shoulders. Tomorrow, we face Jace's cunning again, and whatever needs to be done, I'll do it to protect her from that manipulative bastard. Even if she never forgives me, I'll fight for her right to walk free, for a chance at healing. The sun's first rays slant through the loft windows, finding me still anchored to the floor, phone in hand, heart reeling. Sera's tears remain etched in my mind, a vivid reminder that love and harm can coexist when two people are consumed by secrets. Though I can't change the past, I can let this collision of guilt and desire drive me to do better, or at least to try. Because the only way out of this labyrinth is forward, no matter how many times we break ourselves in the process. Chapter 20. Lucien. I pace a cramped office in the safe house, unable to shake the adrenaline thrumming in my veins. The overhead light casts my shadow long against the wall as I hover beside a map spread out on the table. It shows the Amalfi coastline, a cluster of coves and marinas. We've spent days chasing codes and partial references, but the final confirmation just clicked. The auction is happening aboard a private yacht off Amalfi, only 3 days from now. My pulse won't settle as I replay the steps that led me here. Sera's intel, Gemma's quiet tip, and an intercepted message from Neptune's circle. I've pieced them together like a puzzle until it finally spelled out a single horrifying truth. Jace plans to host the biggest smuggling event on international waters, where jurisdiction becomes murky. The knowledge tears at my gut. If Jace pulls Sera onto that yacht, she might be caught between him and the entire ring, forced to sabotage everything just to stay alive. I can't let that happen. I refuse to lose her again, not after the torment of my own mistakes. Her tears haunt me, echoing in every corner of my thoughts. Swallowing hard, I slip out into the safe house corridor. Palomo spots me immediately, phone in hand, halfway through a call. I stride up to him, my tension clear in the set of my shoulders. He lowers the phone, expression wary. What's going on? I keep my voice even, though the urgency pounds under my skin. We have the auction location, an exclusive yacht departing from Amalfi. I need to confirm Sera's safe passage before Jace can maneuver her. Is the Bureau ready to mobilize? He scrubs a hand over his face, weariness lining his features. Mira's working on clearance, but we're short on time. Moving an operation to Italy involves a mountain of red tape, even for high-level tasks. Impatience flares in my chest. Red tape won't matter if Jace hauls her onto that yacht first. I have to act. His phone vibrates and he glances at it, jaw tightening. Mira's summoning us. Let's go. We hurry to the main office, a stuffy room with battered chairs, monitors on every wall. Mira stands behind a table with a scattering of files. The tension in her stance is palpable. She gazes at me. I heard we have confirmation that Neptune's final event is at sea. You're certain? I nod, setting down the coordinates scrawled on paper. Yes, I cross-checked them with shipping schedules and a private invitation Jace teased to certain smugglers. It's all lined up. She exhales, glancing at Palomo. Then we have a target. The Bureau will scramble a small team. However, Italy's authorities demand we provide solid proof of criminal activity on board before they let us board the yacht. We can't storm it blindly. My stomach twists, imagining Sera caught mid-auction, forced to play Jace's game. We'll get the proof. She's closer to Jace than anyone. If we coordinate with her, we can set a trap. Mira's gaze narrows. Can we trust her fully? There's rumbling she's still tempted by Jace's offer. Some suspect she might slip away for good. A flash of anger and heartbreak collides in me. She won't flip. She hates Jace. I've seen it in her eyes. Mira studies me, then nods grudgingly. All right. If you can confirm she's on board, we can prepare a sting. But we need confirmation soon. If Sera disappears into Jace's circle before we reach Amalfi, we lose our best chance. My phone buzzes, the sound echoing in the hush. My heart lurches as I see a text from a number I recognize as one of Jace's lieutenants. The message is terse. He's at the Old Harbor warehouse, 6 p.m. final check. Bring the blueprint or stay home. My blood surges with adrenaline. Maybe I can confront him before he vanishes overseas. I look up, meeting Palomo's gaze. I have a lead on Jace's whereabouts. He's at the Old Harbor soon. If I corner him, I might force him to talk, or at least glean how he plans to pull Sera in. Mira frowns, arms crossed. It's risky. He'll have men around him. You go in alone, you might end up compromised. My voice comes out steady. I can't wait. Every hour we lose brings Jace closer to the yacht. She hesitates, then relents. Fine. We'll shadow you from a distance. If he tries anything, you signal us. I push back from the table, tension thrumming. I'll handle it. The old harbor reeks of salt and rust. The sun dips low, painting the water in streaks of orange and crimson. I navigate through a maze of shipping containers, ears keen for any sign of watchers. Somewhere behind me, Palomo's small team sets up a vantage point, but I only see flickers of movement on distant scaffolding. The plan is to keep them out of sight until I lure Jace into talking. My heart pounds, images of Sera swirling in my mind. Her eyes glistening with tears, the lines of betrayal etched in her posture. I recall her vow to find her grandmother's tapestry and bring down Neptune. Jace stands in the way. If I can hamper him now, maybe she'll have a fighting chance. Stepping into an open clearing near a row of abandoned fishing nets, I spot a lone figure waiting. Jace, tall and lithe, a smug grin bending his mouth. He stands with casual confidence, arms folded. A couple of tough-looking men hover nearby, their silhouettes faint in the dying light. He lifts his chin, spotting me. Lucien Cross, slumming it again. You always were too curious for your own good. I swallow my anger, adopting a cold tone. You love hearing yourself talk, Jace. Let's cut to the chase. You have a final event in Amalfi. You're dragging Sera into it. I won't let that happen. He laughs, stepping forward. Won't let it happen? You can't stop her. She's already halfway to betraying the Bureau anyway, all to save her precious skin from prison. A surge of fury stabs me. You don't know her at all. She's playing you. He tilts his head, gaze mocking. You sure about that? I knew her first, intimately. She was my partner. We built fortunes together. She's just tired of being jerked around by feds and liars like you. I offer freedom. You offer guilt and heartbreak. My fists clench at his insinuation. I can't deny the heartbreak part, but I hold firm. Sera's stronger than you think. She hates you for abandoning her to prison. He shrugs, smile edged with cruelty. She also hates you for handing off her family heirloom. She told me about your little confession. His eyes gleam. So don't pretend to be her savior. Anger roars through my veins, thoughts of her tearful face fueling my rage. You have no right to speak about her or her heirloom. Jace chuckles, stepping closer. His men linger at the perimeter, hands near concealed weapons. Look at you, righteous. But you can't bury your sins under a knight's armor. Sera's caught between two devils, me and you. And guess what? My devil pays better. I grip my teeth. Stay away from her. If you threaten her again... He flicks a hand, dismissive. She's the one walking into danger if she defies me. I'll make sure the entire ring knows she's a Fed puppet. Think they'll spare her? My vision blurs with fury. You bastard! The image of her cornered by violent criminals rips at me. I'm warning you! His smirk sharpens. You can't protect her. You can't even protect yourself. Once Neptune sees how you meddled, they'll put a price on your head too. A blistering rage surges. My fist flies before I fully register it, connecting with his jaw in a brutal punch. He staggers, eyes wide with shock. A snarl tears from me. For a moment I can't see anything but red. This man manipulated Sera, threatened her life, bragged about exploiting her pain. He recovers, wiping a trickle of blood from his lip. His goons step forward, but I spare them a glare loaded with fury. In the distance, I sense Palomo's men edging closer, guns likely drawn. Jace straightens, a spark of violence burning in his gaze. So you do have a backbone. I spit at the ground. Try me, Verano. He rubs his sore jaw. You'll regret that. He glances toward his men. Find out if the cops are swarming. We're leaving. My heart pounds, realizing he might slip away. I glare at him. She's off limits. You hurt her, I'll end you. Do you understand? He sneers. You think you have that power? I could vanish tonight, and Sera's stuck with a bounty on her head. All because you're meddling. From the corner of my eye, I spot Palomo's team moving in, weaving through stacked crates. Jace sees them too, cursing under his breath. His men pivot, brandishing weapons. Palomo shouts, "Freeze!" The tension ignites in a flash. Jace ducks behind a crate, his men returning a volley of gunfire. I lunge for cover, adrenaline surging. The staccato of bullets echoes through the harbor. My mind whirls with raw panic. I can't let Jace vanish, not after I cornered him. Despite the risk, I dart forward, creeping around a container. He's reloading, cursing under his breath. I charge, intent on tackling him. We collide, grappling in a tangle of limbs. He elbows me viciously in the ribs, staggering my momentum. Pain lances through me, but I cling to him, determined to keep him from escaping. In the chaos, Palomo's men press on. A bullet ricochets off metal, making me flinch. Jace uses that second of distraction to twist free, landing a swift kick to my side. The impact explodes pain across my ribs. I gasp, losing my grip. He bolts, weaving behind a stack of crates. Palomo rushes in from the opposite side, yelling, "Stop!" Another burst of gunfire tears through the gloom, a hail of bullets that forces us all to duck. Then I catch a fleeting glimpse of Jace's silhouette leaping into a waiting speedboat at the harbor's edge, his men scrambling after him. Engines roar. Palomo and I sprint for the pier, but the boat is already accelerating, waves churning. The last I see of Jace is his triumphant sneer, wind whipping his hair as he disappears into the dark water. I stand there, chest heaving, blood pulsing in my ears, victory slipping through my fingers. Palomo curses, phone in hand, likely calling for backup that won't arrive in time. The water ripples under the moonlight, mocking me. Jace has escaped. Again. I stagger back, pressing a hand to my bruised side where he kicked me. Palomo's men converge, scanning for any sign of the boat, but it's gone. My heart pounds, a savage combination of rage and fear for Sera. If Jace reaches Amalfi first, he might tighten his grip on her. The final auction is days away, time enough for him to set the perfect trap. Palomo approaches, forehead creased. "You all right?" I manage a nod, although my ribs throb with each breath. Fine, but we let him slip. Now he's definitely on high alert. He grimaces. At least we confirmed it's the Amalfi yacht. That part's certain. We know Jace is en route. The Bureau can coordinate with local authorities, but it's not guaranteed they'll let us storm a private vessel without ironclad proof. I stare at the shifting water, frustration a knot in my throat. I'll find a way. Sera can't face him alone. Palomo nods, glancing at the remainders of Jace's men, some detained by the team. We'll see if we can squeeze more intel from these guys. Maybe something to help with an approach on that yacht. My pulse remains high, mind spinning. I recall the punch I landed on Jace, how raw satisfaction and fury coursed through me at the sight of his blood. It's not in my nature to resort to violence, but his threats against Sera push me to a breaking point. I vow to protect her at any cost, even if it means crossing lines I once held sacred. I follow Palomo back toward the stacked crates, wincing at each stab of pain in my side. The metallic scent of gunfire lingers, footprints tracked through scattered shells. My phone buzzes in my pocket. I drag it out, half expecting a message from Sera, but it's only a brief note from Mira. He got away, didn't he? Secure the site. I'll handle the rest. A wave of exhaustion tugs at me. We're all chasing ghosts. The team fans out, searching for leftover evidence. I slump against a container, mind drifting to Sera, how she might react if Jace gloats about confronting me tonight. He'll spin the story, claim I attempted a cheap ambush. Could it push her deeper into risking everything alone? The panic resurfaces, making my breath hitch. Finally, Palomo returns, stowing his weapon. We got a few low-level grunts. They don't know the big details. Just that Jace is heading overseas by tomorrow. Probably will meet Neptune's top players in Italy. We're out of time. I press a hand to my bruised ribs, ignoring the pain. Then we leave as soon as possible. I'll go to Amalfi, figure a way onto that yacht, with or without official clearance. He hesitates, glancing away. Mira might block that the Bureau's still deciding how to proceed. I laugh bitterly, the sound rough. We don't have the luxury of waiting for bureaucracy. Sera's in the crosshairs. I won't stand by while Jace sets her up. Palomo sighs, then nods reluctantly. Fine, I'll help where I can. Just don't go off-grid completely, or you risk interfering with the operation. We have to maintain some chain of command. I push off the container, motioning him to follow me toward the cars. I'll keep you informed. But I'm not letting red tape or half-baked caution bury our chance. Sera's life is worth more than paperwork. He offers no argument this time, only a sober nod. As we head back to the waiting vehicles, the harbor's wind whips around us, chilly with the promise of a long night. I climb into the driver's seat, pushing past the throb in my side. My mind seethes with determination. If Jace thinks he can threaten Sera and vanish, he's mistaken. I'll chase him to Amalfi shores, board that yacht if I must. I've lost enough time to regrets and half-truths. Once I start the engine, Palomo slides into the passenger seat. We drive in silence, headlights carving a path through deserted streets. The city's neon fades behind us, replaced by industrial zones and quiet intersections. My phone remains silent. No word from Sera, no sign she knows about tonight's confrontation. I wonder if Jace will brag, spin the confrontation to sow doubt in her mind. The thought clenches my stomach. Eventually, Palomo shifts, clearing his throat. She's stronger than we think, you know. Sera, she survived a lot. My throat tightens. She shouldn't have to survive more if I can prevent it. He nods. Just don't lose yourself in the process. You have a mission too. Help dismantle Neptune. It's not just about her. I stare at the dark road ahead, voice low. You're wrong. It's everything about her. The mission. And she are one and the same now. He exhales but doesn't argue further. We drive on, the hush filled with unspoken tension. My mind replays the moment I landed that punch on Jace, the savage satisfaction that soared through me. I've never wanted to hurt someone so badly in my life, because he's the direct threat to Sera's freedom, and each second he remains free is another second she's at risk. I vow he won't escape next time. As we reach the safe house, I park, stepping out into the crisp air. My body aches, but my resolve stands unshaken. I'll gather everything: passports, resources, the minimal bureau support I can glean. By dawn, I'll be en route to Italy if that's what it takes. Maybe Sera will hate me for pushing forward, or maybe she'll see I'm trying to right every wrong. Pushing open the safe house door, I note Mira's figure in the hallway, phone pressed to her ear. She gives me a terse nod. The staff bustle in subdued, frantic energy, packing gear, scanning maps, preparing for an international fias. No conflict. My chest tightens again with worry. But Jace can't outrun us forever, not if I keep up the pressure. In the corner, I glance at a small table where I left the partial blueprint Sera gave me. A wave of longing hits as I recall her tear-streaked face the last time we were together. My hands shake slightly. I inhale a steadying breath, forcing calm. I must protect her, even if I can't repair what we share. I take the blueprint, rolling it up carefully. Italy. A private yacht on the Amalfi coast. Jace will be there, likely crowing about his near miss tonight. One more reason to corner him before he can set a final trap for Sera. The memory of that savage grin stings me awake, fueling a relentless need to keep her safe. We're going to deploy soon. Palomo's men, a skeleton crew of local liaisons, and me. If the Bureau drags its feet, I'll find a side route. Because Jace threatened her again, and for that, I'll cross boundaries I once clung to. Protecting her is worth every risk. My heart beats a steady pulse of devotion mixed with guilt. I can't let my own shame paralyze me. She needs me out there, not cowering behind official channels. I rub my sore ribs, wincing as the bruise twinges. Pain is a small price to pay compared to losing her completely. She might not forgive me for my part in her grandmother's tapestry vanishing. I won't let Jace bury her under Neptune's wrath. Tomorrow I chase him across oceans, if that's what it demands. With or without the Bureau's full blessing, I'll do whatever it takes to ensure she walks free. Because I'm done hesitating. I'm done letting regrets and secrets tie my hands. Jace threatened Sera. He boasted about using her or destroying her. That's all I need to know. Next time we meet, I won't hesitate. The final event is coming, and I'll be there to confront him, to shield her. I might be risking everything, but there's no other path. With that resolve, I turn back to Palomo, who waits for instructions. Call the contacts in Italy, I say quietly. We leave as soon as possible. Jace is heading to Amalfi, and so am I. He nods, no further argument. The city lights flicker outside the safe house windows. My heartbeat spikes in a volatile mix of fear and determination. Soon I'll cross an ocean for her and for the mission. The line between personal and professional snapped long ago. I push aside the lingering ache in my ribs, the bruised emotions in my chest. There's no room for them now. Jace escaped tonight, but he can't outrun my resolve forever, and when we meet again on those Italian shores, I'll be ready. For Sera's sake, I can't afford to fail twice.
Chapter 21. Sera. I'm stepping off a small speedboat onto the marble steps of a private marina, tucked into a sun-drenched Amalfi Cove. The makeup artist is a magician. She changed my face and Lucien's with just a stroke of her brush. I've become unrecognizable if you don't look closely. My heels click on the polished stone, echoing in the hush of dawn. Behind me, Lucien disembarks with a guarded expression, his gaze sweeping the semicircle of water, the rocky cliffs rising like silent witnesses. A few uniformed attendants hover near the dock, eager to cater to the elite crowd scheduled to board the yacht tonight. I swallow a surge of nerves, remembering the final instructions from Mira and Gemma. If everything goes according to plan, we'll blow the ring wide open. If it goes wrong, we might vanish into the Mediterranean without a trace. The sea air tastes sharp on my tongue, mingling with the soft perfume wafting from my evening gown. I've chosen a deep blue dress that shimmers with each step, a borrowed glamour I never expected to wear. Beneath the silk, hidden from view, I've tied my grandmother's scarf around my waist, the ends tucked under the fabric like a secret vow. The scarf is a swirl of patterned threads, the last link to a tapestry Jace and Neptune stole from my family. I press a hand over that hidden knot, thinking of the promise I made to reclaim what was stolen. Lucien stands close, forced to maintain the facade of my suave escort. The tension between us is a razor's edge. One night we're ripping each other apart. The next, we're forging an alliance to face Jace and Neptune. My chest squeezes at the memory of how we collided in heartbreak, only to separate with fresh wounds. Now we're pinned together by necessity, wearing polite smiles for the attendants who greet us in hushed tones. I haven't really talked to him, especially about his confrontation with Jace. "Sir, madam, your credentials?" a polite Italian voice asks. A young woman in a crisp black suit gestures for our forged invites. Lucien hands them over, flashing a neutral grin. "We're on the guest list as Mr. and Mrs. Farnese, from the Farnese investment firm in Milan." The woman scans the documents, then dips her head with a courteous nod. "Yes, Signori Farnese. Welcome to the Princia. The auction commences later tonight, but you may board now if you wish to settle into your suite." I sense Lucien's tension as he inclines his head. "Much appreciated." I say nothing, letting the heat in my cheeks pass for haughty indifference. Beneath that veneer, my heart races. We file past a final security checkpoint, a scanning device that sweeps us from head to toe. My body tenses, but the device beeps green. We're waved through. I exhale in relief, clutching my evening bag with all the contraband gear. Earpieces, a tiny microphone, and a small phone loaded with live stream software courtesy of Gemma and Alistair. They're stationed on the shore, orchestrating the broadcast that will reveal Neptune's crimes once we gather undeniable proof. Lucien touches my elbow lightly, guiding me along the sleek gangplank onto the yacht. The vessel is massive, all gleaming steel railings and teak decks, stately enough to host a gathering of the wealthiest criminals on Earth. My skin prickles under the gaze of discreet guards posted along the rail. Their eyes track us with professional suspicion, but we pass muster, it seems. They believe our false identities. I step onto the main deck, the boards warm beneath my shoes. A staffer in white gloves offers me a flute of champagne, which I accept for show. My pulse thuds, recalling Jace's vow to stage the final smuggling extravaganza here. As if reading my tension, Lucien leans in, voice a low hush. Don't drink it if you're not sure. They might lace anything for leverage. I offer a slight nod, raising the glass to my lips but not actually sipping. My gaze flicks over the deck. A small crowd of early arrivals, men in tailored suits or linen shirts, women in lavish gowns, or breezy resort attire. Soft instrumental music plays from hidden speakers. The atmosphere feels rich with anticipation, and beneath it, a hum of danger. Lucien leans closer, and the warmth of his breath grazes my ear, sending unwelcome sparks across my skin. Gemma and Alistair are watching from the Amalfi Hotel. As soon as we locate the items, we feed them video proof. They'll broadcast to the Bureau and the world, correct? I force a calm expression, pretending we're exchanging small talk about the sea view. Yes, I murmur, quiet enough that no eavesdropper can catch the meaning. They'll confirm if my grandmother's piece is among the stash. Then we blow the truth out for all to see. His nod is almost imperceptible. Stay alert. Jace could appear at any time, and the Neptune kingpins might be lurking too. I resist a bitter laugh. I'm hardly letting my guard down. The memory of Jace's threats pulses in my mind. He demanded I sabotage the Bureau, or he'd out me as a parole snitch to criminals worldwide. I suppress a shudder, scanning the deck for any sign of him. Not yet. A hostess approaches, dazzling smile in place. Signori Farnese, we have prepared your suite. Shall I show you? Lucien offers a gracious nod, sliding a hand to my lower back. For a moment, I tense at the contact, but the hostess notices nothing. She leads us through a set of glass doors into a luxurious corridor with inlaid floors and subdued lighting. My reflection wavers in polished wood panels, the tension in my posture evident. Lucien's face remains composed, but his eyes flick around, searching for vantage points, potential hiding spots. We're both on high alert. Our suite is opulent, all cream walls and gold accents, a large bed dominating one side, a small lounge area near a window that overlooks the sea. The hostess departs, and just like that, it's only us in the hush. The moment the door closes, I exhale sharply, stepping away from Lucien. The weight of his presence stirs too many conflicting emotions. He sets the champagne glass down on a side table, tension etched across his features. We'll wait until nightfall for the main event. Meanwhile, we can scout the corridors, note any locked doors. The cargo hold or hidden storerooms might contain the stolen pieces. I nod, fiddling with the edge of my gown. My grandmother's scarf grazes my fingertips beneath the fabric, a whisper of courage. We also need a discreet vantage point to stream to Gemma. She said she'd have Alistair standing by with the tech support. He crosses his arms, gaze skimming over me. You're certain the scarf's secure? If someone sees it? My shoulders stiffen at his attempt to protect me. It's fine, I say, voice steely. I'm not leaving it behind. It's my quiet vow that I'll reclaim what's mine. He dips his head, acknowledging the finality in my tone. An uneasy silence stretches. We both recall that night we parted in tears. How we keep wounding each other. Now we're forced into close proximity on a yacht teeming with criminals. My stomach twists with unresolved pain. We should finalize our cover story, he says quietly. If Jace confronts you, we can't appear too friendly or he'll suspect. But if we look too hostile, the ring might question why we're both here. I manage a humorless smile. Guess we practice polite tension. We're a wealthy couple from Milan with high tastes, bored enough to buy questionable art. And behind closed doors, we're, what, scornful lovers? A flicker of regret crosses his gaze. Or something like that. He hesitates, then exhales. We'll make it work. I turn away, moving to the window. The horizon stretches wide, water shifting in shades of azure. After the final transaction starts, we slip away to record the contraband, link it to Neptune's ring. Then Gemma streams it live. If we're lucky, the local authorities will intercept us at sea with that proof. My voice wobbles at the end. There are so many variables. Jace might see it coming. The ring might hide the stolen items in a part of the yacht we can't access. Lucien steps up behind me, not quite touching, but close enough that I feel his presence like a pulse. We're not relying on luck alone, he murmurs. You and I, we can handle this. Sera, he trails off, voice tight with an emotion he can't quite speak. I swallow the ache in my throat. I know. I grip the windowsill, longing for a moment of reassurance that doesn't sting, but it's impossible with our trust still fractured. We settle into a tense routine, waiting for nightfall. A few hours pass with careful recon, me drifting through the yacht's plush lounges, Lucien stepping outside to chat with suspicious guests. We keep our distance in public, wearing half smiles, exchanging shallow remarks about the event. It's all an act. My entire being vibrates with the knowledge that Jace or Neptune's goons could appear at any second. Eventually, the sun dips below the horizon, turning the sea to molten gold. The yacht staff light lanterns along the deck, transforming the place into a glittering stage. Waiters begin circulating with trays of exotic hors d'oeuvres, and more guests arrive by smaller boats. I glimpse high-rolling figures from various shady circles, everyone wearing elegant masks of sophistication. The tension simmers beneath. Just before we slip out of our suite to begin the infiltration, I smooth a hand over my gown, feeling the scarf pressed against my waist. My grandmother's spirit flows through me, lending a spark of resolve. I glance at Lucien. He straightens his jacket, checking a small earpiece he's hidden behind the lapel. Our eyes meet. No words pass, but we share a fierce understanding. We're crossing the point of no return. We venture onto the main deck, where a mini orchestra plays soft classical music. A swirl of guests chatter in multiple languages. Glittering jewels and pocket squares, my gaze sweeps the crowd, heart pounding. I spot no sign of Jace yet, but the energy crackles with an ominous promise. He'll appear when the bids start, wanting to showcase the stolen antiquities and seal deals. Lucien and I exchange a sidelong look. I offer him the barest nod, then break away, heading for the corridor that leads to the ship's interior rooms. He takes the opposite route, weaving around a trio of wealthy smugglers who seem to be discussing some hush-hush item. The plan is to find an unguarded hatch or corridor. Gemma and Alistair await our signal from their hidden vantage on shore, ready to record the feed. I stride past a pair of guards, head high, ignoring the quick spike of fear. They glance at me, uncertain, but I give them a bored half smile as if I'm merely exploring the yacht's many delights. Turning a corner, I spot a locked door with a coated panel. My pulse jumps. If Neptune's storing the contraband aboard, it might be behind that lock. I slip behind a potted palm, rummaging in my small evening bag for the mini console Alistair provided, a hacking device that Gemma assured me is top-notch. My heart thuds, but footsteps echo, forcing me to flatten against the wall. A pair of men in tailored suits pass, discussing hush lounge details. Once they're gone, I exhale, stepping to the door panel. I place the device against it, praying the code is standard. A few agonizing seconds pass, the device blinking. Then a beep, and the door slides open with a soft click. I push inside, the air tinged with stale coolness. The light flickers on, revealing a small corridor lined with crates. My chest tightens. These crates might hold the stolen treasures. This is the moment. A new hush wraps around me as I approach the first crate, heart pounding. I long to see the piece my grandmother wove, to confirm Gemma's suspicion that it's hidden here. If I find it, we can broadcast the proof, exposing Neptune's entire operation. My fingertips shake as I pry at the lid. Suddenly, footsteps ring behind me. I freeze, turning to see Lucien stepping into the corridor, a bead of sweat near his temple. He looks both relieved and exasperated. "Are you always this reckless?" he whispers, voice laced with a tension that makes my pulse jump. I frown, bristling at the protectiveness. "I told you I'd scout alone. Did you have to follow me?" He exhales sharply. "I spotted a guard tailing you. I diverted him. Now we have seconds before they realize something's off. Let's do this quickly." I bite back a retort, hooking a small crowbar into the crate's edge. We pry it open just enough to peer inside. My heart flips at the sight of antique frames, rolled tapestries, intricately carved boxes. My throat constricts. If my grandmother's piece is here, it might be among these. I reach in, hands trembling, searching for the swirl of pattern unique to her design. Then a muffled voice from outside. "Check the storerooms." Lucien and I share a startled look. We're out of time. With a muttered curse, I snap a quick photo of the items. He helps me lower the crate lid, concealing the evidence. We rush for the door just as heavy footsteps approach. My stomach clenches, but Lucien leads me to a small side hatch, forcing it open. We duck inside another narrow passageway, heart pounding. The corridor we left behind echoes with the shouts of suspicious guards. He touches my arm, breathing shallow. "We have enough proof to confirm smuggled items. If we get more specific footage, Gemma can blow this wide open. But we need footage of the actual handover to tie it directly to Neptune's top brass." I rub my temple, adrenaline surging. That means waiting until the official unveiling, right? We let the final auction commence, record it live, catch them red-handed. He nods, gaze flicking to my lips, then away, tension coiling like a tangible force. "Stay close. If Jay sees you alone, he'll corner you." A swirl of conflicting emotions stirs. I recall Jace's vow. He wants me to sabotage Lucien and the Bureau. I recall the heartbreak etched in Lucien's eyes the last time we clashed. For an instant, I want to let my anger go, but the pain is too fresh. Instead, I steel my voice. "I can handle him, Cross. Focus on the mission." He exhales, words thick with some unsaid regret. "Right. Let's head back to the main deck before they suspect more." We slip through the shadows, returning to the bustle of the gala. The lights are brighter now, the music louder. Guests cluster in small groups, sipping cocktails, some wearing expensive masks that reek of clandestine thrills. The tension is a veneer of glamour over dangerous undercurrents. I plaster on a distant smile. Lucien taking a position a few steps behind me, as if we're bored lovers drifting in the crowd. My stomach churns, scanning for Jace or any sign of a suspicious approach. Then I spot a roped-off section near the front, presumably leading to a private lounge, where the big players might finalize deals. My heart twinges. That's likely where Jace will host the official bidding. Below the swirl of jewels and tailored suits, the sea extends into an endless horizon, each wave mocking me with the uncertainty of this mission. I swallow the tightness in my throat, letting my hidden scarf brush my skin, a reminder of the promise I made to reclaim my family's legacy. If it's truly in one of those crates, I'm on the cusp of getting it back. But with Jace roaming the yacht and Neptune's ring preparing for the final sale, the risk is sky high. Just then, across the deck, I see Gemma's face on a discreet phone screen in Lucien's hand. He angled the camera so I catch a glimpse of her nodding. Good. The broadcast lines are open. Alistair stands beside her in the small preview window, tension etched in his expression. They wave, then the screen fades, preserving battery. My chest lightens fractionally. We're not alone. I inhale slowly, adjusting my gown. The ship's engines rumble beneath our feet, the yacht slowly pulling away from the harbor. We're in motion, out on the open water. Soon we'll be beyond Italy's immediate jurisdiction, floating in international waters. Jace and Neptune's top dogs can do as they please. My heart clenches. We must strike fast or risk losing everything. Lucien draws near, voice a quiet murmur that hums against my ear. Once the auction starts, we slip behind the roped lounge, catch the contraband transfer on video. Gemma streams it. We keep your grandmother's peace in focus if possible. That's our emotional leverage. Everyone will see Neptune peddling a priceless family heirloom. I nod, gaze fixed ahead, refusing to let him see the flicker of gratitude in my eyes. Yes? Then we rally the authorities. They can't deny the evidence if the entire world watches it live. He shifts closer, the tension between us pulsing. My breath hitches, recalling the nights we spent wrestling heartbreak or tangling in desire. Now we're perched on a knife's edge of professional necessity. Something in me aches, but I swallow it back. A burst of laughter from a nearby group startles me. They're discussing the elite show, rumored to happen at midnight. My gut twists. The show is presumably the unveiling of stolen antiquities, the final summation of Neptune's deals. That's where Jace will appear, smug as ever, expecting me to prove I've betrayed the Bureau. Instead, I'll record every second for Gemma and Alistair's broadcast. Let him squirm when the world sees him hawking stolen legacies. The yacht's deck glides underfoot. I watch the coastline fade into the distance, a silent vow echoing in my mind. My grandmother's scarf is pressed snug against my waist, each knot a testament to my determination. Sera Vance will not vanish under Jace's manipulations or Lucien's guilt. I came this far to reclaim what was stolen, to free myself from ghosts. I square my shoulders, ignoring the quickening of my heart as Lucien sidles into place at my elbow, our arms almost touching. The hush that forms between us is fraught with unresolved anger and the faintest flicker of hope. For now, we unite in purpose. Bring down Neptune, salvage a tapestry that binds me to my past, and maybe, if the dust ever settles, figure out if we have any future left. A staff member, in crisp white, approaches with a tray of champagne. Lucien lifts 2 glasses, handing one to me. I hold it, not drinking, letting the flute's chill seep into my skin. The staffer continues on, none the wiser to the storm brewing in our silent exchange. Ready? Lucien whispers. I clench my jaw, as I'll ever be. We share a quick, tense nod, then turn to face the gathering throng. The hum of conversation rises, laughter dancing on the summer breeze. Somewhere, Jace is preparing to make his grand entrance. Neptune's most valuable items wait in a locked hold below deck, among them possibly my grandmother's tapestry. My entire being thrums with the knowledge that everything we've endured leads to tonight. I adjust the scarf beneath my gown one last time, letting its fabric ground me. In the corner of my eye, Lucien stiffens at the sight of a tall figure moving among the crowd, someone who might be one of Jace's close associates. Tension coils. I take a measured breath. The final game has begun, and I'm no longer a caged thief or a terrified woman. I'm Sera Vance, armed with determination, ancestral threads hugging my waist, and a vow to reclaim what's mine. As the yacht pushes further into open water, the deck lights glow brighter, framing the opulent scene in a halo of gold. My heart pounds, but I summon a calm that mirrors the sea's surface, deceptively still, with a riptide below. For the rest of the night, I'll pretend I'm an eager buyer or a bored socialite. But beneath that guise, I'll be fighting to save a piece of my legacy and bring justice to the criminals who profited off stolen dreams. I clutch the champagne flute, every sense keyed up. Lucien stands beside me, a silent sentinel with his own regrets. We might be at odds, but tonight we fight together, stepping onto the hidden stage of Neptune's final act. The scarf's knot digs into my ribs, reminding me this is my story, my grandmother's story. No matter what darkness lies ahead, I won't let Jace or anyone steal that from me again.
You think you can catch me? You think you can tame me?
Oh, I know I can. And you know it too, baby.
I gotta tell you, you're not the first to try.
But don't worry, baby. I'll be the last.
With sass like that, maybe I'll be the one that needs to tame you.
Let's cut to the chase, big boy. What you selling me?
Your appetite is big AF. I have just the thing that'll satisfy you.
Oh, really? And what's that?
Over 120 hours of romance audiobooks. Brought to you by Tyler Walker Romances in the Big AF Audio Bundle.
120 hours? That sounds amazing.
Your knees won't work afterwards if I do my job right.
Don't make promises you can't keep.
Well, I can keep this promise. Because these audiobooks are unabridged with all the spicy scenes that will make you put your earbuds on. You know, Tyler can get freaky because she marked the bundle down by 69% for a limited time.
I can't wait to take this bundle for a ride.
Visit tylerwalker.com and get this audio bundle. Just don't start listening if you're going to be cooking dinner. Because you might just forget to feed your family.
tylerwalker.com. Escape your life with Tyler.
Chapter 22. Lucien. I stand in a curtained alcove on the yacht's upper deck, heart pounding so hard I taste copper. The polished mahogany walls gleam under subtle spotlights, reflecting the crowd gathered for the climactic event. Soft piano music drifts through hidden speakers, the notes mingling with hushed conversations and the faint clinking of champagne flutes. My hands feel clammy, my ribs still tender from Jace's last ambush, but I force a veneer of calm. Through a small gap in the velvet curtain, I watch the main lounge, a circle of plush chairs arranged before a makeshift stage. Half a dozen men and women lounge in those seats, each wearing practiced boredom and wealth like a second skin. Sera is out there, wearing a gown that clings to her figure, her posture poised as though this is any other decadent auction. My pulse jumps when I glimpse her face, the tension in her jaw betraying her nerves. I can't approach her now without attracting scrutiny. We must maintain our separate covers, two wealthy opportunists, only vaguely connected. The hush thickens, and a tall figure steps onto the small stage, Jace Verano, exuding a slick confidence that crawls under my skin. He's dressed in a charcoal suit, hair slicked back, a cunning smile curving his lips. Under the warm lights, his expression radiates self-assurance. My chest tightens, recalling how I nearly caught him at the harbor, but let him slip away. Now he stands ready to flaunt stolen pieces, part of the final Neptune show that lured all these smugglers and black market connoisseurs to a yacht drifting in the Mediterranean. Jace wraps a small gavel on a podium. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for joining us for this exclusive presentation. Tonight, I've curated items of incomparable rarity. His voice carries easily, every syllable brimming with arrogance. From ancient statues to heirloom tapestries, we have it all. My stomach churns. Among these contraband treasures is the tapestry Sera's grandmother made, a piece stolen and sold through countless shady deals. I press my back against the wall, bracing for the moment he unveils it. Gemma and Alistair watch from a hidden vantage on shore, connected via a covert live stream. Sera and I only need to show them this final proof, a direct link between Jace, Neptune, and the stolen heirloom. Then Mira's task force can charge in. The plan is timed for after the sale's official start, so we catch each buyer in the act. If everything aligns, the ring collapses under broadcasted evidence. But I fear how Jace might corner Sera first. Each second of his monologue heightens my dread. He gestures to a slender assistant who wheels out a gilded cart holding smaller items, a few ancient figurines, a carved ivory box. The audience shifts, some leaning forward with interest, others flipping through a discreet auction catalog. My gaze slides to Sera. She stands near the back, swirl of dark hair pinned elegantly, a steel glint in her eyes. Beneath that evening dress, she's hidden her grandmother's scarf. The memory tugs at me, a mixture of guilt and awe. She refused to cast aside her vow, even if it means risking exposure. Jace signals the assistant to reveal the first lot, some medieval relic. Bidding commences in low voices, 500,000 euros, 800,000. My heart thrums, but I wait. This is just an opening tease. Jace has bigger pieces in store, culminating in the tapestry. Lot 2 passes quickly, a small masterpiece painting. Lot 3, ancient coins. The tension grows. Sera pretends mild interest, never raising her hand to bid. She's letting the underlings fight over lesser wares. My phone buzzes softly in my pocket, Gemma's code for camera feed ready. I slip it from beneath my jacket, tapping once to confirm, then tuck it away. We're live. Jace moves briskly to Lot 8, a jade sculpture rumored to be from a lost dynasty. It fetches a staggering bid, the rapt audience riveted. My skin prickles. The final item, he teased, is a centerpiece. That must be the tapestry, the same legacy piece that ties this entire mission together. I brace myself, leaning closer to the curtain. Sure enough, Jace gestures grandly, a glint in his eye. And now the gem of tonight's collection, Lot 9, a magnificent tapestry rumored to have descended from a distinguished heritage. He lifts a brow, scanning the guest with a smug smile. Stories say it was woven by a southern artisan with a unique signature pattern. Priceless if you appreciate cultural significance. A gasp escapes one or two onlookers. My pulse spikes. The assistant drapes the tapestry across a velvet stand at center stage, the worn threads illuminated by golden light. Even from my vantage, I spot the swirling design Sera described. Anger and guilt coil in my gut. I clench my fists, recalling how my naive authentication helped launder pieces like this. I swallow, forcing my expression to remain stoic. We need to record Jace flaunting it for the camera. He steps to the tapestry, running his hand over the fabric. This piece is steeped in familial legend, but some families lose track of their heirlooms. He smirks, a silent barb aimed at Sera, no doubt. My jaw clenches. Let's start bidding at, 2 million euros. A hush follows. Some guests exchange sidelong glances. Jace lifts the gavel again. 2 million, do I hear 2.5? I glance at Sera. Her face is taut, eyes locked on the tapestry like it's both salvation and heartbreak incarnate. We planned that I'd draw attention by bidding. Let the watchers focus on me while Sera quietly films or readies the final broadcast. My nerves jangle. I swallow the knot in my throat and step through the curtain, adopting a lazy confidence. 2.5 million, I say, voice resonating. Heads turn. I stroll forward, hands in my jacket pockets, projecting an air of casual wealth. Jace's gaze flares with recognition, but he masks it behind a slick grin. He nods. Excellent, 2.5 from the gentleman in the back. Anyone offering 3? A woman in pearls lifts her hand slightly. 3. I raise a brow, forcing a smirk. 3.5, I counter. My pulse thunders, but outwardly I act as though it's a trivial game. I sense Sera shifting around the perimeter, probably angling her hidden camera. We need clear footage of Jace holding this stolen item. The woman hesitates, then lifts her brow. 4 million. The swirl of tension in the lounge thickens. I push it higher. 4.5. A stunned murmur ripples. The price soared quickly. Jace's eyes gleam at the potential payday. He gestures with the gavel. 4.5. Going once. The woman sets her mouth in a line, then shakes her head, quietly conceding. Another figure in the corner remains silent, arms folded. The lounge hushes, all attention on me. I can feel Jace's smug delight that I'm playing his game. My muscles ache from the tension of it. Going twice, he says, savoring the moment. My eyes flick to the tapestry, heartbreak twisting in my chest. This is Sera's legacy, an item that never should have been sold. 5 million, I add, raising the stakes further. The crowd gasps anew, but no one counters. My hand clenches at my side, hating how I must theatrically buy something that belongs to Sera's family. Yet it's part of the plan. Create maximum drama, capture the ring's greed on camera. Jace smiles widely. 5 million for this exquisite heirloom. Going once, going twice. He lifts the gavel. My breath catches. We have our star moment. Gemma must be streaming every second to watch us on shore. The camera is rolling, capturing Jace's final sale of stolen property. Suddenly, gunfire rattles the enclosed space. Shock waves through me. A bullet shatters a glass cabinet near the stage. Chaos erupts in the lounge. Guests scream or drop to the floor. The hush is replaced by frantic shouts. Jace ducks, eyes flashing with anger. My mind reels. Mira's task force moving in early or some rival faction attacking. This wasn't in the plan. I sprint across the stage, nearly toppling a chair. A second shot echoes, splintering the polished banister behind me. Shouts of "Down" and "Gun" ring through the yacht's corridors. In the swirl of panic, I spot uniformed men flooding the deck from multiple doors. They brandish firearms, yelling orders. It's a joint squad, some of Mira's men, maybe local law enforcement too. My heart lurches for Sera. Where is she in this stampede of guests? I fling chairs aside, weaving through the chaos. The tapestry flutters on the stand, unguarded. Jace is gone from his spot, presumably bolting to safety or dragging someone with him. If he corners Sera now, I'll never forgive myself. Palomo bursts into the lounge, hollering something about, "Secure the area!" Another round of shots rattles the overhead lighting. Glass rains down, scattering shards across the floor. I cough at the haze of gunpowder. My gaze snaps to the tapestry. I can't just leave it. I lunge for the stand, yanking the cloth free. My chest tightens, feeling the weight of its significance. The threads swirl in the pattern that might belong to Sera's grandmother. Alarms shriek through the corridors. Glancing left, I see Palomo signaling for me to get down, but I wave him off. "Find Sera!" I shout, voice raw. He hesitates, then nods, charging toward an exit. A voice behind me. "Stop right there." One of the criminals or Neptune's guards. I spin to see a tall man with a pistol raised. Instinct flares. I hurl a nearby chair at him, knocking him off balance. The tapestry still clutched under my arm, I scramble behind a fallen table, pressing my body to the floor as bullets rip through the wooden surface. My pulse hammers, breath ragged. The lounge descends into total chaos. Armed men exchanging fire with Mira's task force, guests hiding behind upturned couches, shattered glass everywhere. The overhead lights flicker. The boat lurches slightly, as if someone tried to wrest control of the steering. I inch along the floor, hugging the tapestry close, adrenaline spiking with every shot fired. A snippet of a voice crackles from a hidden earpiece in my pocket. Mira yelling instructions, cursing about the timeline blowing up. This wasn't how we planned it. We wanted them to finish the sale on camera, ensuring unstoppable evidence. But a trigger-happy agent or something else forced the ambush early. Now I just have to survive, find Sera, and secure the stolen piece. I peer over the edge of the table, scanning for a path. Another guard is pinned by gunfire near the entrance, returning shots at invisible foes. My chance to slip out. I rise cautiously, tapestry pressed to my side, and sprint behind a cluster of broken chairs. Shots ring out behind me, but I don't look back. I reach the corridor, practically crashing into two of Mira's men in tactical gear. One barks, "Get down! We have men pinned on deck B!" I wave them off, panting. "Need to find Sera, she's priority. Have you seen her?" They shake their heads, hustling past me with weapons raised. My heart clenches. I can't stop. With the tapestry secure, I run deeper into the corridor, mind racing with the potential places she might have fled for safety or vantage. The shriek of alarms merges with the staccato of gunfire. Doors hang ajar, revealing cabins strewn with abandoned champagne and half-eaten canapes. I slip around a corner, nearly colliding with a disoriented guest in a rumpled suit. He scrambles away from me, eyes wide with terror. Ahead, I catch a flash of gold. Sera's gown? My chest tightens in desperate hope. I charge forward, ignoring the searing pain in my ribs. But it's not her, only another elegantly dressed woman cowering behind a potted palm. My frustration spikes, worry gnawing. "Sera," I whisper under my breath, scanning the corridor. Where would she go? She might attempt a broadcast from a secure spot, or Jace might have cornered her. A wave of dread grips me. I clench the tapestry, reminding myself I at least secured that for her. But none of it matters if she's pinned down or threatened. Another round of bullets rattles the ship. I press against the wall, fighting the urge to clamp my hands over my ears. My phone buzzes. Stumbling into a recessed alcove, I check the screen. Mira's text. "Situation volatile. Holding starboard side." Jace unaccounted for. "Sera?" My pulse spikes. She's missing from both our vantage points. A flurry of panic urges me forward. Pushing on, I reach the end of the corridor, stepping into an open-air lounge where the moonlight drenches everything in silver. The night breeze slaps me, a respite from the stifling interior. The deck is littered with broken glasses, tables overturned. Two armed figures exchange sporadic gunfire near the stern. At the edge of that chaos, I spot a slender figure. My breath hitches Sera, crouched behind a bar counter, rummaging for something. My relief floods me. She's alive. I hurry over, tapestry clutched. She looks up, eyes flashing with relief and tension. "Lucien." I slide in beside her, leaning close so we're not overheard. "You're okay?" I manage, voice hoarse. She nods, pressing a small phone to her ear. "Gemma's feed got interrupted when the shooting started. I was trying to reacquire the signal." She glances at the cloth tucked under my arm. Her breath catches. "You got it?" I swallow hard. It was on display. I snatched it before everything went to hell. Our eyes meet, a rush of emotion bridging the chaos. She touches the tapestry gently, and something raw flickers in her gaze, a swirl of gratitude, pain, and fierce determination. Another volley of shots tears through the overhead canopy. We duck instinctively. She curses under her breath. Jace is still out there. If we can't complete the broadcast, he might slip away, dragging Neptune's entire ring with him. I grit my teeth, scanning the deck. We'll fix the feed, then we expose everything. But we need a safe vantage point. This open-air lounge is a death trap. She nods. The upper starboard corridor. Less traffic. Mira's men are pinned, but we might slip past. We lock eyes. Tension sizzles. No time for regrets or heartbreak. We stand in unison, tapestry in my arms, device in hers. Together, we sprint across the deck, bullets zinging overhead, wind whipping our clothes. The yacht lurches again, clearly under incompetent control on the bridge. My heart pounds. If we can reach starboard, we might manage a stable vantage. Or we might walk straight into an ambush. Sera is beside me, her expression hardened with the warrior edge I've come to respect. No, admire. We slip behind scattered debris, pressing ourselves against the ship's outer railing. The sea glitters below, eerily calm compared to the firefight around us. I feel the trembling in her limbs, mirrored by my own. We pass a cluster of cowering guests, ignoring their whimpers for help. We can't protect them all. Our mission is to broadcast Neptune's final downfall, hopefully spurring the authorities to storm the yacht fully. Just ahead, a small flight of stairs leads to an upper corridor. Sera motions for me to hold. She peers around the corner. I brace, hearing muffled groans from inside. Possibly wounded men or a staging point for the criminals. My lungs burn from adrenaline. Sera signals all clear. We slip up the stairs, tapestry trailing from my arms like a twisted relic. My chest constricts, remembering how she's carried her grandmother's scarf. The insane swirl of it all fuels my desperation. I cling to the thought that if we survive, maybe we can salvage more than just a stolen cloth. At last, we duck into a small lounge with windows overlooking the main deck. The windows are intact, but spattered with bullet cracks. Sera kneels behind a low table, fiddling with her phone. I crouch beside her, letting the tapestry rest gently. "Hurry," I whisper, scanning the corridor for movement. She curses in frustration, tapping the screen. "Gemma, can you hear me?" Static crackles. Then a faint voice emerges, broken by interference. Sera's face lights with hope. Yes, we're on starboard. The piece is secure. We have visual proof. Are you getting the feed?" An echo of Gemma's voice. "Yes, partial, static. Show it." Sera glances at me, eyes fierce. "Hold the tapestry up by the window. Let them see Jace's staging area if possible." My breath quivers. I lift the cloth, positioning it to face the glass where the chaos of the main deck is faintly visible. The camera lens on her phone tries to capture it. Another volley of gunfire rattles the yacht, making me flinch. I exhale, forcing my hands to steady. This piece is more than cloth. It's Sera's entire legacy and the final anchor to Neptune's crimes. Gemma's voice is choppy but urgent. "Got it. Yes, we're broadcasting. The world can see." A wave of relief courses through me. Even if Jace tries to run now, we've shown the stolen items, the violence, the men with guns, enough to implicate Neptune for smuggling and assault. Sera's eyes fill with fierce triumph, though tears gloss at the edges. Suddenly, thunderous footsteps behind us. We spin, hearts in our throats, only to see Mira's men bursting in, weapons raised. One recognizes us, jerks his rifle upward in silent acknowledgement. They wave us away, continuing forward to secure more territory. My muscles loosen, but the fight continues. Sera kills the feed, phone pressed to her chest. She meets my gaze, breathing ragged. "We did it!" "Gemma has the broadcast. Alistair's funneling it to every authority possible. Jace can't hide that easily." The corner of my mouth quirks up. He'll try. But the ring is exposed. My relief is short-lived, though. The gunfire persists. Plus, we haven't seen Jace. He might still threaten us, or the tapestry. Sera touches the cloth carefully, voice hushed. "It's over for them, but not quite for us. I need to ensure my family's peace isn't destroyed in the crossfire." I swallow, nodding. "We'll keep it safe." I cradle the tapestry, ignoring the pain in my sides. We hear renewed shouts from the lower decks, echoing up the corridors. A final push, perhaps. I reach for Sera's hand without thinking, and for a split second she allows it, our fingers lacing. Heart slamming, I squeeze gently. "Stay close. Let's find a secure route. Then we let Mira finish the takedown." She nods, an unspoken tenderness flickering amid the terror. We move in tandem, stepping over broken glass, stepping beyond the safe house illusions. This is real, immediate. Our mission stands at the brink of success, but Jace remains unaccounted for. If he corners us now, I'll fight with everything I have to protect her. We slip deeper into the yacht's bowels, the tapestry pinned to my side. Sera's phone clutched in her hand, broadcasting evidence that Neptune's final auction devolved into chaos. Each footstep resonates with purpose. The ring is undone. The stolen heirloom is back in rightful hands. And for a fleeting moment, I allow myself hope that maybe Sera and I can piece our fractured bond together once the dust settles. But that's for later. Right now, bullets still fly. We brace for the next wave, hearts pounding in unison. The yacht lurches again, a testament to the panic overtaking the crew. Time to ride out the storm. We move forward, unwavering, determined to finish this fight and walk away with the tapestry and our lives still intact.
Chapter 23. Sera. Chaos crashes around me like a riptide. 1 minute, I'm scrambling through the yacht's winding corridor, phone in one hand, tapestry proof in the other, certain we've won. The next, the entire deck erupts in frantic gunfire, drowning out the screech of alarms and the sputter of panicked voices. It's as though the world's flipped, every rational plan shredded in the onslaught. My lungs burn from the acrid smoke drifting through the corridor. I press my shoulder to a wall panel, trying to peer around the corner. Lucien is at my side, chest heaving, a bruise darkening his jaw. Proof of the last brawl we stumbled through. The tapestry is still clutched under his arm, that swirl of precious threads we spent everything to save. Our glances meet, anxiety etched in both our expressions. Another burst of bullets crackles down the hallway, forcing us to flatten ourselves against the wall. He leans close, voice pitched low. We have to circle back to the main deck. Gemma's reactivated the live feed. We can't let them bury that tapestry, or the entire ring is lost in confusion. I swallow hard, hearing the stifled terror in his tone. I know, Mira's men are pinned. Jace must be using this chaos to slip away. His eyes tighten at the mention of Jace, rage flickering. He's not slipping anywhere. We make sure he can't hide the truth. We exchange a nod. The plan might be in tatters, but we're not letting this entire operation vanish in a storm of bullets. I steady my trembling breath, ignoring the swirl of fear in my gut, and slip out of cover, weaving along the corridor's far side. Lucien covers me, tapestry pressed against his chest, scanning for threats. The overhead lights flicker, and each time they dim, shadows leap, making it impossible to see who's lurking around the next corner. At the corridor's end, we encounter a wide lounge area turned battleground. Mira's task force attempts to secure the perimeter, but Neptune's thugs keep returning fire. Bodies crouch behind, upended tables, fancy chairs riddled with bullet holes. The air crackles with anxious shouts, a swirl of smoke drifting from a smoldering corner, where some electrical system must have shorted. My heart stutters. If we don't end this soon, half the boat might go up in flames. Gemma's voice echoes faintly through the phone still tucked in my evening bag. She's on a remote feed, urging me to keep broadcasting. She repeats, "Show them the items. We're live." I wedge myself against the lounge's threshold, flipping my phone camera forward. Lucien lifts the tapestry so the lens can capture it. He looks haunted, eyes dark with guilt. Even now, I can't ignore the pang of empathy. He's the one who authenticated stolen art, never realizing it might be my family's piece. Yet here he is, fighting to fix it. A group of criminals in black suits dashes across the lounge, weapons raised. Their presence triggers fresh gunshots. Lucien growls under his breath. Stay down. He shields me with his body, letting the tapestry drape over my shoulder. My stomach roils at the near misses as bullets gouge the lounge's paneling. Suddenly, in the midst of this firefight, I hear a roar of engines from above. Maybe a helicopter overhead or a speedboat pulling up. My chest tightens. Jace is definitely making a run for it. I pivot, scanning the frantic scene, searching for his face. If he boards a getaway vessel, all our evidence might be compromised. He could vanish, spinning the story that the Bureau was the villain, that the Finch Foundation orchestrated a smear campaign. I can't let him twist the truth again. A flicker of movement catches my eye near the lounge's side entrance. Jay stands there, cutting a sleek figure in the chaos, eyes blazing with anger and adrenaline. He spots me in the same instant, smirking as if triumphant. My entire body tenses. This man once lured me into a life of thrilling theft, then left me to rot when things went south. Now, after all these years, he's still the storm in my path. He aims a pistol at me, mouth curving in a predatory smile. My pulse spikes in terror. I jerk backward, turning to run, but in the swirl, I trip on a shattered coffee table, nearly falling. My heart slams. Lucien whips around, face contorting with protective fury. He tries to yank me aside, but Jace fires once. A searing flash of pain ignites in my shoulder, stealing my breath. The bullet grazes me, a hot line across my skin that feels like a brand. A ragged cry escapes my lips. Lucien lunges, throwing his arms around me, effectively shielding me from any further shots. Another bullet pings off metal behind us. Jace curses, presumably forced to duck behind an overturned bar for cover. Pain throbs in my shoulder. My vision wavers, but I clamp my teeth, refusing to let shock consume me. Lucien's hand presses gently over the graze, his voice raw with concern. "Sera, talk to me." I force a harsh exhale, ignoring the tears that threaten. "I'm still here. It's just deep enough to hurt, not enough to stop me." He nods, jaw clenched, then guides me behind a heavy cabinet. We're pinned, gunfire peppering the lounge. A fierce ache wells in my chest, both from the wound and from the realization that Jace once again made me bleed, metaphorically before, literally now. I want to tear him down, to show the world his cruelty. Lucien glances at my phone, stowed in my bag, still connected to Gemma's feed. He yells, voice shaking, "Gemma, you getting this? Jace is armed. We have the stolen heirloom. Look at it." He lifts the tapestry so the camera picks up every swirl of my grandmother's design. My heart tugs, longing to hold it, but I can barely move my left arm. In the background, Mira's men push further, methodically cornering Neptune's henchmen. The ring's illusions crumble under the broadcast. The Finch Foundation is exonerated in real time, the entire fiasco streamed for all to see. Gemma's disembodied voice cheers through the phone speaker. "It's all on camera. Keep going. We're sending a vessel to intercept." A volley of bullets from the next corridor announces more reinforcements. The yacht lurches, engines sputtering in the distance. Neptune's crew might be in disarray, or the pilots jumped ship. My heart leaps with hope. They can't outrun the broadcast or the Bureau's backup now. Lucien helps me sit upright, pressing a cloth napkin to my wound. The stabbing pain makes me grunt, but I clench my teeth, blinking back tears. Another wave of gunfire erupts near the bar. Jace, pinned by the task force, tries to maneuver. I glimpse him crouched behind shattered glass, furious eyes locked on me. A part of me wants to shout a final condemnation, to declare that he'll never use me again, but I can't risk drawing his aim. Suddenly, an agent in full tactical gear storms the bar, pinning Jace's men in place. Jace slips away, ducking behind a half-collapsed pillar. My anger blazes. Ignoring the ache in my shoulder, I nudge Lucien. "We can't let him vanish. This entire broadcast is worthless if he flees." He sets his jaw, nodding. "Stay behind me. I'll drag him out if I have to." Blood slicks my fingers as I clutch the tapestry near my side. I manage a terse nod, then we move, pushing across the lounge where scattered bodies cower or are injured. The ring's downfall unfolds in a swirl of sirens, shouts, everything half dreamlike from my pain-laced perspective. I cling to the tapestry, letting each thread remind me why I have to see this through. We round the corner to the open deck, stepping into blinding moonlight. The wind catches my hair, salt tang heavy. Jace stands at the railing, scanning frantically for an escape route, presumably waiting for a boat that's not coming. Palomo and 2 other agents converge from the opposite side, raising weapons. Jace curses, gun in hand, but he can't fire at all 3. He edges along the railing, eyes flicking from them to me. When he notices I'm wounded, an ugly triumph lights his face. "You came all this way to bleed out on a boat, Sera?" Anger drags me forward. "You can't talk your way out now. Everything's on camera. The ring's done." He lifts the pistol, but Lucien steps between us, a low growl in his voice. "Drop it, Verano." Jace's knuckles whiten on the handle, but Palomo approaches from the side, muzzle pointed. "Last chance," Palomo barks. "We're live. If you try anything, the world sees." A flicker of fear crosses Jace's face. He glances around. No boat, no rescue. The entire ship teems with the bureau squads, armed to the teeth. On my phone speaker, Gemma's voice murmurs excitedly. "We see him. The camera is on. Don't let him slip." My hand trembles on the tapestry, blood staining the corner. I don't care. I want Jace to see what he stole from me. He meets my gaze one final time, that cocky grin twisting into something bitter. "This isn't over," he spits, then hurls the gun aside, raising his hands in a mockery of surrender. Palomo charges forward, forcibly cuffing him. Jace doesn't resist, though hatred seethes in his glare. For me, for Lucien, for all of us. The yacht's deck roils with the aftermath. Agents subdue the last pockets of Neptune enforcers, scattered gunshots dying down. Sirens wail from approaching Italian Coast Guard vessels. People cling to railings, fear draining from their faces as the adrenaline fades. Lucien gently places a hand on my uninjured shoulder, supporting me while I struggle to stay upright. Palomo shouts something about clear as Jace is dragged to the center of the deck, cameras capturing every angle. My phone captures it too, broadcasting him in handcuffs, seething rage contorting his features. Relief cascades through me, mixing with the throbbing pain. He's caught. No more blackmail. No more shadows. The ring is done. A sob of triumph escapes me. "It's over." My voice cracks. Lucien's arm tightens around my waist, anchoring me against the dizziness creeping in. The tapestry, now stained with my blood, weighs on my arm, but I refuse to let go. He helps me slowly sink onto a nearby bench, sirens echoing as the Coast Guard boards the yacht. He kneels before me, pressing his jacket against my shoulder graze. "You'll be all right. Mira's got medics on the way." His voice shakes with a mixture of relief and lingering fear. I lean my head back, eyes swimming with unshed tears. I didn't let him take it again. His brow furrows. "Take what?" I look at the tapestry's swirling pattern, remembering my grandmother's comforting voice humming a lullaby as she stitched. "He stole it once, not again." Lucien's expression softens, guilt flickering behind his eyes. "Never again," he whispers. I sense the weight of our shared regrets, how he once accidentally paved the way for stolen artifacts, how we've both battered each other emotionally. Yet in this moment, none of that can overshadow the raw triumph of regaining my family's peace. From behind me, a flurry of new footsteps announces more bureau agents. Mira's voice rings out. "Sera, Lucien!" She rushes over, face streaked with sweat and relief. "They're cuffing the rest of Neptune's men. The Finch Foundation feed shows everything. Alistair and Gemma can confirm you retrieved the heirloom. We have absolute proof the ring traded stolen property. Jace has nowhere to run." My heart quivers with happiness, even though pain radiates in my shoulder. "Good, that's all that matters." Her gaze lands on the blood staining my gown. "We'll get you patched up. We have to secure the lower decks. But you two are done here. You did enough. She beckons a medic closer, a stoic figure with a red cross on his vest. Lucien helps me out of the line of fire, leading me to a quieter corner. The yacht lifts slightly, but it's no longer in motion. Someone must have cut the engines. Overhead, the moon bathes everything in silver. A surreal calm, settling as the fight ends. I hold the tapestry gently, ignoring the sticky warmth of blood on my skin. I can't stop tracing the swirl of patterns, half laughing, half crying at the realization that I reclaimed it. The medic kneels, inspecting my shoulder. Lucien stands behind me, watchful. As the medic cleans the wound, a fierce ache flares, but it's overshadowed by a deeper sense of victory. I blink at the tears burning my eyes, thinking of my grandmother's memory. We did it. We tore down Neptune's final auction, exonerated the Finch name, and halted Jace's manipulations once and for all. Lucien drops to a crouch, searching my face. You in much pain? I manage a shaky laugh. If you call it that, could be worse. Then I soften my voice, a wave of emotion welling. You saved me from a second bullet, you know. His eyes lock on mine, voice unsteady. I wasn't letting him take another shot, not at you. A confession of raw devotion pulses in each word. I recall every betrayal we slogged through, but for a second, the vow in his gaze undoes me. Before I can respond, Palomo appears, phone in hand, grin lighting his rugged face. Gemma's feed is hitting every major outlet. The Finch Foundation's name is cleared. Neptune's entire ring is on display for the world. This might be the biggest bust of the decade. He claps Lucien's shoulder, then glances at me with admiration. Good job, both of you. I exhaled a breath I didn't know I was holding. The tension drains from my limbs, leaving me almost weak with relief. The medic finishes bandaging my shoulder, giving me a mild sedative for the pain. My head swims with the abrupt shift from high-octane panic to cautious triumph. Jace is arrested, no escape. The smuggling ring is effectively dismantled, and my grandmother's tapestry is cradled in my arms. Mira emerges from behind a cluster of agents, her expression triumphant. We found more evidence in the lower cabins, records, bank accounts, drugs hidden in some of the items. It's over. Everyone on the planet just watched them trade stolen goods. This fiasco is done. She notices the tapestry in my lap, nodding with respect. I assume that's the piece? I run a trembling hand over the swirl of patterns. Yes, my family's. Finally back where it belongs. She sets a gentle hand on my good shoulder. Congratulations and sorry about the early ambush. Some of our men jumped the gun. I stare at the bullet holes scarring the deck. We made it, I say quietly, though my voice trembles. That's what counts. Mira glances between Lucien and me, a small knowing smile tugging her mouth. You two deserve a breather. The Coast Guard's en route to tow this thing in. We'll arrange transport to the hospital for your shoulder. Go rest. Lucien helps me stand, sliding an arm around my waist to steady me. The ache in my body intensifies, but my heart feels paradoxically light. The ring is finished, Jace is going behind bars, and the Finch name is vindicated for all to see. As we shuffle across the battered deck, stepping over shards of glass and bullet casings, I exhale in relief that tastes almost sweet. We find a quiet corner near the yacht's bow, away from prying eyes. The faint hush of the sea laps against the hull, an incongruous calm after the storm of violence. The moon's reflection shivers on the water, mesmerizing. I clutch the tapestry, my grandmother's swirl of patterns bright even in the low light. Lucien stands behind me, his presence solid, reassuring. He clears his throat, voice subdued. I'm sorry you got hurt. If I'd moved faster. A swirl of weariness and affection prompts me to rest my head against his chest. No. You did everything you could. He hesitates, tension radiating in his posture. I never wanted you to bleed over something I helped unleash years ago. I'd do anything to change that. There's a rawness in his tone that yanks at my battered heart. I turn slowly, ignoring the sharp protest in my shoulder. Our eyes meet, and for once no words need to be spoken. I set my hand lightly over his heart. You saved me from worse, and we got it back. I glance down at the tapestry, feeling tears threaten. He cups my cheek gently, wiping away the beginnings of moisture. You're shaking, he murmurs. We should get you a blanket, maybe some rest. Let the medics do their job. I force a tiny laugh. In a minute, let me have this moment. The swirl of the night air, the hum of the sea, the hush of a mission completed. Despite the bullet's sting, I breathe in the solace that we're alive and we won. From behind, a spotlight sweeps across the deck as a Coast Guard vessel edges close, men in uniform preparing to board. The war is truly over. My phone buzzes, Gemma's call. I answer, tears slipping free despite my resolve. She's exclaiming about the worldwide coverage, how the ring's downfall is front-page news. The Finch name is exonerated, and the Bureau can't claim a cover-up this time. I manage a shaky, thank you, mindful that my voice cracks. Lucien runs a hand up my good arm, bracing me. When I end the call, we exchange a look charged with every unsaid word. Pain, longing, guilt, something that might be hope. We'll talk after you heal, he says quietly, aware that we still have a mess of personal heartbreak to unravel. I nod, letting my head tip forward until my forehead grazes his chest. Yes, we will. Then I hold the tapestry closer, letting it press to my heart. I can't believe it's real. Jace is arrested, the ring undone, and I have a piece of my grandmother's legacy back. His arms close around me carefully, mindful of my injury. It's yours. Always was. His breath flutters against my hair. You never really lost it. A thick wave of emotion steals my reply. For a moment, I allow myself to sink into his embrace, ignoring the battered boat, the swirl of medics and agents behind us. The wind stings my tear-stained cheeks, but I don't mind. This stolen second, overshadowed by sirens and the clamor of victory, might be the most genuine peace I've had in years. Footsteps approach, Palomo. He stops a respectful distance away, clearing his throat. Coast Guard wants to board. They'll secure Jace and the rest of the ring. We're ferrying the injured to shore. They're asking for you, Sera. I exhale, leaning away from Lucien. The ache in my shoulder pulses, but I manage a grateful smile for Palomo. I'm ready. My gaze flicks to Lucien. He inclines his head, stepping aside to let Palomo help me along. Yet I grasp Lucien's hand last second, unwilling to let go without a silent farewell. He squeezes back gently. As we move toward the waiting lifeboat, the swirl of everything hits me, blood crusting on my gown. The tapestry an anchor against my chest, the knowledge that I'm free from Jace's threat, free from the ring that once overshadowed my life. A sob of relief escapes, and I let Palomo steady me. Lucien follows close, eyes never straying far. The overhead searchlights flicker across the battered deck, revealing the aftermath of the fight. Agents haul crates of smuggled art, cameras flash, authorities capturing every angle. My chest tightens with bittersweet pride. It's over. My parole, Jace's blackmail, Neptune's looming threat. The world sees the truth. Gemma's voice still echoes in my mind, a promise that everything is sealed in the broadcast. The Finch Foundation is cleared. Sera Vance stands as a survivor, not a pawn. Through the sharp pang in my shoulder, I find a shaky sense of closure. We've taken down a ring that once devoured my family's heirloom and countless others. I glance at Lucien again, recalling how we tortured each other with regrets and half-truths. Maybe now we can step beyond those shadows, forging a path forward. Or maybe we need distance to heal. Either way, The choice is ours, no longer forced by criminals or blackmail. I let a faint smile curve my lips as I board the lifeboat. Under the swirl of moonlight and sirens, I hold the tapestry close. My grandmother's swirl of patterns feels like a living heartbeat in my arms, a symbol of a legacy reclaimed. Jace is done, Neptune undone. The broadcast ensures no conspiracy can bury the truth. I feel a fragile hope that tomorrow might belong to me, to us, unchained by the past. As the lifeboat lowers to the waves, I look up at Lucien standing on the deck, bruised but unyielding. His eyes find mine across the distance, something unspoken passing between us. Then the boat hits the water, the sea rising to carry me back to shore, to the world that's watching. My heart drums with both pain and a fierce sense of freedom. We survived. We won. The battered yacht fades behind me, drifting in the moonlit waters. I cradle the tapestry, letting the salt air whip through my hair. In that moment, battered but unbroken, I finally allow myself to believe that some endings can lead to new beginnings, and some stolen legacies can be reclaimed once and for all.
Chapter 24. Lucien. I'm leaning against the open door of Sera's hospital suite, watching her collect the last of her things from a small dresser. 3 days ago, we were on a tumultuous yacht in the middle of the Mediterranean, bullets flying while we fought to reclaim her grandmother's tapestry and expose Neptune's smuggling ring. Now she's here, shoulder bandaged but healing. The tension simmering in the room is enough to leave my nerves raw. I press a palm to the doorframe, letting my gaze drift over her. Her hair is loose, cascading in soft waves that catch the sterile light, her posture regal despite the sling cradling her left arm. The hospital staff insisted she rest longer, but typical of Sera, she insists she's fine, that her wound is just a scrape. Still, I see the tightness in her jaw each time she lifts something with her good arm. She turns suddenly, noticing me hovering in the threshold. The faint bruising beneath her eyes can't dull the flash of defiance that sparks when she meets my gaze. I've been careful to give her space. She's wrestled heartbreak, betrayal, and triumph all at once. But I can't let her slip away now that we're cleared, not without trying. That might be the last fight I pick. The fight for a future we can forge if she'll allow it. Her voice cuts through the hush. You planning on standing there all day, Cross? She's not exactly cold, but there's an edge that warns me I'm not forgiven yet. I force a small smile, stepping inside. Technically, I'm free to stand wherever. The Bureau gave me clearance. No suspicion left, remember? A flicker crosses her face, something almost like amusement, but overshadowed by the weight of our shared past. Right. We're both squeaky clean now. Neptune's takedown turned us into reluctant heroes. I swallow. My chest still aches with guilt that I unwittingly authenticated the stolen tapestry. After everything, Jace's arrest, the broadcast that redeemed the Finch Foundation, the bullet that grazed her shoulder, I'd do anything to spare her more pain. And still, I need her in my life. You don't look like you're celebrating, I say gently, eyeing the half-zipped duffel on her bed. She shrugs, wincing slightly at the movement. Didn't know I was required to pop champagne. But yes, I'm free. No parole. No blackmail. She busies herself with tucking in some personal items, focusing on the bag so she doesn't have to meet my eyes. Maybe I'm too exhausted to celebrate, or maybe I just can't pretend everything is fixed. The rawness in her tone tugs at me. I step closer, hands resting at my sides, resisting the urge to reach for her. It's not fixed, but we have a start. Jace is locked up. Neptune's ring is dismantled. Your grandmother's tapestry is safe. We can breathe. She gives a short laugh. Breathe, sure, except breathing means facing the rest of it. I sink onto the edge of the visitor's chair, exhaling slowly. You mean facing us? Her gaze flicks to me, and the shield in her eyes lowers just a fraction. Among other things, yes. We've racked up a lot of scars, physically and otherwise. I recall the night on the yacht, her blood staining the tapestry. The nights we tore into each other with accusations and frantic need. If we talk about it, is there a chance we can move forward? She zips her duffel, turning away from me. I don't know. There's sorrow in her voice that makes my heart clench. We keep hurting each other. I'm not sure we can do anything else. I stand, ignoring the faint protest of my bruised ribs, crossing the short distance to stand by her. Gently, I set a hand on her good shoulder. She stiffens but doesn't pull away. Sera, I want to do better. Not just us, but everything. If you'll let me, I can show you. Her brow arches, tension thrumming in her stance. You plan on rewriting the past? I steel myself against the rising emotion. No, but I can help shape the future. I slip my other hand into my jacket pocket, withdrawing a slender envelope. I've been working quietly, calling in favors. The gallery I once managed is under new management, but I still have resources. I can finance something bigger. Legitimate. Something in your name. She blinks, confusion etched on her face. In my name? A gallery? For what, forging illusions? I force a soft chuckle, though my heart's pounding. No forging. A real textile preservation center where stolen artifacts can be cataloged, provenanced, and returned to rightful owners. You said you hate how families lose their legacy. Let's fix that. Her lips part, shock and skepticism warring. You do that? I nod, stepping back slightly, giving her space to process. I have the means. I've started the paperwork. We can call it the Vance Preservation Gallery, or any name you prefer. We'll bring in top experts, Gemma included if she's willing. Each piece we recover from smuggling routes goes there, a testament to restitution and respect. You'd lead it. Make it your life's work if you want. Her eyes glisten, raw emotion flitting across her features. This is your big idea? You think a shiny new space and a righteous mission will fix everything between us? My throat tightens. Not fix, but it's a step. I want to right my wrongs, to stand by your side as you reclaim more than just your grandmother's tapestry. Let's help other families keep what's theirs. I exhale, voice trembling. And yes, I'm hoping in the process you'll see I'm not the same man who lied to you. Silence stretches, brimming with unspoken tension. She sets the duffel on the bed, resting her hand on it. I can almost see her mind racing, torn between frustration, longing, and a sense of wounded pride. The quiet threatens to suffocate me, but I hold steady. I refuse to let her slip away. If she says no, I'll accept it, but I have to try. She releases a shaky breath. You plan on throwing money at me, Cross? Because that's not how trust rebuilds. It's not about money, I say firmly. It's about giving you a platform to do what you love, what you deserve. Preservation, honesty, returning stolen items. You told me once you felt powerless that the system always robs people of their heritage. This can be a remedy, at least for some. She studies me, that guarded caution warring with a flicker of hope. You think one gallery can change the world? Not the entire world, but it could change some corners of it. And I want you to run it, to shape it. I pause, forcing vulnerability into each syllable. I'm done letting fear or pride stop me from standing behind you. If you let me, I'll support you every step of the way. Her jaw tightens, tears threatening in her eyes. You always find a new angle to play. Why should I believe this isn't just your guilt talking? I won't pretend guilt isn't part of it, but it's not everything. I believe in you, in the difference you can make. And I'm selfish. I don't want you walking out of my life. I'm risking more than my reputation here. I'm risking you. Her breath hitches, the echo of earlier tension swirling. She presses a hand to her bandaged shoulder, pain flickering across her face. When she finally speaks, her voice is hushed. Lucien, I can't promise jumping into your arms. We have so many wounds to heal. But the idea of a legitimate space, returning art, preventing what happened to me from happening to others, that speaks to me. Relief surges in my chest. I'm not asking for immediate forgiveness. Just the chance to prove we can build something real. She studies my face, tears glimmering. We'll do it carefully, slowly. No illusions this time. I nod, swallowing the knot in my throat. However you want. The tension eases and a fragile warmth blossoms in my chest. A sense that maybe we're forging a truce, the first step beyond heartbreak. Outside the door, footsteps approach Palomo, likely. Sera tenses, hurrying to wipe her eyes, bracing for the interruption. Palomo pokes his head in, a casual grin on his face. All clear, the docs say she's free to go. I was sent to see if Miss Vance needed a ride. Sera exchanges a glance with me, then lifts her chin. I appreciate it, Palomo, but maybe I'll ride with Lucien, if that's okay. Her voice wavers, uncertain, but resolved. My heart leaps. I give Palomo a grateful nod. We're good, I'll take her. He bobs his head, stepping away with a knowing smile. The hush resumes as I turn back to Sera. She adjusts the sling, wincing. I guess we're done with hospital corridors. Where do we go next? I extend a careful hand, inviting but not pushing. Wherever you want. If you prefer a hotel or a place near Gemma's lab, or maybe a quiet house up the coast, I'll arrange what you need. She exhales, letting her fingers brush mine. I need a real bed, a few days to rest. But after that, we start planning the gallery. If you're serious, we have a lot of work. I intertwine my fingers with hers, a cautious spark of hope lighting my chest. I'm very serious. Let's finalize the legal side, gather Gemma's expertise, show the world stolen art doesn't need to vanish in black market vaults. She smiles slightly, glancing at the small bag on the bed. I like the sound of that. Then her lips twist with a weary smirk. But be warned, I'll challenge every corner of your plan to make sure it's not just smoke and mirrors. A soft chuckle escapes me. I'd expect nothing less from you. She lifts her duffel and I step forward, offering to carry it. This time she lets me, a small sign of trust. We exit the hospital room side by side, Sera leaning slightly into my shoulder for support. The corridor is bright, walls lined with pastel paintings, staff bustling with charts. My mind wandered to the swirl of events that landed us here. Neptune's downfall, Jason custody, Sera's bullet wound, my battered conscience. Yet we're walking away from it with a new sense of possibility. We pause at the hospital's main exit. The day is bright outside, sunlight streaming onto marble floors. Sera hesitates, her reflection in the glass door showing a tired but resolute woman. My reflection beside her. She glances my way, voice husky. We're cleared, you said. No more investigators breathing down our necks. We can just go. I squeeze her hand. Free, for once. Yes. She lowers her gaze, as if the concept of freedom scares her more than captivity. I've never done anything real, Lucien. I was forging, or scamming, or locked up. This gallery, I might fail. A surge of protectiveness flares in my chest. I tilt her chin gently so she meets my eyes. If you fail, we fail together. And learn, but you won't. Because you care more about preserving legacies than any greedy collector or smuggler. That's your strength. She bites her lip, tears brimming again. Fine, but don't say I didn't warn you if I burned down your fancy plan. I let out a soft laugh. If you set it aflame, we'll rebuild. I'm not letting you go, Sera. Not after all this. I brush a careful kiss against her uninjured shoulder, an almost chaste show of affection. But the emotion behind it cracks my voice. She inhales shakily, slipping her fingers through mine again. Let's leave before I change my mind. We walk out into the sunlight, a warm breeze rustling the hem of her jacket. My car waits at the curb, courtesy of Palomo's quick arrangement. I open the passenger door, helping her inside. Once I'm behind the wheel, the hush envelops us, broken only by the engine's low hum. The city traffic outside is indifferent to our saga. As I merge onto the main road, I venture a sideways glance. She stares out the window, hand pressed over her sling, face bathed in fleeting sunlight. Her expression is far away, as if sorting through the layers of heartbreak and hope we uncovered. My nerves twist, fearful she'll retract her agreement and vanish at the next turn. She speaks, voice subdued. "So what's the first step to building this place? What did you call it?" I muster a grin. "I was thinking something like the Vance Textile Restoration Institute, but that might be too formal. Or something referencing your grandmother's name. We can workshop it." She rolls her eyes playfully. "We'll figure it out. But I'll want total creative freedom. If you try to overshadow me with your collector snobbery, I'll walk." I flinch at the word overshadow. "Promise, no overshadowing. You lead, I follow. My role is purely to handle finances and open doors if you need them." A hint of a smile curves her lips. "You're learning. Good." She turns serious again, swallowing. "Will you be okay with that? Not controlling everything, I mean." I exhale, switching lanes. I think letting go is exactly what I need to do. I controlled too much, hid too much. It got us in trouble. So yes, I'll be okay. She doesn't answer for a moment, but the tension in her shoulders eases. I sense the fragile bond forming again, despite all that fractured us. The road unfurls, leading us away from the hospital into a suburban stretch lined with shops and small businesses. A flicker of curiosity sparks. "You hungry? We could grab a late lunch or swing by an art supply store so you can feed your new obsession." She tilts her head, casting me an amused glance. "I'm not a painter, Cross." I shrug, grin forming. "But maybe you'll want supplies for the gallery's opening. Banners, promotional stuff. Just a thought." She laughs softly, a sound that lifts the weight from my chest. "We'll figure that out. Lunch first, maybe." We cruise another few minutes until we reach a quiet cafe near the park. I find a parking spot beneath a flowering tree, the sun warm on our faces as we emerge. She adjusts the sling, wincing, and I instinctively curl an arm around her waist, mindful not to cause more pain. She doesn't push me away this time, leaning just enough to show she trusts me tentatively. But it's something. Inside, the cafe is cheerful, potted plants near the windows, chalkboard menu featuring fresh sandwiches and pastries. We settle at a corner table, the midday crowd thinning. The hostess offers us cold water, and we both gulp it down, parched from the hospital's dryness. Silence hovers, weighted but no longer hostile. I trace the rim of my glass, searching for words that won't scare her off. Finally, I clear my throat. "Do you remember that day we first realized Jace had ties to your family's tapestry? We were in that dusty archive, nearly at each other's throats." Her gaze flicks up, an ironic smile teasing her lips. "Hard to forget. I wanted to scream, but we had to pretend to be polite so we wouldn't spook your museum contact." I nod, a chuckle slipping free. "Yes. And afterwards we argued on the sidewalk about trust. Ironically enough, then everything spiraled." She sighs, swirling a straw in her water. "We lost so much time, fear, and secrets fueling the worst in us." My chest tightens. Never again. If we're working together, if we choose to be together, I vow to keep everything open. Full transparency. She looks at me steadily, eyes shining. "Same." Then she glances away, pulse visible in her throat. "I still have nightmares about prison, about Jace's manipulations, and you burying evidence. It'll take time for that fear to fade." I reach across the table, letting my fingertips graze hers. I'll wait, however long it takes. And in the meantime, we build something worthwhile for you. For families robbed of their heritage. For me to atone for old mistakes. Her face softens, Your vow. I'll hold you to it. We lapse into a quiet pause, but it feels different now, an unspoken understanding blooming. The waitress arrives and we place a small order. Soup, bread, something gentle on her system. She eyes me as if I might vanish. I remain, unwavering. When the waitress leaves, Sera inhales slowly, a hint of smile curving her lips. You know, a day ago I assumed I'd vanish once the bureau cleared me. Maybe travel, avoid heartbreak. But you're making me reconsider. My pulse leaps. I'm glad. Her tone turns teasing, though her eyes glimmer with sincerity. Don't screw it up, Cross. I'm not giving second chances after this. Relief and affection swirl in my chest. I've learned my lesson, Vance. I glance out the window, sunlight bathing the street in gold. A sense of hope spreads, overshadowing the bruises and memories. Shall we sketch out the first step for the gallery after lunch? She snorts, leaning her sling-laden arm on the table. You never stop, do you? I grin sheepishly. You'll thank me later. I have a million ideas, but I'll let you lead. Really? She laughs quietly, that lovely sound giving me goosebumps. All right, partner. Let's see if we can change a few corners of the world. Our food arrives, simple but warm. We eat slowly, letting the hush cradle us. Each spoonful tastes like promise. Outside, the city bustles, unaware that just days ago, we faced lethal danger on a drifting yacht. Now we're forging a future. Legitimate, honest, shaped by Sera's vision. My heart thrums with quiet awe. As she finishes her soup, I catch her gaze. When you're up for it, I'd like to hold a small unveiling for your tapestry. Let the world see it properly returned. A statement that stolen artifacts can find their rightful home. Her throat works, tears threatening, but she just nods. I'd like that too. My grandmother's memory deserves it. I swallow the lump in my throat, remembering how that cloth was drenched in her blood and tears. We'll do it soon. And if you ever want me to step back, I'll respect that. This is your family story. She sets a hand over mine, the gesture fleeting but filled with gratitude. We share the story now, but yes, I'll hold you to your promise of not overshadowing. I can't help the soft laugh that escapes. Deal. We settled the bill, stepping back into the sunlight. She moves gingerly, shoulder still sore, but leans against me enough to let me guide her. A swirl of sweet relief floods me. We are both battered, but we're walking forward, not running away. The horizon feels wide open. As we slide into my car, she glances at me with the trace of a grin. So, Farnese, where to? A grand villa, a hidden workshop, or a random place with enough room for us to start planning? I turn the key, engine rumbling. I have a quiet spot near the coast, a small estate with a library. We can hole up there, draft the Institute's mission. Or if that's too fancy, I can rent a humble place in the city. She smirks lightly, adjusting her sling. Don't you dare tuck me away in some gilded cage. If it's just quiet, fine, but no illusions of captivity. I raise a brow. Agreed. You're free to come and go. I just want a place we can fill with restoration tools, reference books, and decent coffee. Her smile turns genuine, brightening her tired features. You're quite the dreamer, Cross. Time to test if we can make it real. Shifting gears, I pull away from the curb, blending into traffic. The road stretches before us like an unwritten page. Sera closes her eyes for a moment, soaking in the hush. I keep my gaze forward, but I can't help the surge of gratitude that she's here, choosing to stay, at least for now. Her soft voice breaks the silence. This is probably the first time in my life I'm not running from something. No parole officer, no blackmail. I'm free. Emotion surges in my chest. Free, I echo, letting the word linger, a promise we've both fought for. I hope you never lose that feeling again. She nods, eyes glistening. Me too. The traffic light turns green and I press the accelerator. Buildings and trees slip past, the city's hum a distant murmur. My heart swells with a cautious but fierce optimism. We have no illusions about the challenges ahead, her scars from prison, my guilt over past lies, the enormous undertaking of founding a legitimate textile restoration gallery. But we're at least facing it side by side, forging a path on our terms. As we cross a bridge over a sparkling river, she places her hand lightly on mine, resting on the gear shift. That small contact ignites a warm current beneath my ribs. She says nothing, but the unspoken vow resonates. We're in this together. And if the cost of redemption is forging an honest future where stolen legacies are restored, I'll pay it gladly for her, for us, for everyone robbed by greed. We drive on into the sunshine, heading toward an unknown horizon, hearts unsteady but hopeful. Maybe we can transform heartbreak into something bright, weaving a new tapestry from the threads of our battered past. If so, I'll count it as the greatest masterpiece either of us has ever created. The vow I whispered on that yacht protecting her, trusting her, standing by her side still rings in my mind, unwavering. And as the road unfurls ahead, Sera sits close, eyes half-lidded, letting me guide the way. For once, I embrace the unknown with a smile. We're free at last to choose our ending, and maybe, with courage and love, shape a beginning worthy of everything we've survived.
Chapter 25. Sera. The probation officer who shadowed me for so long, who used to check my every move, hands me a single form and says with an odd smile, "You're officially done." I stare at the piece of paper, the black type confirming that my parole is terminated, my slate clean. My chest tightens, and I find myself almost numb. This is the moment I've spent years imagining. The Bureau has no hold on me. There's no hidden clause waiting to snap shut like a trap. I'm free. Completely, irrevocably free. Even after the fiasco on the yacht, I half expected more hoops to jump through. But no, one last signature, a notary stamp, and the system that once devoured me for 4 years is stepping aside, letting me walk out. I manage a shaky exhale. The officer nods and leaves with a brisk clip of footsteps, letting the final door swing shut behind him. Just me now. No watchers, no chain of command. I slip the form into my bag, stepping outside the building. The midday sunlight hits my face, a crisp breeze stirring around me, tangling in the loose ends of my braid. Cars roll by on a quiet street, the hush broken by a distant siren. I realize my heart is hammering as though I've run miles, but I'm just standing on the sidewalk, free in a way I've never known. I close my eyes for a breath, ignoring the swirl of faint anxiety, letting the warmth of the day soak into my skin. "Sera?" a voice calls behind me. Turning, I see Mira striding through the door. I stiffen instinctively, an old reflex to her stern approach, but her expression is gentler than usual. She catches up, breathing a little hard, a file clutched in her hand. "Congrats," she says, voice low. "I know you and I haven't always seen eye to eye, but I'm glad you made it through." I study her, uncertain what to say. She's been the lead officer orchestrating my release, giving me 1,000 warnings about sabotage, about Jace, about Lucien. Now she stands here, a slight smile in the corners of her mouth. "Thanks," I manage, throat tight. Mira glances at the passers-by, then back at me. "You're sure you don't need extra protection? Jace might have cronies left, or Neptune's remnants might lash out." I shake my head. "They're scattered. We took them down on live broadcast, remember? If anyone tries to cause trouble, Lucien has resources. Gemma's too. I'm not a cornered target anymore." She nods. "All right. I'll trust your instincts. Just stay safe, Sera." I give her a small, genuine smile. "I will." It's the closest we get to a real goodbye. Then she steps back into the building, and I'm alone again, the final anchor to the bureau dissolving. The memory of the bullet grazing my shoulder still pinches if I move too fast, but it's healing. A wide sling would only hamper me, so I opted for a simpler brace. The twinge of pain is a constant reminder that all those life-threatening moments truly happened. I survived Jace's last shot, survived the ring that nearly devoured me, and now, with parole gone, there's an expanse of possibility I can barely process. I glance down at my phone, half expecting a message from Lucien or Gemma about the new gallery plan, but I find only a missed text from Palomo, checking if I'm done. My lips twitch in a faint smile. Everyone's checking on me. Strange to have that kind of concern. The next step in my day is one I've dreaded and longed for. I'm going to visit my grandmother's grave. In my bag, carefully wrapped in soft cloth, is the tapestry. Her tapestry, reclaimed from Neptune's final auction. The cloth that cost me heartbreak, that tied me to Jace's betrayal, that found me tangling with Lucien in a swirl of guilt and desire. Now it belongs to me again, truly, and I'm bringing it home, in a sense, the only way I know how. I find a taxi, giving the driver the cemetery's address. It's a short ride, the city passing in blurred shapes. My breath grows shallow. This is the first time I'm visiting her grave since I got out of Lockton. I used to dream of it from my cell, imagining how I'd cry or rant or vow revenge on the system that stole so much from me. But reality is rarely so clean. My stomach tightens as the cab pulls up to a low stone wall. Here we are. Stepping out, I pay the fare, the driver giving me a quick, sympathetic nod. Cemeteries always make people uneasy. I push through a wrought iron gate, following a cobblestone path edged with white pebbles. There's a hush among the oak trees, the midday sun filtering through leaves in dappled patterns. Headstones line the grass, some marked with fresh flowers, others worn with time. I walk slowly, my left arm cradling the tapestry, the faint ache in my shoulder matching the ache in my heart. Eventually, I find her gravestone. It's simple, her name carved gracefully, dates that never felt long enough. My grandmother raised me as best she could before everything unraveled. She taught me how to recognize good fabric, how to appreciate the stories woven into each thread. She believed in the magic of heritage, the power of preserving what came before. I used that knowledge to become an art thief, once. Now I hope to use it for something better. I lower myself to my knees, ignoring the damp grass that soaks through my jeans. The air smells of cut lawns and faint pine. I let out a shaky exhale, running my fingers over the carved letters. "Hi, Grandma," I whisper. My voice wavers, but I force a small smile. It's been a while. Silence holds me. I slip the tapestry from my bag, carefully unwrapping it. The swirling pattern shines dully in the sunlight, threads worn from its journey through too many hands. My breath catches, tears pricking my eyes. "I brought it home," I murmur. It's finally ours again." A tear drips onto the fabric, the sting in my chest sharper than any bullet. All those years locked away, all the betrayals, the nights forging illusions, the heartbreak with Lucien. It all led to this single moment. My grandmother's work returns to me. Carefully, I lay part of the tapestry over the grass by the headstone, letting her name and the cloth share the same space. "It's home now," I whisper, voice trembling. "I couldn't protect it back then, but I have it now. We won." A sob escapes me. I bow my head, letting tears fall. The hush of the cemetery swallows any noise I make. The pain is raw, a cross between relief and regret. She'll never see how I overcame Jace's manipulations, how I turned away from forging to become something else. But maybe some part of her sees, if that's how the spirit world works. The breeze rustles leaves overhead, and I imagine it carrying her voice, gentle and reassuring. I sniff, hugging the tapestry to my chest. "I'm free, Grandma," I say in a broken whisper. No more parole, no more ring chasing me. I can do something honest with the knowledge you gave me. A new gallery, maybe. We'll restore stolen pieces, help families keep their heirlooms. The tears keep sliding as I babble. I hope you'd be proud, that you'd see I'm not just a thief. I want to preserve what we love, not steal it. Another gust of wind, carrying the quiet chirp of a bird. My entire body trembles with the release of tension I've carried for years. Memories wash over me, her laughter in the kitchen, the hum of her favorite hymn while she stitched patterns, the smell of lavender in her hair. The mental weight of those recollections lifts, no longer tangled with guilt or regret. She's gone, but her legacy endures in each swirl of thread, in me. Eventually, the tears subside. I wipe my face on my sleeve, half laughing at how spent I feel. It's a hollow yet strangely light feeling, as if I've set down a heavy suitcase I've been dragging behind me. My grandmother's name remains etched in stone, but I sense a quiet acceptance now. She's not waiting for me with condemnation. She's just at peace, and so can I be. I glance at the fabric, torn edges and old stains, a few new tears from the yacht fiasco. My mind drifts to Lucien. He insisted on carrying it for me that night, risking everything to ensure I got it back. We've battered each other with lies and confessions, but he showed up when it mattered. A swirl of warmth trickles through me. Maybe that's what people do when they care. They risk the bullet. They stand in the line of fire. He offered me a legitimate future, a chance to use my skill for something meaningful. The idea still feels surreal, but I want it. I want that sense of purpose. The sun climbs higher, illuminating the carved letters. My gaze softens, and I smooth my palm across the tapestry. "Thank you," I say softly, feeling the weight of everything I owe my grandmother. "I'll keep it safe now, and I'll share it. Let the world see what you made, so no one forgets your craft." Slowly, I refold the tapestry, pressing it gently against her headstone in farewell. I won't bury it, not after so many fought to reclaim it. But I want her spirit to touch it, however symbolic that might be. For a few breaths, I remain kneeling, letting the hush cradle me. Then tenderly, I pick it up and slide it into my bag again, the final act of letting go and holding on all at once. When I rise, knees protesting, I sense how different everything feels. I'm standing in a cemetery, but the dread that used to stalk me is absent. I'm not a fugitive or a paroled thief. I'm just me, Sera Vance, free woman. My slate is clean, my grandmother's tapestry safe with me, and a future that's mine to shape. A watery laugh escapes my lips, surprising me with how joyous it sounds. I press a kiss to my fingertips, then touch them to her name. Goodbye, Grandma. Or maybe not goodbye. Just see you. My eyes close. Another tear slides out, but it's a gentler sadness, softened by peace. Then I step away from her grave, weaving back through the neat rows of headstones, feeling the sun warm the back of my neck. Outside the gate, the street hums quietly with midday life. A mother pushes a stroller. A man walks his dog. Someone else fiddles with groceries. Normalcy? Oblivious to the battles we fight in private, I slip onto the sidewalk, drawn to the bus stop down the block. Perhaps I'll ride a bus to a part of town I never explored, tasting the city's freedom under no watchful eye. Or maybe I'll call a rideshare, see if Lucien's free for lunch. The thought makes me pause, warmth blossoming in my chest. I'm not sure how to navigate us, but I feel more open to the possibility. My phone dings. A text from Gemma. Heard the good news about your parole being finished. Congratulations. Let's finalize the tapestry exhibit plan soon. I want the world to see it. I grin, heart thrumming with gratitude. She's done so much, bridging the Finch Foundation's resources with my cause. I type a quick reply, "Yes, let's do it, and thank you for everything." Then, almost without thinking, I open my contacts and hover over Lucien's name. Part of me is hesitant, not wanting to rely on him for every step, but we're forging a new dynamic. I want him to know I visited my grandmother's grave, that I feel lighter. Another quiet beep. A new text from him, ironically timed. "I'm at the gallery site. Plans are shaping up. Whenever you're ready, I'll show you." My heart constricts with an odd mix of excitement and fear. A real site for the new Textile Institute, or gallery, or whatever we're building. A space to preserve stolen legacies. To atone for old secrets. I swallow, feeling the weight of possibility again. But it's not the crushing weight of parole or Jace's blackmail. It's a weight of choice, of forging something. I can handle that. I type back, "Finishing an errand? I'll meet you. Can't wait to see it." Then I slip my phone away, mind drifting back to the quiet row of headstones behind me. My grandmother is at peace, and so am I, for the first time since I was a kid, freed from the cages of my own making, from the system's rules, from Jace's hold. The city glows brighter in my eyes. The breeze feels fresher. A smile curves my lips, unforced. I cross the street, heading toward the bus stop with the newfound energy. The tapestry safe in my bag, no longer an object of fear, but a testament that the darkest times can be reclaimed. As a bus rumbles to a stop, I climb aboard, rummaging for change. A seat by the window beckons, so I settle there, ignoring my throbbing shoulder. The driver pulls away, and the city unfolds outside in a scroll of buildings, shops, pedestrians. For once, I'm not scouring every face for cops or criminals. I'm just here, living. A man in the seat across from me glances up from his newspaper, eyes flicking briefly to the bandage on my shoulder. He offers a polite nod, no prying questions. I return a faint smile, pressing my palm over my bag where the tapestry rests. Everything that once trapped me is behind me now. The hush inside me feels surreal. I gaze at the passing scenery, letting my thoughts swirl. We'll create a space to highlight stolen artifacts, restore them, send them home. I'll stand in front of a piece that used to be trafficked, show the family who lost it. I'll show them, with these hands, how to reclaim what was taken. The idea sends a shiver of purpose through my veins. I've spent too long forging illusions or running from punishments. Now I can stand for something real. My phone dings again. A quick update from Lucien. We just set footers for the main room. You'll love it. No pressure, but I'm impatient to show you. I roll my eyes with a grin. Typical him, mixing apology with eagerness. But I don't mind. I find I'm itching to see it too, see what we can shape together. I watch the city blur by, leaning my head against the window. The day resonates with a gentle hum, as though every street corner and facade congratulates me on being free. My grandmother's tapestry is my anchor, but I'm no longer tethered by guilt or parole. I can choose my next steps. A fresh tear leaks out, but I let it fall, unashamed. This time, it's not grief. It's a quiet, profound relief. At the next stop, I gather my bag and step off the bus, blinking in the bright sunlight. My reflection in a shop window shows a woman standing straight, eyes glistening but resolute. That's me, Sera Vance, truly free. A faint breeze ruffles my hair, carrying away the last vestiges of the jail cell's claustrophobia. I lift my chin, turning onto a side street that leads to the address Lucien sent. Time to see what kind of future we can build. As I walk, I recall the hush of the cemetery, my grandmother's name etched in stone, the tapestry resting against her memory. It's home now, I whispered, meaning not just the cloth but me, my heart, my will to keep living. I am home, in my own life, unshackled at last. Another breath and a fresh grin sneaks across my lips. Maybe that's enough of a miracle for one day. I round a corner. The building that might become our new gallery looming in the distance, Lucien's silhouette near the entrance. My heart does a small flip, excitement racing through me. Yes, the past is scarred, and we'll wrestle with ghosts, but the sun is bright overhead, and the city pulses with possibilities. I tighten my hold on the tapestry, carrying my grandmother's legacy with me like a shield. Each step resonates with the simple, overwhelming truth. I'm free, truly free, and for the first time in years, that freedom tastes like hope.
Chapter 26. Lucien. I stand in the middle of what used to be an old textile mill. Its cavernous interior is empty now, save for a row of folding chairs stacked in one corner and a scaffold near a far wall. Dust motes swirl in the beams of sunlight pouring through tall windows, and the space hums with a quiet potential. It's the earliest stage of our new gallery or institute or whatever we decide to call this project. The floors are scuffed concrete, the ceiling high enough to echo footsteps. I've spent the past hour envisioning how we'll transform it into something bright, somewhere a heritage can be reclaimed rather than lost to crime. A faint draft circulates, rustling some architectural blueprints spread across a makeshift table. I set a hand on the pages, pinning them down so they don't blow away. My heart thuds with both excitement and anxiety, knowing Sera is supposed to arrive soon. We've texted about meeting here to review the preliminary site plans, but the tension between us hasn't magically vanished. We agreed to build this place together, her name at the helm, my resources backing her vision, yet I'm still unsure how deeply she's willing to trust me after everything. The wide doors at the end of the room creak. I straighten, adrenaline surging. There she is. Sera steps in, wearing jeans and a fitted jacket. Her shoulder is still bandaged, though the sling is gone. In her arms she carries a slim binder, pages poking out like the edges of an unpolished dream. I watch her pause, scanning the open room, eyes narrowing in that calculating way of hers. Even from this distance I sense her trademark mix of caution and determination. "Sera!" I call, my voice echoing. I keep it gentle, conscious that she might still be raw from the bullet wound, from our rocky past. She meets my gaze briefly, nodding in greeting. I see a flicker of apprehension in her posture, then she inhales, crossing the space with slow steps. Despite the dust and the swirl of intangible memories, she carries herself like the regal figure I know someone who survived enough to own any room she enters. When she's close enough, she lifts the binder, tapping it lightly against her thigh. "I have some ideas," she says. "Figure I'd better show up prepared before you bury me in fancy infrastructure plans." I swallow back a smile, that sarcastic lilt in her tone, reminding me she's not one to be overshadowed. "I wouldn't dare bury you. I'm hoping we blend my structural resources with your expertise in a way that you lead." She arches a brow, still guarded. "We'll see if your actions match those words." A hint of wryness curls her lips, tempering the tension. I step back to the table, inviting her to set her binder down. She does so, flipping it open to reveal sketched layouts and typed bullet points. My chest tightens with a wave of awe. She's been busy, clearly. Her plans detail exhibit flows, conservation labs, a visiting artist corner, things I barely imagined. It's as though she's poured all her heartbreak and skill into forging an honest place for stolen or lost legacies to find new life. She notices my expression, crossing her arms. "Don't act surprised I can plan, Cross. I've always planned. You just rarely bother to see the legitimate side of me." Ouch. That stings, but I force a small nod, conceding the point. "I see it now. This is thorough." My voice comes out a bit husky. "If you want to integrate it with the architecture we have, we can carve out a main gallery on the ground floor, place the conservation labs upstairs, keep the shipping and receiving area separate, so no contamination of delicate pieces." She chews her lip, flipping a page. "Exactly. This place is huge, so we can designate a small portion for rotating exhibits, the rest for permanent restoration. People can watch the process, learn about preserving their own textiles if they choose. I can't contain a smile. Transparent restoration. No shady illusions, just honesty. She cuts a sideways glance, a faint softness in her gaze. You said you wanted honesty. I exhale, heart pounding. Yes, and I meant it. Our eyes lock for a moment, the hush in the wide room amplifying the tension. I clear my throat, gesturing at the scaffolding in the far corner. We started reinforcing the ceiling. The contractors come tomorrow to fix structural beams, so it's safer for large exhibits. She steps toward the scaffolding, trailing her hand along the dusty handrail. This place used to be a mill, right? Feels fitting transformed from an old factory to a new hub of heritage. I approach, careful not to crowd her. That's what I thought. It's symbolic, forging something honest from an industrial shell. Plus, it's near the city center, accessible to students, travelers, families. No more hidden vaults of stolen goods. Everything out in the open. She turns, binder clutched to her chest, eyes flickering with an uncertain emotion. I'm not promising miracles, Lucien. I'm still me. I have baggage, scars. You do too. My throat tightens. I know. And I'm not asking you to forget the times we hurt each other or the bullet you took on that yacht. I just want us to try. Build something real that outlasts our mistakes. She lifts her gaze, voice subdued. Might be the first time anyone's offered me that without strings. Emotion sears through me, recalling the times I lied or withheld crucial information. No strings. If you want to walk away with your blueprint, I won't stop you. But I'm hoping you'll stand beside me. She sets the binder on a makeshift shelf of stacked cinder blocks, exhaling slowly. Walking away is easier said than done. I'm used to flight whenever things get complicated. But I'm done running, I think. My heart stumbles. You think? She lets out a short laugh, ironically light. I've lived a lifetime of forging and fleeing. That habit doesn't vanish overnight. But I'm here, aren't I? That's something. I step closer, letting my hand hover near her elbow without touching. It's everything, I say softly. The hush in the massive room resonates with unspoken truths. We stand near each other, a swirl of dust and hope bridging the space. She glances around, then meets my eyes. So, this place? We're calling it the Vance Preservation Institute, or the Vance Cross Textile Restoration, or something less cheesy. I grin. Your call. Maybe just call it the Vance Institute. Or, if you want to honor your grandmother, we incorporate her name somehow. Sera's lips curve, a glimmer of moisture in her dark eyes. It would mean a lot to me if her name was in it. Let people know about her craft. My chest warms. Then let's do it. I pause, clearing my throat. I've started setting up the finances. Once we finalize the name, we can register. Should only take a few weeks if all goes smoothly. She nods, shifting on her feet. A breeze from the tall windows ruffles her hair, and she lifts a hand to tuck it back. The bandage on her shoulder peeks out from under her jacket, a stark reminder she almost paid with her life to protect that tapestry. My guilt resurfaces. Sera, I want to say I'm sorry again for everything. For being the naive fool who authenticated stolen pieces that ended up hurting you. For not telling you sooner. She studies me for a beat, pressing her lips together. I can't say it didn't carve a hole in me, discovering your involvement in losing my grandmother's piece. But you also fought to get it back. You nearly took a bullet for me. That counts. A swirl of relief and longing tangles in my chest. It's more than just a bullet. I'd do anything to keep you safe. She sets her binder aside, stepping closer. The tension thrums, that familiar magnetism crackling. I don't want a guardian or a puppet master, Cross. I want a partner who respects me, who doesn't overshadow or lie. I nod fervently. You have my word. I'll try to be that partner. She arches a brow. Try. I smile ruefully. We both know we're flawed. I can't promise to never slip up, but I'll do my damnedest to be honest and supportive. Her eyes soften, and I'll try not to bolt if something reminds me of old scars. We'll see how it goes, step by step. My pulse hammers. So you're staying? She lets out a breath, nodding. Yes, for now, but don't push for forever. Not yet. The hush in my chest pulses with gratitude. Understood. Then we stand there, breathing in the dust-laced air, the hush feeling more intimate than any stolen kiss. I lift a hand, hesitating near her uninjured shoulder. Her gaze flicks from my hand to my face, unreadable. Slowly, she nods, letting me rest my palm gently against her jacket. Even that small contact ignites a spark across my skin, reminding me how many times we nearly destroyed each other with half-truths and fervent collisions. Her voice trembles with a quiet vulnerability. I never thought I'd do anything legitimate, you know? I was so sure the system wanted me caged. But now, this is bigger than me. We can restore stolen artifacts, keep families from losing their heritage. I swallow. You deserve that legacy. Maybe we can transform a piece of this city, keep it from becoming another black market hub. She almost smiles. Big goals, Farnese. I chuckle softly. I like big goals. We share a moment of gentle laughter, the air clearing a fraction. I slip my arm from her shoulder, gesturing at the binder. What about these exhibit plans? Show me your dream layout. She eyes me warily, then picks up the binder. Fine, don't overshadow me. I place a hand over my heart in mock sincerity. Yes, I promise. She snorts but softens around the edges. Then brace yourself. I have about 50 pages of notes. My grin widens. I'm all ears. We head back to the makeshift table, weaving around dusty beams. The sunlight shifting through the windows throws bright squares across the floor, like a path guiding us forward. I watch her spread pages across the table, describing potential artifact displays, a small research library, a classroom for workshops. Her voice gains confidence, layered with a passion that draws me in. Each phrase hits me with renewed admiration. I nod, occasionally adding a question about budget or timeline, but mostly letting her speak. She's sassy, tossing barbs about how I better not meddle in day-to-day operations. I play along, bantering back with yes, ma'am, which earns me an eye roll and a grudging smirk. Beneath the sarcasm, we're forging trust like she's testing me to see if I'll try to dominate or deflect. I stay in my lane, letting her lead. Eventually, she slides the last page toward me, arms crossed. So that's the gist. We start small with a single exhibit, highlight the tapestry, plus a few other pieces we reclaim from Neptune's seized inventory. Show people the before and after. Provide context on how these were stolen. Emphasize restitution. Emotion swells in my chest. It's perfect. We can build from there, branch out as we recover more items or partner with other groups. She shifts her weight, a flicker of hesitation crossing her features. I think so too. Then she closes the binder with a soft thud, eyes lowering. I'm not used to having something legitimate. Something that might succeed. It's scary. Impulsively, I reach for her hand again, half expecting her to jerk away. This time she sighs, letting my fingers intertwine with hers. Her palm feels warm, a slight tremor betraying her nerves. She looks into my eyes, locking with mine as the dust swirl around us like confetti. Lucien, I'm sorry too, she whispers, voice thick, for lashing out, for not believing you when you tried to help, for letting Jace's manipulations twist me. My chest aches. You had every reason to doubt me. We were both trapped by secrets. She offers a half smile, watery. Now we have a chance to unravel them, yeah? I nod. Yes. Slowly, carefully. We'll shape the future with no illusions. I tighten my grip, inhaling her quiet presence. She doesn't pull away. That alone a small victory. My mind flashes to all the times we clashed hostile arguments in fancy galleries, frantic kisses fueled by heartbreak. Now the hush is calmer, woven with possibility. She drops her gaze to our joined hands. I'm not promising a fairy tale, but I won't vanish. I'll see this project through, and we'll figure out the rest. Together. My heart flips at that word. Together. I murmur it as if tasting something I never fully believed I'd earn. Then I gently lift her hand, pressing it to my chest, where my heart thrums like a caged bird. I'll prove I can be the partner you deserve. She bites her lip, eyes glistening. Don't get sappy, Cross. I'm not made of stone, but I will walk if you revert to old habits. A short laugh escapes me, relief cresting. Understood. No overshadowing, no half-truths. She exhales, a shaky breath. All right, then let's see how well you keep your word. Step 1, we get the blueprint locked in. Step 2, set a timeline for the first exhibit. Step 3, we open the doors to the public, unveiling what was stolen to the rightful owners. Step 4, we keep going. I grin, brushing a stray hair from her face. It's a plan, and if we stumble, we adjust. The important thing is, we don't run. Her gaze flits over me, searching. Deal. The hush thickens, but this time it feels warm, not suffocating. My pulse roars in my ears, wanting to draw her close. I sense she's not entirely closed off, but we both need time. So I settle for letting my fingers rest against her cheek, my voice quiet. Thank you for coming here with your plans. You have no idea how much that means to me. She closes her eyes for a beat, leaning into the contact before pulling back just enough to speak. We're making a new start. I had to show you I'm serious. I don't do half measures anymore. My chest feels full, a mix of relief and wonder. That's all I need. We break apart, turning our attention back to the binder, the raw emotion tempered by the mundane tasks of drafting budgets and timetables. For the next hour, we bounce ideas off each other, bantering about exhibit titles, color schemes for the foyer, how to incorporate interactive displays. She's sassy, calling me out if I drift into elitist jargon. I volley back with playful teases about her controlling streak. The tension that once caused us to lash out is still present, but now it thrums like a current driving us forward. Eventually, we realize the sunlight has shifted angles, marking the late afternoon creeping in. Dust motes glow gold. She rubs her shoulder, fatigue etched in her face. The bullet wound is healing, but she's not at full strength. My protective urge flares. Enough planning for one day, I say gently, closing the binder. You need rest. She tenses, then nods. I hate that you're right. Still feel the ache every time I move. I gather the scattered pages into the binder, then glance at her. Let me drive you home, or to wherever you're staying. You can't manage the bus or a random taxi with your shoulder aching. She hesitates, eyes flicking to the dusty warehouse entrance. Fine, but no coddling me, Cross. I smirk. I'll do my best to coddle minimally. She almost laughs. Gathering the binder, she gestures for me to lead. We pick our way through the half-lit space, stepping around scraps of wood and old equipment. I pause to lock up, ensuring the premises are secure. When I turn, she stands by the massive double doors, a wry grin on her lips. I can see it, you know. People walking in, jaws dropping at the transformations we do. My grandmother's tapestry in the center, a symbol of reclamation. The sincerity in her voice catches me off guard, and my chest tightens with an odd surge of emotion. I see it too. And I see you there, explaining its history to visitors, forging a future out of your family's past. It's beautiful. She exhales, a quiet vulnerability crossing her face. Then she pushes the door open, letting a wave of late afternoon light flood in. We step outside, leaving the echoing emptiness behind. The fresh air hits, clearing the dust from our lungs. My car is parked in a small lot near an overgrown patch of grass. I unlock the passenger door, helping her stow her binder and settle in. She doesn't protest, though I sense her guarded awareness. Once she's in, I circle to the driver's side, sliding behind the wheel. The engine purrs to life, and I navigate onto the main road with careful steadiness. The sun warms the streets, painting everything in honeyed light. She gazes out the window, lost in thought. "Where to?" I ask, voice subdued. She glances my way, a flicker of indecision in her eyes. "I'm renting a small place near the old city. Just follow Oak Lane, then turn left at the library. I can direct you." I nod, letting silence fall. Tension stirs in me, yearning to invite her to my place or to dinner, but I hold back. She said step by step, no overshadowing. The traffic flows steadily, and we slip into a quiet neighborhood with historic row houses. She points out a turn, guiding me to a narrow lane lined with trees. Eventually, we reach a modest townhouse with a bright blue door. I park at the curb, cutting the engine. She unbuckles but remains seated, binder on her lap. The hush brims with unspoken tension. Finally, she turns to me. "Thanks for the ride, and for not pressing me." I swallow, voice husky. "Anytime." My eyes dart over her face, noticing the faint circles from exhaustion and the flicker of softness in her expression. My chest aches with longing. "Sera, I'm really glad you showed up today with that binder. It meant everything." She dips her head, tucking a strand of hair behind her ear. "I said I'd try. This is me trying." Emotion rises and I lean forward, wanting to close the distance. "I'm grateful." She exhales softly, searching my eyes. For a fleeting second, it seems she might let me kiss her. Then she clears her throat, pulling the binder close to her chest. "I'd better go inside. I need to rest. Doctor's orders, apparently." A flicker of disappointment curls in me, but I nod, voice steady. "Of course. If you need anything, call me, or text, or just show up at the gallery." She smiles, small and genuine. "I know." She glances away, uncertainty flickering. Then, as if making a spur-of-the-moment choice, she leans in and brushes a light kiss on my cheek. My heart jolts, a warmth flooding me. She lingers for half a breath, then pulls back, cheeks flushed. I manage a shaky exhale. "Sera." She lifts a hand, silencing me with gentle authority. "That's all for now," she whispers. "But I'm not leaving you behind. Keep that in mind." Joy surges in me, and I barely restrain myself from grabbing her for a deeper embrace. Instead, I let her slip out of the car, binder cradled in one arm. I watch her climb the short steps to the blue door, her posture carrying a mix of caution and hope. She unlocks it, glancing over her shoulder. Our eyes meet for a charged second, and she offers a final nod before disappearing inside. In the car, I sit motionless, heart pounding. The afterimage of her gentle kiss lingers on my cheek, a promise that we're inching forward. My chest tightens with gratitude. She still doesn't promise forever, but she's giving us a chance. That alone feels monumental. I start the engine again, steering onto the street. The sun hangs low, painting the sky in streaks of gold and lavender. My phone pings with a text from Palomo about supply deliveries for the building tomorrow. I tap out a reply. "All good. I'll be there early." Then I toss the phone aside, focusing on the hum of the road beneath me. A quiet grin tugs at my lips. The day's not over, but it's ended on a note I couldn't have predicted months ago. Sera, binder in hand, meeting me at the gallery, forging a legitimate plan for the future. And a whisper of closeness that doesn't break the scars but acknowledges them, letting us believe in something new. I pass a row of small shops, their lights clicking on, and realize I'm still smiling. My entire being feels lighter than it has in years. It's as if we left the heartbreak on that drifting yacht and emerged with a fragile truce. I can handle fragile if it means I get to see her break out that sassy grin, while we build a dream that serves more than our wounded pride. Turning onto the main avenue, I drive toward my condo, mentally drafting an email to the contractors about the structural beams. This time, though, I'm not dictating how to overshadow Sera's vision. I'm facilitating it, letting her lead the design. The intangible difference makes my chest ache with a hopeful ache. She came to me with a binder of exhibit plans, each page laced with her devotion to preserving legacies. That's a blueprint for our future if we dare to keep stepping forward. When I park in my usual spot, the city lights flicker across my windshield. I tilt my head back, letting out a long breath. She's not promising forever, but she's not leaving me behind either. That's more than I dared hope for after everything. I climb out, heading inside with a silent vow. I will do right by her, by this gallery, by our battered hearts. We have miles to go, but at least we're walking in the same direction now. Entering my living room, I switch on a lamp. The glow falls on a stack of legal documents on the coffee table, papers for the new institute's registration, a half-written letter to a potential sponsor. I brush my fingers across them, imagination firing. I see families reclaiming stolen heirlooms, see Sera in the lab coat she teased about wearing, her face lit with triumph as she breathes new life into a centuries-old cloth. My pulse stirs with a fierce sense of purpose. I sink onto the couch, phone in hand. I stare at her name in my messages, pondering whether to text again. 1,000 lines dance in my mind, but I settle for something simple. I loved your binder. Thank you for letting me be part of it. Rest well, Vance. I hover over send, heart pounding, then hit the button. No immediate reply, but that's fine. She's resting, or ignoring me to maintain boundaries. Either way, we'll talk in the morning, stepping closer to forging that gallery. The hush of my condo presses in, but it doesn't feel lonely tonight. I sense her presence as a promise, just beyond reach, but not gone. She's chosen to stand beside me. If we move slowly and carefully, we might shape a future that redeems us both. I close my eyes, resting my head against the couch. I can't stop the slow curl of my smile. Everything is different now, our illusions stripped, leaving the raw, honest pieces of who we are. She arrived with a binder of plans, sassy and guarded, but unwavering in her determination. And I realized for the first time, I'm not overshadowing or controlling. I'm learning how to support, how to be equal partners. The lamp flickers, drawing me from my thoughts. I grin softly, letting the day's tension settle into a calm warmth. We're not out of the woods, but we're forging a path. Maybe that's how real trust grows, in the sunlight of second chances, where each step is a choice to keep believing, keep hoping. With that conviction fueling me, I set the legal papers on my lap, scanning them with renewed energy. Because tomorrow, I'll stand by Sera's side, unveiling the start of a legacy that's no longer lost in the shadows. And if she's there with me, well, that might be the closest I've ever come to a true happy ending. Chapter 28. Lucien. The day dawns in bright, shimmering hues, and I can't recall feeling this electric with possibility in my entire life. We've prepared for weeks, refining every inch of the new gallery's interior polishing floors, finalizing the displays, making sure each sign lines up perfectly with its artifact. Now the morning sun washes the entrance in gold as though blessing our efforts. I arrive early, nerves thrumming beneath my pressed suit. A few staffers mill around in hushed excitement, adjusting bouquets of white lilies near the welcome table. Outside, a discreet barricade holds back an eager cluster of reporters and curious onlookers. It's the official opening day, the culmination of heartbreak, second chances, and the vow Sera and I made to reclaim lost stories rather than bury them in darkness. My chest constricts, recalling how this place was once a shell of a factory. Together, Sera and I shaped it into a beacon for stolen art, for families needing restitution. Today we unveil our first exhibit, headlined by her grandmother's tapestry. A swirl of affection churns in me each time I think of that tapestry under glass, labeled with her name, Sera Vance, the rightful heir. Suddenly, there's a ripple of excitement at the door. She steps inside, scanning the polished lobby. Sera is wearing a form-fitting black dress, simple yet elegant, her hair pulled back in a sleek style that showcases her regal neck. My heart leaps at the sight of her. She catches me staring and arches a brow, that sassy glint lighting her gaze. The tension that lingers between us thrums with promise, not fear. She crosses to me, voice low. "You look good playing professional host, expecting paparazzi to swoon at your feet." I let out a short laugh, nerves dancing. I'm more worried about messing up the speech. Or overshadowing you, I mean. Interfering in your big moment. Her lips curve, a fleeting softness in her eyes. "We present together, Cross. I'm not doing this alone." She glances around, noticing staff watchers. Her voice dips, intimacy edging it. "Though we both know the star is that tapestry and the story behind it, just hope I don't freeze up when the cameras roll." My chest warms. "You'll be incredible." I motion for her to walk with me along the hallway, giving us a brief escape from the main hustle. We slip past a row of tinted windows, the crowd's murmur bleeding through the glass. Overhead, gentle track lighting illuminates an arched corridor that leads into the exhibit space. A hush greets us as we enter the gallery proper. The floors shine beneath the overhead lights, and each display mount stands ready, labeled with small plaques about the stolen artifacts we reclaimed from Neptune's ring. Most are minor pieces, but the star is at the center. Sera's grandmother's tapestry, sealed in a custom glass enclosure that keeps it safe and visible. I let out a quiet sigh of relief each time I see it, recalling how it was nearly lost forever. Sera approaches the case, shoulders tight with emotion. Her reflection shimmers in the glass, her eyes taking in every swirl of the pattern. The label reads, "Reclaimed Legacy, Sera Vance, Provenance Confirmed." She told me she wanted it short and unmistakable, a statement that no one can challenge her rightful claim. A group of school kids is scheduled to come later, read the narrative we printed about how it was stolen, then restored. The thought conjures an ache of pride. She rests her palm against the glass, voice trembling. "I remember being 5, watching my grandmother's hands weave these very threads. Now kids will stand here, reading about how it was taken, then returned. It's surreal." I step closer, wanting to wrap her in my arms, but mindful of staff who might pass by. Instead, I lower my voice. They'll learn that justice can happen, that people can fight back against criminals who exploit history. She draws in a deep breath, eyes shining with unshed tears. "Lucien, thank you for pushing me to stand up in the light instead of hiding. I might never have done it alone." My chest tightens. We built this together, but I'd do it all again, 1,000 times to see you free. She turns, lips quivering in a faint smile. "You know the local news wants an interview from both of us this morning. They want to capture me telling the tapestry story. I'm a little anxious, but I'll do it." I nod, setting a reassuring hand on her arm. "I'll stand beside you, or in the background if you prefer. No overshadow. You call the shots." She lifts a corner of her mouth in that teasing smirk. "We've come so far, you using the word overshadow with a straight face. But yes, stand with me. I don't want to do it alone." My heart stirs, relief flooding me. "Then I'll be right there." Just then, a staffer pokes her head in. "They're ready for you outside. We're opening in 15 minutes. Cameras rolling." Sera and I share a glance. She exhales, posture straightening as though donning invisible armor. "Showtime," she murmurs. We make our way back to the entrance, tension crackling in the air. Outside the glass doors, a cluster of reporters shuffle and adjust microphones. An official from the city stands ready with a ribbon and scissors, and a small group of onlookers watch with curiosity. Sera steps forward, letting me linger half a pace behind, her shoulders squared. The city official greets her, the cameras capturing each second. She cracks a poised smile, shaking hands, then turns to the press with a calm, measured expression. They pepper her with questions about her grandmother's peace, about the criminal ring, about the new gallery's mission. I watch in awe as she answers with sincerity, explaining how we plan to highlight stolen items, returning them to rightful owners, educating the public so fewer families lose their heritage. There's a quiet passion that resonates in her voice, warming the eyes of even the most jaded reporter. I only step in occasionally, clarifying financial or architectural details. She truly is the star. My chest brims with pride. After some cheers and polite applause, the city official cuts the ceremonial ribbon. The group funnels in, cameras flashing, staff guiding them to the main gallery area. A wave of visitors surge around us, wide-eyed at the pristine displays. Sera floats gracefully among them, fielding more questions, her posture radiating confidence. I trail behind, smiling at how readily people gravitate to her story. The tension in my body ebbs, replaced by quiet satisfaction that we did this. We built something real, more potent than any forged illusion. The crowd eventually disperses in small pockets, some heading to examine the tapestry in its glass case, others flipping through brochures. Sera and I pass a cluster of children huddled by the tapestry. I overhear them reading about her grandmother, whispering in awe. It sends a lump to my throat. Sera meets my gaze with misty eyes, clearly affected. We share a fleeting moment of mutual gratitude. This is what we fought for. Time slips by, the formal opening winding down. The press, satisfied with quotes and photos, moves on, and the staff guides the final stragglers out. My entire being buzzes, adrenaline from speaking to cameras and the public. Sera stands near the tall windows, shoulders drooping from a mix of relief and exhaustion. The hush returns to the gallery, now mostly empty except for a few staff finishing up. They wave and slip out a side door, leaving us alone in the softly lit space. She watches me approach, a tired grin forming. It's quiet again. I nod, letting out a breath. You were brilliant out there. She huffs a small laugh. Brilliant might be generous, but I survived without stammering, and the kids seemed enthralled. I lift a hand to brush a stray lock of hair from her temple, chest swelling with tenderness. They loved you. They'll go home inspired. Maybe ask their families about their own heirlooms. You're changing the narrative. A flicker of emotion crosses her eyes, and she steps in, pressing a hand to my chest. Lucien, I can't even explain how grateful I am, or how much I needed this closure. My breath catches at her touch, the warmth of her palm stirring an ache that's been building all day. Tension hums, the memories of our half-stolen kisses, the nights we collided in anger or desperation. Now the hush thrums with a different energy, something calmer yet no less potent. She lifts her gaze, voice low. We have a moment alone, right? Before more staff or visitors reappear? I scan the vacant gallery, the tinted windows shielding us from prying eyes. We have at least an hour until the next group arrives. A sliver of a smile curves her lips. Good, because I want to do something we never did without fear breathing down our necks. My pulse thuds. I sense exactly what she means, the possibility igniting a fresh wave of longing. Are you sure? I murmur, stepping closer, letting my hand drift down her side. A gentle tremor runs through her. She nods, eyes darkening with desire. Positive. No more stolen moments in shadows we're not hiding. Need coils in me, raw and urgent, but laced with reverence. My heart hammers, half in disbelief that she's inviting me so openly. I cradle her face, letting my thumb stroke her cheek. Then come with me. She gives a slow nod, hooking her arm around my waist. We move through the exhibit, passing the tapestry's glass case. A swirl of gratitude flows through me, recalling how every lie, every bullet, every heartbreak led us here. Now we're free. Without a word, we slip into a private alcove behind a partition we'd planned for changing exhibits. The overhead lights are dimmer, giving the space a hidden glow. The hush envelops us, filled with the faint hum of AC and the echoes of our breathing. The second we're secluded, she steps into my arms, mouth claiming mine in a fierce kiss that sets my blood aflame. I groan, the sensation of her lips sending a shockwave through me. Her hands slip beneath my suit jacket, tugging me closer. This time, there's no desperation, no fear of bullets or blackmail. It's a choice, a union sealed by our own desire.
And that's where we're going to put a pause on pleasure.
It looks like the rest of this chapter is just too naughty to put on the air.
As much as we'd love to share every little detail, we've got to stick to this platform's guidelines to keep these free audiobooks coming.
They've got some rules about what we can show, and we wouldn't want to risk losing the chance to bring you more content.
As frustrating as it is to build the tension only to be interrupted, Miss Tyla always knows how to make it up to you.
You can find the full, uncut scene over at tylawalker.com.
With an entire library of unabridged audiobooks and ebooks, Miss Tyla's collection is waiting for you.
And if you use code SAVE40, you'll get 40% off any digital product, even on bundles that are already discounted.
So don't let the fun stop here. Head over to tylawalker.com and treat yourself with Miss Tyla.
We remain tangled, letting the aftershocks ebb. My arms cradle her carefully, mindful of her shoulder. She lays her head against me, exhaling a content sigh. The hush of the gallery returns, the distant hum of traffic outside reminding us we're not entirely alone. Still, it feels like our private sanctuary. Eventually, practicality stirs. We can't stay half naked on the exhibit rug when staff might reappear. She chuckles softly as we help each other redress, placing lingering kisses on newly discovered bruises or love marks. My heart feels unburdened, the final barrier between us dissolved. She watches me button my shirt, eyes gleaming in amusement. We'll have to hope no one checks the security cams. I grin, adjusting my collar. We can always claim it was a performance art piece. She snorts, rolling her eyes. Once we're decent, Sera smooths her hair, checking her reflection in a polished metal panel. I rest my hands lightly on her shoulders, inhaling her lingering scent. We should greet the next group soon, but I don't want to leave you yet. She leans back against me, eyes drifting shut. We'll face them together. This time, no secrets, no illusions. I press a gentle kiss to the curve of her neck. Agreed. My chest overflows with a sense of wholeness I've never known. We gather our composure, stepping into the main corridor, a faint flush in our cheeks. But no one's around to see. Re-entering the exhibit space, we find a small cluster of late arrivals. They greet us politely, eager to view the tapestry. Sera leads them with a calm dignity, showing them around. I watch her from a short distance, lips curving at the radiant confidence she exudes. People sense it, gravitating to her story of reclamation. She never once flinches or tries to hide. When the final patrons trickle out, we stand by the front doors, exchanging last goodbyes with staff. The sun outside dips lower, painting the street in rich oranges. Sera looks at me and we share a silent understanding. It's done. Our first day is a resounding success. The tapestry is safe, showcased to the world, school kids enthralled. And we're stronger than ever, bound not by fear, but genuine devotion. I extend a hand, eyes brimming with warmth. Come on, let's lock up and head out. We can celebrate, or we can just go somewhere quiet, enjoy each other's company. A smile graces her lips, a softness that melts me. She slips her hand into mine. Quiet sounds perfect. I've had enough cameras for one day. We secure the doors, stepping onto the sidewalk. Reporters are gone now, the day's excitement winding down. The hush of evening envelopes us. Our fingers remain intertwined, and it feels so natural, so right. Sera tilts her head to look at me, a twinkle of contentment in her eyes. We did it, Lucien. My heart lifts. Yes, we did. For the first time, neither of us is running. We're walking forward, together. She squeezes my hand, voice a husky whisper. Yes, I choose this. I choose you. And I choose my freedom. I swallow hard, a rush of emotion tightening my throat. Our eyes lock, the sidewalk fading, replaced by the gravity of everything we endured. Then, with a final shared smile, we move down the street, hand in hand. Each step resonates with the vow that we're done hiding, done chasing illusions. We're forging a future shaped by honesty, love, and the taste of real freedom. As the last rays of the sun gild our path, I realize this is our victory. No more shadows, no more half-truths. Just us, stepping into the wide possibilities of tomorrow, forging a story that belongs to us alone. And with her fingers laced in mine, I can't imagine any other ending or beginning that feels so right.
Chapter 29. Sera. 6 months have passed since the day Lucien and I first threw open the doors of the new gallery, letting sunlight flood a space once choked with secrets. We've spent those months growing from tentative partners to something deeper day by day, proving that love, like restored art, can flourish when given the right care. In the public eye, we've become co-founders of a heritage institute that reclaims stolen legacies, the media occasionally hounding us for stories about my past or Lucien's wealth. But overall, we found our rhythm. Together, we oversee exhibits, greet families reunited with lost heirlooms, and keep forging a life that's no longer overshadowed by fear. Today is my birthday, and I'm relishing it quietly. I never used to celebrate birthdays, too many years in locked-in or forging illusions with Jace. But Lucien insisted on marking this date with something personal, so we closed the gallery early, telling staff to enjoy the afternoon. Now I'm strolling through a small riverside park, the breeze rustling the green leaves, the late sunshine warming my arms. Lucien leads me by the hand, a secret smile tugging at his lips, refusing to say where we're going. Tension simmers, but it's sweet, not anxious. I'm used to surprises from him, elaborate dinners, hidden getaways. Yet something in his demeanor hints that tonight might be special. We reach a bend in the path where drooping willow branches create a natural archway. Beneath them, a small blanket is spread out near the water's edge, a bottle of sparkling cider chilling in a bucket of ice. My heart gives a painful squeeze at the sight. He's orchestrated a quiet picnic for us, just when the sunset is about to turn the sky gold. I chuckle softly, struck by how effortless he makes romance look. "This is what you've been plotting," I tease, nudging him. "A clandestine picnic, Farnese?" He runs a hand through his silver-streaked hair, affecting a casual shrug. "Maybe. I figure you deserve a simpler celebration, away from cameras." My heart warms at his thoughtfulness. I set my bag aside, kneeling on the blanket. The willow leaves swish overhead, casting dancing shadows on the grass. The hush envelops us, broken only by birdsong and the distant chatter of park-goers further along the path. Lucien lowers himself beside me, eyes gleaming. He pours 2 glasses of the sparkling cider, handing one to me. I take a sip, the crisp sweetness refreshing. Then we sit cross-legged, facing each other as the sun dips, washing everything in amber. I sense a quiet tension in his posture, as though he's summoning courage. Part of me wonders if he's about to ask something big, but I push the thought aside, soaking in the closeness of this moment. "You realize this is the first birthday I've truly celebrated in." "I can't even remember how long," I say quietly, staring at the cider's bubbles. Lockton didn't care about birthdays. And before that, well, Jace and I were busy forging illusions, not blowing out candles. Lucien's gaze softens. "I know. I wanted to make today about you, about joy. No forging, No illusions. Just you, free and cherished. Something deep in my chest flickers. Thank you, I murmur. We clink glasses gently, then sip. He sets his drink aside, clearing his throat. A suspicious quiver rides up my spine. That tension is back, more pronounced. You've accomplished so much, he begins, voice unsteady. From your grandmother's tapestry to the families we've helped, each success is a testament to your strength, Sera. I flush, half laughing. Our strength. You keep forgetting you financed half of it. He shakes his head. It's not just about money. This gallery thrives on your vision, your heart. You deserve every piece of happiness. I swallow, the breeze flipping a strand of hair across my cheek. You're sounding very grandiose, I say with forced lightness. Should I brace myself for a speech? He huffs a small laugh, but his hand slips into his jacket pocket. My heart kicks, watching him rummage. Then he exhales, eyes locking on mine. Something in his expression cracks open, raw and vulnerable, making me forget to breathe. Sera, he says, voice trembling. I'm not always good at big gestures, but I want... He breaks off, drawing a small velvet box from his pocket. My chest implodes. My cider glass wobbles in my grip, tears pricking my eyes. This can't be real, can it? He slowly opens the box, revealing a ring that glints in the dying sunlight. Silver band, a delicate diamond that catches the glow. My pulse roars in my ears. I stare, speechless. He shifts onto one knee, the blanket rustling beneath him. I've never been sure of anything the way I'm sure of us. You gave me a second chance at redemption, taught me how to stand beside someone. I want to spend the rest of my life trying to live up to that trust. Will you marry me? I can't speak for a moment. Tears already spilling onto my cheeks. The memory of bullet wounds, smuggling rings, prison doors all swirl in a flash. But overshadowing the darkness is the present. Lucien kneeling, ring in hand, eyes shining with earnest love. My voice emerges in a shaky whisper. Yes, I manage. Yes, oh my God, yes. A grin transforms his face, relief and joy bursting through him. He slips the ring onto my finger, the metal cool against my trembling skin. Then I surge forward, throwing my arms around him, cider glass forgotten. We tumble together on the blanket, laughing and crying at once. He cups my face, kisses me fiercely, the willow branches rustling overhead like applause. I love you, he breathes, kissing my damp lashes. Thank you for trusting me with your forever. My heart feels like it might explode. I love you, Farnese, I whisper, voice unsteady. Forever, if you'll have me. He chuckles, pressing his forehead to mine. I'll have you, Miss Vance, Miss Farnese, whatever name you choose. Always. We stay there, tangled in the quiet of the willow's canopy, watching the sun sink below the horizon. The ring sparkles on my hand, surreal in its beauty and meaning. It feels as though the entire world aligns in this single heartbeat, sealing away every fear. We're forging an unbreakable promise now. 2 weeks pass in a blur of tender chaos. I insisted I didn't want a big wedding. After everything we've been through, we crave something small, intimate, something that focuses on the promise rather than spectacle. Lucien, ever the romantic, found a modest garden behind a quaint cottage he secretly prepared for us. Only 10 guests total. Alistair and Gemma, plus a handful of dear friends and family. We stand beneath a trellis draped in late summer flowers, the sunlight warm on our shoulders. I wear a simple white dress that flows around my ankles, no extravagant train or trailing veil. Lucien stands across from me, unbelievably handsome in a linen suit, the breeze ruffling his hair. My heart races, recalling the day he proposed, how I sobbed on that picnic blanket. Now I'm ready to commit my entire life to him. No forging illusions, no half-truths. We exchange vows, quiet words, brimming with sincerity. Alistair officiates in a calm, clear voice, Gemma smiling tearfully at my side. Each vow reaffirms how far we've come, from stolen artifacts to open hearts, from heartbreak to unwavering love. When Lucien slides a new ring onto my finger, complimenting the engagement band, I fight not to cry. Then he lifts my veil. I caved and wore a small one pinned into my hair, and kisses me, gentle and sure. The mini crowd bursts into soft applause. My chest feels so full, I worry I might levitate. This is real. We're married, forging a future with no fear chasing us. Alistair and Gemma rush to congratulate us, their toddler squealing in delight. We host a simple reception on the cottage lawn. Just a few tables with fresh flowers and homemade food. No paparazzi, no overblown fiascos. I drift through the garden, hugging dear friends, ignoring the dull ache in my healing shoulder. Lucien wraps an arm around my waist, pressing a chaste kiss to my temple, quietly content. We share laughter with Alistair and Gemma, who joke about how our wedding feels calmer than their own, which was overshadowed by the Finch scandal. I fling them a teasing grin. Ours had the black market drama earlier. We decided to keep the wedding drama free. As twilight settles, the last rays of sun shimmer across the yard. One by one, our guests slip away, leaving us in the gentle hush. A warm glow from the cottage windows beckons. Lucien touches my lower back, guiding me inside. My heart flutters. This is it, our wedding night, in a space we'll call home. I let him lead me through the cozy living room, up a short flight of stairs to a bedroom lit by soft lamplight. The bed is strewn with rose petals, a detail that would make me roll my eyes if I weren't trembling with affection. I turn to him, face warm. You've outdone yourself. Rose petals, Farnese? He shrugs, eyes glinting with playful humor. I wanted everything perfect for you, Miss Farnese. I quirk a brow. You assume I'm taking your name? He smirks, stepping closer. I'll settle for Miss Farnese Vance or Miss Vance Farnese, or just Miss Vance, if that's your preference, as long as you're mine. A tingle runs through me. I think Miss Farnese Vance has a certain ring, I whisper, playing with the lapel of his jacket. Let's not overshadow each other. He exhales a low laugh, tension rising in the hush. I slip my arms around his neck, pressing up onto my toes. I love you, I say raw and certain. His voice catches. And I love you. Let me show you how much. Slowly he slides his hands along my waist, finding the hidden clasp of my wedding dress. My entire body hums at his touch, a wave of heat rolling through me, no reason to hold back. We're married, free, standing in a sanctuary that's ours alone. I tilt my face to kiss him, soft at first, then deepening. He groans quietly, lips parting under mine. My fingers slip into his hair, letting a murmur of anticipation escape. I hate to put a stop to a good time, but it looks like we've hit this platform's limit for spiciness.
This platform's got some rules we have to play by if we want to keep giving you these stories for free.
And trust me, this scene isn't something you want to miss.
While we can't get into all the details here, you can still dive into the full, uncut version at TylaWalker.com.
Miss Tyla has an entire collection of unabridged audiobooks and ebooks waiting for you.
And the best part? You can treat yourself with 40% off when you use the code SAVE40.
That's right. You'll save on any digital product, even bundles that are already discounted.
Miss Tyla would never let anyone feel the kind of disappointment you must be feeling right now.
So why wait? Treat yourself with Miss Tyla. Eventually, Lucien shifts slightly, Rummaging for a spare blanket at the foot of the bed, he spreads it over us, tucking me close. "Rest," he murmurs, voice low. "We have a lifetime ahead, but tonight is ours alone." A soft smile lifts my lips. "We do," I agree, nestling against him. "And tomorrow we keep building the gallery, keep returning stolen artifacts, keep rewriting old narratives." He huffs a contented laugh, hooking his chin over my head. "Yes, Miss Farnese Vance. Tomorrow and every day after, we shape the world in our own way." I close my eyes, letting the steady thump of his heart lull me. The lingering warmth in my body hums with satisfaction. The ring on my finger a pleasant weight. I can't recall a moment I've been so content, so sure I belong right here. We might never be perfect, but we're free, we're wed, and we're in love. That's enough to conquer whatever comes next. As the lamplight dims, I inhale the faint scent of petals, the tang of our mingled sweat, and the sweet calm of our vow. My final thought before sleep claims me is gratitude that neither of us is running, not from each other, nor from our pasts. We're choosing each other, choosing hope, sealing it with a quiet wedding under the stars, and a love scene that unites us by choice, not desperation. This is the happy ending I once believed was impossible, and it's only the beginning of a life I can't wait to live.
Chapter 30. Lucien. 4 years have drifted by in a blissful swirl, leaving behind the echoes of danger and heartbreak we once fought to survive. Everything feels different now, softer, fuller, threaded with a warmth I never realized I craved until I found it in Sera's presence. Today, that warmth spills into every corner of our home as we celebrate our son's first birthday, a milestone that glitters with hope I couldn't have imagined back when stolen tapestries and blackmail threatened to tear us apart. I stand near our living room window, cradling a bundle of bright balloons that bounce against the ceiling whenever I shift. The late morning light cascades through the glass, illuminating the chaos that is a toddler's party. Tissue paper decor lines the walls, twisted in cheerful arcs of pastel. In a corner, a tower of gifts sits waiting too many for a boy who's just turned 1. But I can't deny how my chest fills with pride each time I glance at them. I used to think the only valuable items were priceless art. Now, the greatest treasure is watching my little son squeal over a box of wooden blocks. Sera sweeps into the room, balancing a tray of fresh fruit in one hand and a small stuffed dinosaur in the other. Our baby boy, Elijah, squirms on her hip, arms waving with unbridled energy. She's wearing a simple blue sundress, and her hair is in a loose style that cascades down her back. My gaze lingers on her with silent gratitude for the way she claims space with confidence and grace. She catches me staring, arching a brow in that teasing way. "Lucien, are you planning to hog those balloons all day?" she asks, a smile curving her lips. I chuckle, drifting closer. I was thinking of using them as a makeshift shield if the kids get too rowdy. She snorts a soft laugh, shifting the tray to the coffee table. Elijah claps his chubby hands against her chest, enthralled by the bright swirl of balloons. "You're terrible," she murmurs, but her tone drips with affection. Before I can respond, the front door eases open and Alistair Finch steps inside, carrying his 3-year-old boy in one arm, while his 8-year-old daughter, Maya Elaine, peeks around his legs. Right behind him, Gemma appears with a playful grin, scanning the decorations. "Hope we're not too early," Alistair says, voice warm. He glances around at the streamers and the toy-littered floor. "Feels like a real celebration in here." Sera sets Elijah down on the padded mat we spread across the floor, letting him crawl eagerly toward Maya. She kneels to greet him, laughing when he tries to nibble on her hair. I watch, heart swelling at the sight, 2 families joined by a history of battered legacies and renewed hopes. We've come far from the days of black market auctions and bullet grazes, forging a closeness that's worth any price. Gemma waves at me, her expression bright. "Hey, caretaker of the balloon stash, can I help?" I shake my head. motioning for her to relax. It's all under control, or so I tell myself. You can supervise the kids instead. I glance at Alistair's little boy, a curly-haired toddler who's scanning the space with wide eyes. He's eyeing those balloons, by the way, Gemma adds, smirking. So watch out. I grin, kneeling to secure the balloon ribbons to a table leg. They're safe from me, but who knows what unstoppable power the kids hold. Alistair sets his son down to wander, then crosses over to me, dropping his voice. You realize we never got to see you quite so domestic. It's a good look, Lucien. I straighten, half laughing. I blame your influence. You and Gemma made marriage and parenthood look surprisingly rewarding. He claps me lightly on the shoulder, eyes crinkling with sincerity. I'm glad we both are. Turning back to the rest of the gathering, I catch sight of Sera rummaging in the kitchen. The smell of vanilla drifts out, the birthday cake she insisted on baking herself. My chest warms at the memory of her shaping dough with flour-dusted fingers early this morning. This is the same woman who once told me she had no illusions about ever living a normal, tranquil life. Now she's forging that tranquility with every breath. Gemma announces she's going to check on the kids in the backyard. Sera and I prepared a small inflatable play area for them. The older ones, like Maya, help Elijah toddle around on wobbly legs, squealing when he tries to chase them. My heart clenches each time I see him grin, mindful of how easily we could have lost these joys if the past had ended differently. Sera emerges from the kitchen, carrying a modest frosted cake with a single candle shaped like a A1. Elijah spots it, flailing his arms as if he already knows it's all for him. Sera giggles, setting the cake on the coffee table. Alistair's little boy claps, copying Elijah's gestures. Gemma rounds everyone up, calling out, All right, gather around the cake. Her eyes shine as she scoops Maya into her arms, the older girl squealing in delight. We settle in a circle around the coffee table. Elijah squats between Sera's legs, patting the couch for balance. I kneel behind him, letting him lean on my knee. We light the candle, a small flame dancing. Sera glances at me, a spark of amusement in her eyes. Ready for your fatherly duties, Farnese? A rousing off-key rendition of Happy Birthday? I chuckle, hooking an arm around her waist. I'll do my best, but don't blame me if the windows shatter from my singing. She smirks, but softens instantly when Elijah pats her knee, demanding attention. We break into the birthday song, voices stumbling through the notes. Maya belts it out with bright gusto. Alistair's boy tries to mimic the tune, and Elijah blinks at the candle flame with wide-eyed wonder. By the time we finish, he bounces in excitement, tiny fists pounding the air. Sera bends forward, helps him blow out the candle. He mostly sputters, but the flame flickers out anyway. Applause breaks out, the children squealing, and Elijah beams a triumphant grin. Something in me aches from how perfect this is. No black market threats or hidden knives, just a baby's laughter and the closeness of dear friends. We slice the cake, offering small pieces all around. Elijah attempts to mush the icing in his fists, smearing it across his chubby cheeks. Maya giggles, pointing at his sticky face, while Sera tries to wipe him with a napkin. The room is filled with that sweet, chaotic love I never believed I'd crave. Alistair and Gemma watch with bright smiles, occasionally exchanging amused glances that say, We've been through this stage before. Eventually, the kids wander off in a miniature swarm. Maya leads the younger two outside to see if they can feed the fish in our garden pond. Sera sets Elijah on her hip again, though his frosting-smeared face suggests he's likely to get an immediate bath. She turns to me with a rueful grin. Did you see how much cake ended up on his clothes? I brush a smear of icing from his tiny fist. He's living his best life, obviously. Elijah coos, gnawing at my finger with a gummy grin. Alistair and Gemma stand near the sliding door, laughing softly at the scene. Sera meets Gemma's gaze, and there's a silent understanding passing between them. The bond of mothers who overcame too many nightmares. My heart clenches with gratitude that we can share these milestones in peace. Gemma pulls out her phone. "Let's snap a picture," she suggests, voice bright. "We need to document Elijah's cake carnage." Sera shifts, nestling Elijah in her arms so he faces the camera. The four of us bunch together, Alistair hooking an arm around Gemma's waist, me holding Sera's shoulder. On the screen, we see a glimpse of satisfied chaos, Elijah's icing-smeared grin, the wide smiles on our faces, the cozy living room behind us. Gemma snaps the shot and laughter ripples. Alistair mentions printing it for the gallery's family wall, which we started last year to show how the circle of stolen art redemption extended into a community. After a while, the older kids trot back in, track some grass clippings onto the floor, and beg for more cake. Sera hands them smaller slices, mindful of sugar overload. But it's a special day, so she's lenient. I slip away to fetch a damp towel, returning just in time to watch Elijah jab more icing into his mouth. He squeals, dropping half of it on the floor. "Let me clean that," I mutter, kneeling to dab the mess. Gemma laughs, stepping in to help. Alistair tries to corral his boy away from the fresh puddle of frosting. We move in a swirl of coordinated chaos, each adult taking a role. Eventually, we gather in the backyard, letting the kids burn energy in the gentle evening sun. Sera rests against my side, Elijah dozing on her shoulder, lulled by warmth and the sugar crash. I rub slow circles on her back, inhaling the scent of her shampoo, a comforting reminder that we are indeed a family. Our small garden has a patch of lilac bushes we planted last spring, symbolizing renewal. They're budding now, bright purple clusters that nod in the breeze. Alistair glances around, satisfied, then addresses me in a casual tone. "So, Farnese, still no sign of stolen textiles turning up on the black market from that ring we dismantled?" I shake my head, grateful our enemies never re-emerged. Nothing beyond a few random leads. The big players are behind bars for good, and our gallery's grown enough to discourage any new attempts in this region. "I guess we did okay, huh?" He grins. "I'd say so. And you two built more than a gallery. You built a family, a future." Sera smiles softly, shifting Elijah in her arms as if demonstrating that truth. "And you and Gemma did the same. Look at your kiddos, healthy and happy." She nods toward Maya, who's coaxing the younger two to chase her around the yard, giggling in the warm grass. Gemma loops an arm around Alistair, content shining in her expression. "No blackmail, no bullets, no more cameras prying into our private battles. Feels surreal sometimes, doesn't it?" Sera exhales, gaze lingering on our son's face. Better than surreal, feels earned. I press a kiss to her temple, murmuring, "We did earn it, all of us." The four of us share a moment of contemplative silence, the kids' laughter floating like music. As dusk settles, we gather inside again, tidying up the party remnants. Gemma and Alistair pack their children's things, preparing to head back to their place. Sera sets Elijah in his playpen with a soft blanket. He yawns, eyes drooping. Once our guests are set to leave, we linger at the door, exchanging hugs. Alistair and I do the brief clap on the shoulder man-hug. Gemma and Sera swap quieter goodbyes, referencing a future dinner. Maya waves dramatically, reminding us she wants to see Elijah again soon. Then they slip out into the night, leaving a hush of affectionate afterglow behind. Sera pads back inside, pushing stray balloons out of the way with her foot. She gazes around the living room, which is strewn with half-deflated decorations and bits of wrapping paper. "That was perfect," she murmurs, voice full of quiet awe. I nod, drawing her close until we stand near Elijah's playpen. He's fast asleep, mouth parted in an adorable expression of baby exhaustion. I slip an arm around Sera's waist, my heart thrumming with contentment. I love that boy more than I ever thought possible. She rests her head on my shoulder, eyes soft. Me too. He's a miracle. Our miracle. For a moment she grows reflective, as if recalling every step of our journey from the smuggling ring to the day she walked down the aisle, from bullet scars to this cozy house. She tilts her head, meeting my gaze with that potent intimacy that always steals my breath. "Thank you for letting me have all this," she says, voice catching. "I never expected it." My throat tightens. "You deserve it. I'm just lucky you chose me." She laughs softly, leaning up to brush her lips across mine. "Lucky me, Farnese," she whispers, then giggles at her own slip. She still uses that old name to tease me, though it's ours to share. "Sera Farnese, Miss Vance Farnese, you said. Remember?" I grin, pressing my forehead to hers. "I do, and I remember how you hated me the first time we met. Now we're celebrating our son's birthday." She smirks. "I might deck you if you cross me, but yeah, it's wild. No regrets, though." Our eyes lock, and the hush settles around us again. Elijah stirs but remains asleep, warm in his blanket. We watch him for a moment, hearts full. Then I tug Sera's hand lightly, guiding her away from the messy living room. She follows with a curious tilt of her head. "Where are we going?" I slip into a hallway that leads to a small side porch, opening the door onto a quiet deck. The sky is clear, stars twinkling overhead. A gentle breeze ruffles Sera's hair. I take her there to soak in the stillness, just the two of us. Sometimes, after the day's hustle, especially a day like this, we need a moment to reflect, to breathe. She steps onto the wooden planks, glancing at me. "Remember when we were certain everything would crumble, that a gallery and a baby and a normal life were impossible?" I nod, a pang in my chest. "Yes, but we refused to let fear dictate our story." She threads her fingers through mine, voice turning quiet. "I don't regret any of it. The bullet scars, the heartbreak. If it led us here to a family, I'd do it all again." Emotion surges in me. I draw her into my arms, letting the starlight bathe us. "And I'd make the same choices, minus the lies," I murmur against her hair. "I can't imagine life without you or Elijah." She leans in, hooking her arms around my neck. "Then keep imagining life with me, because I'm not running." We share a tender laugh, memories flickering, how she used to run at the slightest hint of betrayal, how I used to admit half-truths. Now we stand, forging each day in honesty and love. My heart glows, recalling the vow we made at our wedding. We sealed it again when our son was born, holding his tiny form in our arms, marveling at how far we'd come from bullet-strewn auctions. Crickets chirp in the distance, a gentle lullaby for the night. I clasp her hand, pressing a small kiss to her knuckles. "I love you," I say simply, letting my voice carry the weight of everything I feel. She smiles, eyes shining. "I love you too." Then she slides her arms around my waist, resting her head on my chest. We stand there, starlight dancing over the deck, savoring the hush that belongs to us alone. The fresh memory of Elijah's birthday lights a spark of contentment in my chest. After a while, we return inside, checking one last time on the sleeping boy. Sera adjusts his blanket, tucking a plush toy near his hand, and we head up to our bedroom, the same one we once decorated with rose petals on our wedding night, albeit less showy these days. I watch her with quiet admiration as she peels off her day's clothes, slipping into a comfortable robe. My pulse hums at her closeness, but tonight, exhaustion from the party weighs on us. We settle into bed side by side, letting the comforting hush wash over us. Before drifting into sleep, I picture tomorrow. Another day at the gallery, families visiting to reclaim lost treasures, children marveling at the tapestries we saved from black market oblivion. I see Sera guiding them, radiant with purpose. And I see myself at her side with unwavering support. Then I recall Elijah's icing-stained grin. The thought glows in me, fueling an unshakable hope. She nestles against my chest, exhaling contentedly. I hold her, heart full, mind drifting through the day's laughter and the quiet promise of more birthdays, more moments, a lifetime of second chances. Each breath we share reminds me we've triumphed over shadows, forging a home that can never be stolen. In the hush of the night, I close my eyes, feeling her warmth pressed to me, hearing Elijah's soft breathing down the hall. The memory of Alistair and Gemma's laughter still echoes, the children's smiles illuminating how far we've all come. And as I slip into sleep, I let the final thought anchor me. No matter what the world once threatened, we stand now in a future bound by love, free from fear, building each memory day by day, child by child, heart by heart. The best chapters of our story have only just begun, and I can't wait to write every last line with Sera by my side.
When Nyla Thomas agreed to a fake marriage, she wasn't expecting it to land her in jail.
Nyla Thomas, you are under arrest for the murders of Hilda and William Stone.
She wasn't expecting to find out the truth about her family.
You're adopted.
Marcus Swan is my father.
To get involved in crime.
The Sokolov family did this. They poisoned him.
And least of all, was she expecting to fall in love.
It's you, Nyla. It's always been you.
But now, everything is crumbling around her.
Interim CEO of Stone Hospital Group accused of murdering Hilda and William Stone to secure her position.
Alexander, you promised things would change.
They have. I'm in charge now.
No one knows who to believe.
Take the plea bargain.
I'm innocent. I thought you out of everyone would believe me.
Can you forgive her for killing our parents?
No one knows who to trust.
This is your fault. Did you ever think that Nyla would be just fine if she hadn't gotten involved with you?
I love her. I love her more than life itself.
Miss Thomas, the tests came back. There's a perfectly acceptable explanation for your condition.
And things are about to get a lot more complicated.